7's 2025 here from Darkinjung Country on the central coast of New South Wales. Talisha Hart and Dan Conifer here with you for this one. Talisha, we're back again for 7's and it's, what a day for it.
Oh, it's a beautiful day. Beautiful day. I'd encourage anyone out there who wants to come down and take a look. There's going to be some deadly 7's. Year after year it delivers, unearths some new talent. It's just a great community event. So, yeah, I can't wait for the day.
Yeah, thanks to the Lloyd McDermott Rugby Development Team and Uncle Tom Evans putting it together again this year, playing across 6 different fields here at the Central Coast Regional Sporting and Recreation Complex. 2 of those will be streamed, Field 5 that will be on for all the day with commentary, and then another field will be streaming as well without any commentary on that one. But Talisha, what players, what teams have you been looking forward to seeing this year?
Oh, I've seen a couple of, recognisable faces this morning. Albert Kelly, he's having a run for Skin Dogs, who have always traditionally been quite strong in the competition. And Monique Donovan, who actually played in the Indigenous All-Stars a couple of weeks ago, she walked past and she's playing for Sydney Dreaming in the women's division. So, some amazing, experienced players on show, but my favourite part is seeing all the new talent come through. I can't wait to, learn some different names, communities, and learn a bit more about our players who are coming through and, unearthing the next generation of 7's talent.
Yeah, because we are playing across the 16s, boys and girls we'll see on our field today, as well as the men's, the women's and the veterans will see in action on our field, and of course the 14s as well. You mentioned the Skin Dogs there. Can they go back to back in the men's competition? That's a big question. We'll find out through the day. Action from 9 a.m. through to past 5 a.m. It's a huge day, but to get us underway, let's start with the acknowledgement of country and the opening ceremony.
That's it.
You go first.
And then you come up with him, right? Go up.
Everyone, welcome to the land of the Darkinjung people. Let me first of all start by doing a disclaimer. My name's BJ Duncan. I'm a Gomeroi man. I'm originally from Moree in northwestern New South Wales, and I've lived on Darkinjung country for over 60 years. There being no traditional owners here established, people pertaining to be traditional owners will have to go through the normal native title processes and get recognition. Therefore, Darkinjung Local Aboriginal Lands Council maintains that we take the cultural authority. Let me start by welcoming everybody here to the Toga Sports Complex. It's an amazing event. We love the Yellow 7's. We're here ready to support and wish everything the best of luck. Can I acknowledge elders past and present, and also our youth that are out for a brighter future. Let us now look forward to the day, and once again, thank everybody for participating in today. Thank you.
Great job, mate. Thank you.
And that's what the fields here at the Central Coast Regional Sporting Complex look like this morning. They always do a great job up here at the Central Coast Council getting the fields ready for, the LS7's, which has been here up for a few years now. Obviously started its life up there on the Coffs Coast, but also we've had the Koori Knockout Rugby League here for a few consecutive years as well. And these fields always hold up a treat. And Kari, sponsoring this tournament, like so many Aboriginal sporting tournaments here in New South Wales, again getting behind the Lloyd McDermott Rugby Development Team and the LS7's for 2025. We're still a few minutes away from getting underway, due to kick off at 9 o'clock for the first match, the under-17s boys game between the Koori Rugby Black outfit and the University of Sydney Black outfit. Talisha Harden still with us after that opening ceremony down there on the field, and we'll have action shortly. And the under-17s game that we'll have before us. I think the University of Sydney Black side, they're a bit short on players. I think they're only going to be playing rugby sixes as opposed to rugby sevens this morning, unless they get a couple of other players getting up here to Tuggerah for the first start. But Koori Rugby Black will be fielding a very full-looking lineup for this first clash. Plenty of those tents and cabanas around the fields here. It's perfect autumn day for the 1st of March and the first day of autumn. It's got a bite to it, but currently about 24 degrees up here on the Central Coast, heading for a high of 29, and just a few clouds in the sky, but it is a warm one. And the teams that will be playing all the way through until 5:40 p.m. They'll need their fitness. They'll need to stay hydrated, and they'll probably need a full complement of players as well if they're to make it through to the end of the day. Given the pace of rugby sevens and just how athletic and how much they'll be running up and down the fields here at the Central Coast all day. Talisha, I might get you to pop the headphones on, and we'll start having a yarn while we wait for we see these boys warming up in front of us, and hopefully we see their opponents before too long as well. But it's a great way to promote rugby union, rugby sevens in particular, in the Aboriginal community. All the work that the Lloyd McDermott Rugby Development Team does and the LS7's team does to really try and make rugby union the sport of choice for our young boys and girls.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, it's why I come back every year, even if it's not in a playing capacity, is because, Lloydies took care of me when I was a bit younger. I wouldn't be the person I am today without Lloydies, without Tom Evans. So, Tom Evans and Lloydies have helped many, many a kid, and I was one of those kids. So, very exciting to be back here.
Just tell us a little bit about the type of support that Lloydies does give these kids.
Yeah, I remember when I was coming through, I approached Tom Evans and said, hey, I want to try and make it. Is there any way you can help me? And just that wraparound support, putting you in touch with other people who can help you on your journey through. He actually gave me some employment as well and found me some employment. So, Lloydies do go above and beyond in terms of looking after players, but also just creating opportunities that, we wouldn't have otherwise. So whether that's touring teams or competitions, there's lots and lots of support from Lloydies.
And we will have a match because we've seen the other side come to warm up here. So we will be having a round one under-17s boys clash at 9 o'clock, and not the dreaded for commentators forfeit. So we'll see that one get underway soon. Bit of a breeze here on the Central Coast. Nothing too heavy, and not one that you'd say would favour one team or the other, but we'll keep an eye on that through the day. And speaking of the support that Lloydies gives some of the younger players, it was only just a few weeks ago where some of the junior players went to the University of Sydney, had a bit of an introduction to the university there to try and encourage them to get into their tertiary studies at the campus there at Darlington in Sydney, and then had a bit of a session with the New South Wales Waratahs after that to get prepared for the 7's tournament. So you're right, not just rugby, but more holistic than that.
Yeah, 100%. I remember some of my best memories were trips where we stayed at the AIS or one of the universities. As kids from different communities, seeing universities and seeing these, big buildings and things like that, you only see on billboards or on the internet. To see them in real person is pretty special. So, yeah, I'm sure they would have loved that. And look, again, Lloydies do a great job of, giving young people opportunities, and they're amazing.
Now, these sides wearing similar coloured uniforms, but the team that's on the right of your screen is the Koori Rugby outfit, the Koori Rugby black outfit, and the team on the left of your screen, at least in the first stanza here, the University of Sydney black team as well. Now, I'm sure everybody that's tuning in on the Lloydies live stream is already very familiar with Rugby 7's, Talisha, but for those who might be watching the 7's version of the game for the first time, or indeed Rugby Union for the first time, just give us a brief rundown of how this is going to work.
It's fast and furious. From the first kick-off to the last, very, very quick game. So 7-minute halves, the ball just stays in play pretty much the entire time. So you have to have that little bit of, attacking flair, but in saying that, you have to be able to defend, because a lot of the time it's one-on-one. You have to be able to make your tackles and spread the ball, as these boys are doing pretty well here.
Was a bit of an opportunity out on this right flank for the University of Sydney side, but they did well, Koori Rugby Black to shut down that opportunity. But here they go, the number 6. Has he got the speed to go all the way? Yes, he does. And this will be the first points of the match and the first points potentially of the tournament of all the 6 fields here on the Central Coast. And he places it right under the black dot and looks to convert his own effort there, and does that successfully as well, and the University of Sydney black side skipping out to an early lead.
Yeah, and as you can see as well, for anyone who might be new to the game, it happens so quickly. So from the drop kick conversion back to the restart now, everything is just so much faster. It literally feels like you're doing burpees and high-level sprints for the entire time, because it doesn't stop.
As we see the Koori Rugby black player go over the the touchline on our commentary side, and we'll have a line out around 30 metres out from the Koori Rugby Black line. And for those playing along at home as well, if you want to be following all of the matches and who's playing who at what time and the lineups, then suggest you download the Rugby Explorer app, where you can go and find the LS7's 2025 competition and go and play along with all of the matches, all of the teams, fixtures, results, ladders, stats. It's all there on the Rugby Explorer app to help you out throughout the day. As we see the University of Sydney going down that attacking left flank for them once again, trying to get his second try and his side's second try, and he does. The number 6 for the University of Sydney side. Don't have his name in front of me just yet, but is scoring all the points for them. Tougher conversion attempt, which proves too difficult. So we will stay at 12 points to 0 with a few minutes to go in this first half.
Yeah, just too strong close to the line. I think, the weight of possession is definitely favouring the Sydney University team at the moment. So hopefully we can see some attacking prowess from Koori Rugby Black. They've got some great young players in there. So they only need the ball, and I feel like we'll see a 5-pointer coming up soon.
Well, the Koori Rugby side was runner-up in the under-16s boys competition last year, going down to La Perouse in the grand final there, and many of those players, no doubt, running out again here for Koori Rugby Black this year as they get over halfway and earn a penalty as well, as the breeze picks up here at the Central Coast and sends a few things flying here in the commentary position. But on field, Koori Rugby Black trying to once again get out of their own end, and it's through one of their bigger players that they take big strides upfield. Jack Manns, the 11 for Koori Rugby Black, and again a penalty against the Sydney Uni outfit.
Yeah, like we said before, a little bit of a possession swing now. So hopefully Koori Rugby Black can get some points on the board, because they've definitely shown some potential, especially with some of those barnstorming runs down the right-hand touchline.
Goes himself from the base of the ruck, but doesn't get very far and then gives up possession. And then now Koori Rugby Black give up a penalty as well, and they get these new phases underway very quickly. Do Sydney University. They're up towards the 10 and will open pastures out here on the right attacking flank this time. He needs to make this tackle, and he does. The number 5's there, Tobias Evans from Koori Rugby Black. Ball goes through. Who will win the chase? It is Sydney Uni once again. Their number 3, Ashton Williams, this time with the try.
That was a good try. That was pretty to watch. Just identifying there that no one was back defending. Sometimes teams will play with a sweeper, so have someone, I guess, in that second line of defence. But, Ashton identified that no one was there, put in a little chip kick, regather, score. Yeah, if we have another look at it, just amazing skill to bend down that low, pick up the ball while still being at pretty close to full pace. A beautiful try there.
Koori Rugby here through Noah Dodds. This phase through Jack Manns, getting a few touches on the pill early in this one. Getting towards half time here. The clock at the bottom of the screen just taking a short break. It'll be back with us shortly. as Corey Rugby Black. They've got numbers if they can swing it out to this left-hand side, but they instead go up the centre of the field as the siren sounds. And there is a player down there in back play. You might have seen him on the wide shot just a moment ago. Doesn't look to be in great shape at all. Didn't see exactly what happened. Talisha, did you see what happened to him, to see him go down like that?
No, I missed it, but he seems to be grabbing at kind of his midsection, so I'm not sure if he's maybe winded or, copped a little bit of contact in the ribs or something like that, but hopefully the young fella's okay.
Getting a bit of attention down there in back play while the rest of the side regroups at half time. 3 tries to zip in this one so far for in favour of the Sydney University team. And that player now finally on his feet. You could see him walking into shot there on the right-hand side. Good to see that he's up and about at least, and doesn't seem to be too much concern, thankfully, either. Now let's have a look at some of the first half action. And there is the second try for the Sydney University side. Number 6 having a very strong first half. Planting it over there on the far side.
On field number 2 is Rouge Blacks versus United Sports Club. Field number 2.
One of the main players for them in this first half, and we've swapped sides, and it'll be the Sydney University running from right to left on your screen in their second stanza, taking on Koori Rugby Black. And a deep kick-off from Sydney University there, just shy of the 22 is where we will get underway in earnest for this second half. Felicia Harden, what would you have said to this Koori Rugby Black outfit at halftime if you were trying to get them back into this contest?
Just to hold on to the ball, boys, and I know it seems like an obvious one, but they've looked really dangerous. Whenever they've had ball in hand, they've got some really strong, powerful ball runners, but seem to just be turning the ball over, when they are building a little bit of pressure. So if they can hold on to the ball, get the ball into the right hands of the boys who have, that bit of zip out wide, I think they'll find points pretty well.
University of Sydney took the line out, even though it wasn't their throw, and we'll see them go over off that play. That's very well done there from Sydney Uni. Did well at the line out, and then clinical just to spread it wide and pick up their 4th try in this one.
Yeah, and for those playing along at home as well, you might notice that the boys are kicking the conversions back towards the field of play. That's to save a bit of energy, because you have to go and get your own ball. So we do have ball kids down on the field, but, if they kick it too far, they have to run a little bit further. So always kicking back towards the field of play.
Did well to stay in as well, getting it back to his number 8. Who's in my team sheet as name withheld, so I'm sure that isn't what's on his birth certificate, but some great work there getting it over from the number 8. And Tobias Evans in the 5 for the University of Sydney, doing well, presence of mind to attract the defenders and still get that offload. The try assist going against his name in the stats column, and the number 8 getting over the line for the University of Sydney.
Yeah, I feel like Jack Manns for Koori Rugby Black, he's looking the most likely at the moment. Every time he's touched the ball, he's looked dangerous. But, another turnover here, unfortunately, for Koori Rugby Black. Every time they build a little bit of pressure, just a couple of penalties have not gone their way.
Do you think there's an element, I'm not sure if it's the case here with Koori Rugby Black, but players that don't usually play union or 7's even as their sport of choice might be playing league or touch football, coming over and playing 7's and just not being used to the nuances of rugby sevens, maybe?
Yeah, possibly. It's a very technical game, but then it's a very, I guess, a different game, especially if you're playing a bit of rugby league, bit of tag, bit of touch. It can be, I guess, the fundamentals are the same: catch, pass, run. But yeah, it can be a really technical game as well.
Here he is, that star for the Sydney University team, none other than number 8, name withheld, getting over the line for their 5th try for Sydney University. I think it's incumbent on the teams themselves, from what I hear, to make sure all their details are filled in the app. So please, if any of the team managers and coaches and parents and players and hangers-on are tuning in on the stream, please pop your team's names on the sheet nice and neatly or into the app in full, so that we can pay respect to the kids and the men and the women that are running around out here today, and give them a big shout out when they're helping their teams out, like the number 8 for the Sydney University side did just there. That would be hugely appreciated. And we see almost a carbon copy of their restart to the second half for Sydney University. That one finding touch just shy of the 22. Let's see if they can pinch it from the line out like they did last time, or if Koori Rugby Black can try and get a little bit of momentum here. And they go short, do Koori Rugby Black, and that one, well, they maintain possession, although they've had to backtrack a fair way. And under real pressure is their number 11, Jack Manns, but manages to find a way out of it and will basically get back to where the line-out was. And, well, he did well, the number 11. His number 10, though, couldn't stay in the field of play, Harry Rutherford, and we will have another line-out just to the left of our commentary position here at the Central Coast Regional Sporting and Recreation Complex.
And a big shout out too to all our jersey designers. Our jerseys every year look absolutely amazing. I saw over before a few of the boys opening their jerseys and their kit for the first time, saying, "Oh, it's deadly, it's colourful, it looks good." So, yeah, very, very big shout out to all our jersey designers.
Yeah, point of pride really for the teams that play in these kinds of tournaments, whether it be the LS7s, the Koori Knockout, to have a custom jersey. We see Sydney University go over once again. The number 6, what a star player he's been for them today. He goes over once more. Let's see if he can convert his own effort. Again, quite a difficult position with the breeze swirling, but it's not a bad effort off the boot. And in fact, that is a conversion. Over it goes just to extend their lead. They are looking very good, is the USID outfit.
Yeah, maybe a bit of a warning shot fired to the rest of the competition. They've been very strong this morning, really, really strong. Very well balanced side. They've defended well. They've obviously got some attacking prowess and some really speedy boys as well.
This one more of a high floating restart, and that will basically be it. It trickles over the touch line, and well, the siren has gone. That might have been from one of the other fields, because it looks like we're still about to back down here for the small mini scrums that we see in rugby sevens. Although, no, the referee's getting a hint from the sideline. That was our siren. That is the ball game, and that is a win for the University of Sydney Black side, really making a statement in this first clash.
Yeah, massive statement. 31-0 to finish this one out, but what I'd say is anything can happen in sevens. So the Koori Rugby Black team, whilst they started a little bit slow in that game, the beauty of sevens is there's always some more pool games, and you might drop the first one, win the next couple, and find yourself in a final later on in the day. So I'm sure the boys will regroup, head up, and they'll be out here for the next one in not too long.
The next game
on field 5, which is the field you're watching here with us, is the Southern Kings number 2 men's side, taking on the Central West Black Trackers, and this is the the men's competition getting underway for 2025. And then there will be another men's clash after that here on the Lloydies live stream. The Taree Connections will be taking on Lou Fern Brothers. That's I'm assuming that's Waterloo and Redfern, but not that I've heard that abbreviation before for that beautiful inner Sydney duo of suburbs, the Lou Fern Brothers, in the men's Group D competition. That'll be coming up in about 22 minutes time if we're on schedule after the next game in front of us here. Dan Conifer and Talisha Harden in commentary with you for the live stream on the Lloydies Facebook page, and it's also streaming on YouTube as well. If you're having any issues on the Lloyd McDermott Facebook page, you can search for Ella 7's 2025 in YouTube, and hopefully the stream pops up without too many hassles as well. Now, Talisha, while we wait for this men's game to get underway, which won't be too far away, just give us a bit of an update on where you're up to with your career. You played against the Maori women for the Indigenous All-Stars women's side in the Rugby League out at Parramatta. Was that last weekend or 2 weekends ago now?
2 weeks ago, but the body still feels like it was last weekend. I'm aging not so gracefully, so I feel like I'm feeling everything. It was obviously a very tough game for anyone who watched. The Maori All-Star team are phenomenal. They're powerful. I put up on socials that I got folded like a lawn chair a couple of times, but there's no shame in saying that. Our women's rugby league players are pretty phenomenal athletes, as are our women's players in all our other sports, 7's, Oztag, touch, soccer, whatever it might be. It just really makes me proud to see how far women's sport has come, and the level of traction that it's gaining, and the following, the support. So, very, very, proud to have represented the Indigenous All-Stars a couple of weeks ago, and thanks to everyone who came out and supported us, the men and the touch teams.
I feel like in those last couple of minutes there, the Indigenous supporters in the crowd found their voice and helped us get over the line there in the dying minutes of that one.
They did, and young Leilani Montgomery, who's actually from the Central Coast region, she kicked the conversion to put us 2 points ahead, and it would have been difficult because she was kicking towards the Māori All-Stars supporter crew, and she was getting absolutely booed. And for a young kid, that can be tricky, but she went through her process, stuck to her routine, and ultimately won the game for us, which was pretty cool, a really special moment for her.
It was a good crowd out there at Parramatta as well. Combank Stadium, formerly Parramatta Stadium, for the All-Stars, and a perfect spot for it in Western Sydney. Plenty of our mob out that way, plenty of Pacifica families, Māori families, and around 20,000 people out there at Parra to cheer yous on and cheer the men's side on, as well as we see these two teams greet each other politely before getting into this clash in the men's competition. Beautiful jersey, the purple. I'm just going through my list of jerseys here to see which of these two sides is wearing that beautiful strip. The Southern Kings is the side on the left of your screen in the purple, taking on the Central West Black Trackers, who get us underway for this men's fixture here at the Ella 7's 2025. A strong tackle to get us started from the Central West Black Trackers. Getting the offload, and a little bit of space presented itself out here, but we'll have a yellow card shown to the number 10 there for the Central West side. memory serves me correctly, he's off for, a couple of minutes?
Couple of minutes, yeah. So that'll mean the Central West Black Trackers are down to 6 players, which, as we know, if you can get the ball back, especially with 6 players, you just want to hold on to it until your player comes on or until Nat Lindsay comes back on. So, yeah, anything kind of high around that shoulder area these days is pretty much penalised. So they'll have to watch that.
Yeah, the number 10, Nat Lindsay, is the player with an enforced breather for the Central West Black Trackers, but they have possession, which is exactly what they want when they're playing 6 on 7. And just didn't do what they needed to do there after the tackle, and we're seeing possession handed over and getting play back underway quickly is the number 11 there, Andrew Scarella, for this Southern Kings 2 side. They get possession back here. They'll want to hold on to it because their man will be rejoining the fray pretty shortly. Fletcher Doyle pops the ball away there to the number 12, Brodie Wheeler, who can't hold on to it. Pill getting exchanged a fair bit here in these early stages, and he's got support inside and uses it. And the number 2 for the Southern Kings number 2 side goes over. And again, I'm not sure this is on his birth certificate. The number 2 name withheld. Yeah. Going over for the Southern Kings number 2. Please, teams, please, I beg you, give us your team lists in the app so we can call you properly. And this team list is probably 98% done, but of course the player who scores is one of the names on the team that's been withheld. But nonetheless, great support play there from him. And once we find out his name, we'll give him a plug because, yeah, in 7's, if you can back up and you can be another support option for someone who's in space, then you're doing pretty amazing work.
The 9:40 game on field number 4 is Power Connections versus Bluestone Brothers. On field number 2, the next game. It'll be the Southern Kings number 2 side that gets us back underway. But let's see a replay of that one first. And, well, there were some players coming across in cover, but not sure if he realised he wasn't going to get there or just tripped over. But that might have been Tyrone Peckham going to ground there, which meant it was a much easier run to the line there for the Southern Kings number 2. There's a foot race on here, ball dribbling into the backfield, and it is that Central West Black Trackers that come up with the ball, and they also earn themselves a penalty here, just shy of the 22. They get back underway. They are back to a full complement of 7 players. Tyrone Peckham going to the ground there, but turning over possession, as we've seen a few times so far in this clash. Now let's see if he's got the speed to outpace his man on the outside, and indeed he does. The ankle tap attempt comes in, but it is not enough to stop the Southern Kings number 2 side from going in once more. And I think that is Andrew Scarcella for the Southern Kings number 2.
Yeah, Andrew's got some wheels for sure. The game's kind of been played between, I guess, the 222s at the moment. Like, it's right in the middle of the field, but then there's just some line breaks that are causing some havoc for the Central West Black Trackers men. They're defending well. They're just getting burnt by that speed on the edge. So a really good game so far. I'm really enjoying it.
Let's have a look at the blistering pace that he showed here. It wasn't as if there weren't any defenders out there, but just so much more speed than his opposite number, and racing away for the try there. They really need to tighten this game up, do the Central West side, before it runs away from them. Let's see what they can do. Plenty of, well, certainly rugby league prowess in the Central West of the state. Rugby Union too, for that matter. So hopefully they can show us what they can deliver shortly. But that pass from Dane Fuller for Central West, not finding its man, finding the touch line, and we'll have a line out right in front of our commentary position, just inside the Central West Black Trackers half.
Yeah, Takiri Swankar, he looking pretty likely, number 3 for the Central West Black Trackers men. He's got some beautiful footwork. He's there with the ball again. Lovely draw and pass, so he's trying to create some opportunities and really taking control out there.
Did well to win that line out against the throw, the Central West outfit, and over the 10 they go. Let's see what they can do in this part of the field. And that will help their cause, and we'll see a yellow card come out for that effort as well. Pretty much a zero tolerance policy being shown to high tackles and the like by the officials here, and this is really an opportunity here. 7-on-6 for the Central West outfit with Andrew Scarcella off the field for Southern Kings 2. Trey Fitzpatrick collects it from the back of the scrum, and well, they had numbers there, but the pass is not an accurate one, and neither is that for that matter. So they might regain possession here. Let's see what the referee calls after that little phase of pinball. He'll make it easy for us. It's half time.
Boys getting a well-deserved break. But as we've said before, the break is not that long. It's just enough to catch your breath, have a quick word, and then you're back out there under fire again. So it's a very, very quick halftime break.
7 aside, 7-minute halves. Let's see what unfolded in that first 7-minute period. It was 2 tries to the Southern Kings outfit in the purple.
Your live stream's not working. It's not connected onto the Facebook.
And this is how that first one unfolded there. Just the pass in field. Probably could have gone himself, Dallas Riley Burns, but sent it in field to the number 2 instead, just to make it certain that they'd post the first 5 points. And it was Keith Gatt, the try scorer, the number 2 for the Southern Kings number 2 side. Thank you, Ella, for passing that one on. Good we could give him a shout out for his efforts out there. Keith Gatt in the number 2 for the Southern Kings men's number 2 side.
And this first minute and a half of the second half will be really, really telling. Southern Kings have a man in the sin bin for about a minute and a half, so we'll see if the Central West Black Trackers men can get points on the board, but they would have loved to get that kick off. That would have been a perfect start, but Southern Kings with the ball to start the second half. Oh, not for long. Not for long. Commentator's curse.
They regain possession, and he's got some pace on him for a bigger man. The number 10 here for Central West. He might go all the way. The cover defence is speeding across by way of Jacob Bradbury, but gets over and, well, opening to the second half, sees Central West go over the line. And what a try there from their number 10. That was strong stuff from Nat Lindsay.
Yeah, Nat Lindsay found himself in the sin bin in the first half, so he's repaid his team there with a 5-pointer, and yeah, he's got some pace. What a fast lad.
Difficult conversion, not able to be converted, and will stay there at 12 points to 5, but that's some signs of hope for the Central West outfit. Exactly what they needed to start this second half, and finding themselves now in the unusual position of getting us back underway. And, well, I'm not sure this one will go the distance. It does not. Right idea, not the right execution for that one.
Yeah, just the thought, like you said, the thought process, definitely go for it. Why not? You've got one man up and Nothing to lose. You might as well try and put some points on the board, but just couldn't quite get the depth on that one. So back to defence for the Central Coast West Strikers men.
And getting the ball away there is Jalen Pender, and he's got some speed on him as well, does the number 11 for one of the bigger players in this side. It's Andrew Scarcella, and he goes over for their third try.
There is some serious pace out there. Like, there is some actual fast humans running around, but what would you can't expect anything less from our mob. There's a bit of pace, bit of flair. But yeah, just extraordinary. So good.
And I'll look to convert his own try. It's as difficult a task as will be presented, but it's a pretty good effort and comes off the crossbar. I think we should almost just pay that. That was a pretty incredible conversion attempt from the sideline. Andrew Scarcella. There should be points for trying for that one.
For sure. If there's a crossbar challenge, I want Andrew Scarcella on my team.
Getting us back underway is the number 9 for the Southern Kings number 2 outfit. Let's see what Central West can do. We're back 7-on-7 here after the player came out of the sin bin for the Southern Kings number 2 side. And Central West will making something happen down the middle of the field. It didn't look like there was a gap, but that man created one. The number 2 for the Central West side, Corey Parker. They'll be handing over possession, will the Central West men's outfit.
Yeah, and I think the game, as you probably can see on your screen, at the moment there's no one out on this wing side closest to our commentary box. Everyone's quite bunched up in the middle, so maybe a little bit of fatigue setting in. But if we can get a little bit more width and depth, I think... oh, no, we're trucking it up the middle. I love it. Just power game. So good.
There's the try scorer, Andrew Scarcella, and, well, trying to punch through a gap at the back of the ruck, but doesn't do so, and instead we see ball transfer from Team Purple to Team White, and almost at halfway, right in front of our commentary position here, it looked like it went back out of the hands. It certainly travelled forward, but our official says nope, that is forward.
I thought it was the wind. A little gust of wind just took it forward, but I think you're right. It looked backwards out the hands and maybe floated forwards, but no, our referees do a great job of taking control of these games, and they've definitely got better vision than I do.
Right on halfway is where the number 2 for the Southern Kings number 2 side will feed our scrum. The try scorer, Keith Gatt, for them. And spills out the base of the scrum and finds strong contact there on Jordan Hanna in the number 3 for the Southern Kings side. Finally finds Daniel Pender, who gets the offload away, and this is Jalen Pender, and well, he's got a bit of speed on him, but couldn't outpace those men, and goes over that far touchline. But well, the Pender boys connecting there, but couldn't convert.
Yeah, great cover tackle there. That's what you want, a bit of desperation, especially when you're chasing points. So if they can get a try off this, that'll be a big reward for a great defensive tackle.
It's a 2-man line out, and they will go short here, but instead it lands with the Southern Kings somehow. Inside the Central West 22. This is dangerous stuff here. Scarcella can get an offload away as well. They've got the numbers out here on this far attacking side for them. And number 5, Jacob Bradbury, is on the end of that conga line and goes over for their 4th try of this round 1 clash.
Lucerne Brothers.
A little bit more, I guess, an easier conversion than the last one, but if he's taken some inspiration from Andrew Scussel, oh, he's sprayed it to the left, that's okay. Happens to the best of us.
One is Coastal Black Cockatoos.
That is where we will end up. 22 points to 5. The Southern Kings, number 2 side, taking the points against the Central West Black Trackers in this round 1 clash. Pool B for this LS7's 2025 tournament, and from the outset they just looked just a cut above the Central West side.
Yeah, they had, I guess the connection seemed there. You know, they could, I guess, sense what each other was doing, especially in defence. They were cover tackling for each other, able to make them one-on-one tackles, and you could see there was a bit of trust around what was happening. So not overcommitting numbers, and a very calm, measured performance, I think. Yeah, really, really, I enjoyed that one too. There's been some great games. We're 2 games in, and we've been treated to some absolute awesome games so far.
Coming up here will be the men's Pool D game between the Taree Connections and the Lucerne Brothers.
Yeah, I think you're right. It might be a combined team between, Redfern, Waterloo. I'm not too sure yet. We'll see who runs out and see if we can get a glimpse into what that team might look like. But again, 2 very, very strong teams coming into this next game.
Certainly love their footy in both those parts of New South Wales. Of course, the Waterloo Storm, Redfern All Blacks, very famous names in Aboriginal footy. And Taree, of course, well, home of Latrell Mitchell and, of course, his brother Shaq and the whole Mitchell clan, plus many, many other star players through the years.
And Shaq scored an awesome try the other weekend too. He was very, very strong. Very, very strong player. So it was great to see Shaq Mitchell, leading those boys around, and he did an amazing job. He's a great advocate for the game, and proud boy from Taree as well. Same, obviously same as Latrell. So yeah, it's great to have the Mitchell brothers involved in rugby league, but not also rugby league, just in the community out there doing wonderful things.
And the Lucerne side just running onto the field from the far side. They'll be running from left to right. We'll have names for those players before too long, hopefully, because it's showing up as 1 to 7, blank, 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 blank. So hopefully before too long, be able to tell you who they are. And hopefully we don't have name withheld playing for the 3rd team in a row out here. He's playing too many games so far in this tournament. young name withheld.
Scored a lot of tries though, name withheld. He's carved them up.
Be player of the tournament at this rate.
Yep, that's it.
Let's see how the Lucerne side can go. And, a half convincing dummy there, almost split the 2 defenders from Taree, but that gap closed as soon as it opened. And kicking us off in this first half is a very flat pass there for Lucerne, but not called out. And pretty quick recycle there as we see them go out that left-hand flank, but the dribbling ball just unable to be picked up easily by the number 5 for Lucerne. So we will see, for the first time in this men's clash, the Taree Connections side with a bit of possession, assuming they win this scrum.
Yeah, now Hakeem Torrens, he seems to be holding his hand or a finger or something like that from the Tari Connection side. So hopefully not a broken finger or a hand or something like that. But he's going to soldier on and keep playing.
Mentioned a bit earlier that there wasn't a cloud in the sky. Well, I think it might be commentator's curse because a few have rolled in and we're covered in almost full shade here at the Central Coast Sporting Complex, which has probably helped things out temperature-wise as well. It's taken the edge out of the temperature, which is probably not a bad thing ahead of a full day of football. That ball went back, says our official, and Taree can maintain possession of it, and hitting and spinning there is Tyson England, and pops the ball away. They're they're following each other up well, and just can't hold on to the peel out on this far attacking side. That's one of the first errors that we've seen from name withheld in this tournament, and the number 2 for the Taree Connections men is one of those players as well.
Yeah, and Hakeem Torrens, who I mentioned before, he was out there in the middle for Tari Connections, and he's just come off the field still grasping at that hand or wrist or whatever it might be, but he's not looking comfortable on the sideline there. So fingers crossed nothing's broken or out of place.
And a pretty convincing dummy there from Lufern helps that number 2 go through the gap that was created, and they make it up to the 10 in the Taree end of the field. Some good footwork, but their jerseys are pretty similar. Not sure if he got confused, but handing it right to a Taree player. Oh, strong fend, gets the offload to their number 8, Tyson England. He also gets it away, and this is looking good for Taree. Matt Simon just steadies the play, and there's Simon stepping off his right and connecting up there with the number 5, Callan Briggs for Taree, who earns a penalty for his side. Tyrone Harding here, and also earns a penalty here, and no desire for a quick restart. Happy just to hold that one up. They hand it back to Tyrone, who finds touch around 10 metres out from the Lufern line.
And Lufern will have to be a little bit careful here. They've given away 2 consecutive high tackle penalties, so the ref will have his eye on that. So, they've been pretty strict on any sort of shoulder contact in this tournament so far.
Oh, and stepping off his right again. Looking good is Jamie Ingram, and quick tap, and thought he was over there, did Tyson England, but not this time. But it might be after this sequence of passes out wide. It is for Taree. They did very well there. The number 2 getting over the line on the far side. Can you guess who just went over for Taree?
Oh, name withheld. I'm so sorry, lad, that we can't give you a proper shout out, but unfortunately we don't have.
It's just come through in breaking news. The number 2 is Aaron Simon.
Well done, Aaron. Great job. And if there's ever an example of letting the ball do the work, Tari Connections there, just ball through the hands, draw and pass, great skill, and a try in the corner, as we can see here on the replay. Just letting the ball do the work, pass out in front, early catch, all the fundamentals. So any kids watching at home, that's great footy.
Yeah, you can really see. I mean, they're called the Taree Connections by name, and they've got plenty of connections in their play as well, just following up each other, getting the offloads away, really eager for it. Let's see what they can do here. Will this one get over the 10? Well, it may not have, but we'll never know, because the number 9 for Lufern collected it and play on here and chipping over the top. And, if this comes off, it'll be a fantastic try. But the number 6, he collects the chip, but then can't hold on to it as he chases for the line. And the siren has gone in the background. Taree, though, reckon they might be able to pick up another try before going in for a huddle for a couple of minutes. Let's see what they can do here. just steadying things up, nothing on offer immediately, so tries a few dance moves, does the number one for Taree. Tyrone Harding has had plenty of involvement early on in this clash.
I'm loving it. There's been some good goose steps out there at the moment. They're really good.
Yeah, he's brought his moves from the nightclubs of Taree to the fields of the Central Coast. And we're still going here. Just working through the phases, Taree, to see if they can pick up another try before the time truly runs out on them in this first half, and they managed to still keep it in field here. Matt Simon collects it eventually. He gets it off to the number 9 for Taree, Joseph Brooks, and now Tyson England with the footy, sending it out to that far side, stepping back inside, dummying to himself and throwing to himself, and this is pretty entertaining, even if it's not getting them very far from Taree. And can he put the fend on and break away from his man? A beautiful offload to Simon. Simon with the dummy, Simon with the step, and I think finally we might have an end to this first half after that. Ball goes to the deck. Finally there from Joseph Brooks. That'll do us for a very long first half after that little bit of extra time there, but it was pretty entertaining.
Oh, and credit to Lufern. Like, they were a brick wall. They just kept defending, wouldn't give up the defensive line. And that last passage of play must have gone for well over a minute. So they were out on their feet. They're obviously chasing on the scoreboard and didn't leak any points just before that halftime break. So well done, boys.
Now, I think there might be a few issues with the Facebook stream. So if you are watching this on YouTube, firstly, thanks for joining us. Thanks for finding us. And let anybody else know that you think might be interested in tuning into the LS7s, that it is, well, YouTube is your best bet for now for this men's clash between Lufern, running from right to left on your screen and defending to start this second half, taking on the Taree Connections. This very entertaining Taree Connections side. I could keep watching them all day, but we've only got 7 more minutes of them in this round one clash. Let's see what they can do on attack here. They've, well, the numbers are pretty evenly matched out here on this right attacking flank for them. Without too much pressure, drops the ball there, does the number 10, Kobe Simon for Taree.
Yeah, rare mistake from Taree. They've been very, very good with ball in hand, but sometimes after a halftime break, you've stopped your legs moving for a little bit, and you can come out after that halftime break just a little bit, you might have a little lapse in concentration there, but I'm sure he'll want to make it up for his team and he'll go out and defend, so... I reckon Kobe Smith might get a try in this second half. If you make an error like that, usually you want to get a try or make up for it.
And, well, strong push there from the Taree side at the scrum means they come away from it, and they might come away with 5 points as well. That's exactly what happens. Waiting for it out there on that left attacking flank is Aaron Simon, who gets another try for Taree. He's bagged both of theirs so far, and that was very good from Taree at the scrum. That set it up for them.
Yeah, and again, just letting the ball do the work, getting the ball out early to the right people, to the speed on the wing, I think Taree look really, really strong, really balanced again. And they'll probably go deep into this competition by the looks of things.
We saw one come off the crossbar in the last match. That one has come off the left upright. So we will stay there at 10 points to nil, 2 tries to nil, Taree over Lufern in the second half of this men's clash. Let's see how that one unfolded, and just had too much speed there. And even if the defender had come across, I would have put my money on Aaron Simon to have put on a fend, put on a step, put on something to get across the line. You can see he's a try scorer. And, let's get back to live action now, because it's pretty entertaining stuff and attracts the 2 defenders before popping the pass out there to Joseph Brooks. But Joseph just put his right boot over the touchline, and up goes the New South Wales Waratahs flag from the sideline official, letting Lufern off the hook. But they look dangerous, Taree. Let's see how this second half unfolds, but I could see them putting a few more tries on this Lufern outfit, and they will take up possession once again here, Taree.
And you mentioned the Tars flag. That was a great game last night, Tars and Drua. That last 5-6 minutes, it was anyone's ball game. But, I've been loving the rugby the last couple of weeks. It's been so good to have all the games, and amazing game last night. I wasn't sure who was going to win that one, but Tars got the win in the end.
Early in the season, there's hope for the New South Wales Waratahs going into 2025 after a good couple of early performances.
Wish I could say I was a Tars supporter, but I'm a Queensland Reds supporter, so Taree going in again there. Sorry, we're getting distracted, but Taree going in again for another try.
We love Taree. We love the Tars. Both doing well early on, and we'll see them extend their lead to 15 points to nil, and a difficult conversion from out wide.
A teammate of mine last year, Vitalina Naikore, in the Fijiana team yesterday. I think she scored the quickest try in Super Rugby, or women's, or I think both actually. It was the quickest try in history. Straight off a kickoff, she scored after about, 8 seconds.
A conversion close, but no cigar there from Tyrone Harding. So we will stay at 15 points to nil. And great to have that double header as well at the Sydney Football Stadium yesterday. The women's match and the men's match back to back.
Yeah, so good. It's all back, sports back. It's footy season, life's good.
Goodbye cricket, hello footy for another year as we get into the winter sports season. And Lufern, well, let's see if they can post some points here in this second half to not go away empty-handed, but it's not looking promising on that front for them. Let's see, though, Taree, on the other hand, might be able to just add to their tally, and they do through Kyle Simon. $20 points to nil. Will they attempt the conversion? It doesn't look like it, so I think that's where we will stay after that clash there for the Rugby 7's. Oh no, he's coming back. He's come out of shaking hands and saying thanks to attempt the conversion, but doesn't change the scoreboard. 20 points to nil is still where we'll stay. Have a look at how that one unfolded in just a second as we see the highlights make their way from the broadcast truck to your YouTube stream at the moment. We'll have those in just a minute, but Aaron Simon, will see him shortly, probably getting the first try of the second half after collecting 5 points in the first half. And I'm told as well that the Facebook live stream is back up on the Lloyd McDermott Rugby Development Team Facebook page. Some technical glitches there meant that I think half a game was missed out of the Facebook stream. Let's have a look how this try unfolded, and over he went there in the first half. The number 2, Aaron Simon, for the Taree outfit, and then same side of the field, but running in the opposite direction in the second half. The number 2, Simon, once again, just saying there was nobody really in his way. That was just the referee, so he could run around and put it closer to the black dot. And then, well, this try here, they just worked the numbers very clinically there, did Taree and Tyson England, getting the points. This will be their last try of that clash. And a pretty easy one at that. We'll be back to the under-17s boys next here on field number 5, the main field here at the Central Coast. Why it's called field number 5 is beyond me, but that is where we will see this clash get underway between the University of Sydney Red side and the Southern Sports Academy. Now, I stand to be corrected, but I'm going to take a punt that the team in red is the Sydney University Red side.
I hope so. I hope so. It makes sense. It makes sense. But you never know. You never know. But either way, oh my gosh, both jerseys are amazing to look at, especially from up here in the commentary section. They're amazing. I'm in awe every year of how well these jerseys come up and how amazing the designers are. Both teams just feeling each other out here a little bit early. Penalty early. Oh, and over the sideline, unfortunately. Just misjudged that one, which, if we're assuming correctly, will give the University of Sydney Red under-17 boys the ball line out on the far right-hand side of the field. Prime attacking position here, which should be exciting. There's some speedy boys out there from what I can see. Oh, wow.
There goes Southern Sports Academy right up the middle. Now it's a foot race and runs on the diagonal to outpace his man, and the Southern Sports Academy are on the board.
That change of pace was electric. Electric. Unsure of that young fella's name, but he has some serious wheels.
We've got a full team list in front of us from the University of Sydney Red side that, yes, as we guessed, is in the red outfit for this clash, but we don't have a team list for the Southern Sports Academy side, unfortunately. So if anybody watching on Facebook or on YouTube is associated with the Southern Sports Academy team, please tell someone to pop your team list in. We'll be very grateful up here in the commentary position at least. And anybody playing along on the Rugby Explorer app, which is very helpful for this tournament this weekend as well. As we see the University of Sydney side, well, he was flirting with the touchline and might have been too focused on staying in and not holding on to the football, the number 3 for them.
Southern Sports Academy just losing that line out, which is giving this Sydney Reds team an opportunity which they have taken and scored in the corner. Brilliant try.
That beautiful. Are we still calling it the Ben Tune Swan Dive? Is that still a thing 20 years on from when he was going around for the Wallabies?
I'm not sure. I'm probably not the best person to comment on this. I've never swan dived in my life. So, yeah, I'll stay out of this one. I'm not too sure. I'm not very graceful. But we were just talking about this young fella here, actually. He went out of touch on the left-hand side of the field. They regained the ball back and he scored on the right-hand side of the field. So, yeah, shout out to number 3 from University of Sydney Red Boys. We don't have his name at the moment. But again, wonderful work.
$10-20 game on field number 5 will be Skin Dogs Old Boys versus Newcastle United Tigers.
That is a brilliant kickoff. I think that just
On field number 2,
raised
there will be a break.
over the 10-metre line. So great kickoff, but unfortunately Southern Sports Academy now have possession after University of Sydney originally won that kickoff.
On
But
field number 3, the next will be a break. On field number 4, Coastal Black Cockatoos versus Next Generation, Next Level. On field number 6, Central West Malians versus University of Sydney Black.
great offloading, just keeping the ball alive at the moment. Sports Academy.
On field number 7,
Great support play on a lovely chip kick in.
at
And a
University of
try.
Sydney Black.
The skill level on show here today is phenomenal, especially from these under-17 boys. Lovely try there to Samuel Dooley from... Oh, sorry, not Samuel Dooley. I've got the wrong team list in front of me. From the Southern Sports Academy boys. We'll find out his name once we do get that team list through. $12-5 as we kick off here. And kick didn't go 10, so that'll give the University Red team an opportunity just before half time here to try and bag some more points. And they can go here. They've got some space out to the left-hand side. Oh, great tackle. Oh, not a great tackle. Little bit high. I think I'm still in rugby league world where you can go that little bit higher above the chest, but not here in 7's. Oh, lovely. And they'll get a try right before... Oh. Refs awarded it. We'll see if Angus McPhail can even us up here. 12 points apiece with his conversion, and unfortunately misses it to the left. But nonetheless, a great fight back here from the University of Sydney Red boys team. 2 points in this one at half time as the boys go to the break for a well-deserved rest.
New South Wales Aboriginal Land Council, Quick Line, and Vibrant for their valuable sponsorship, and also to
Thanks for taking us through that first half, Talisha Harden, while I texted everybody I knew here on the Central Coast to see if they could get us some team sheets. Let's have a look at the highlights, though, of how that one unfolded. And, yep, the Academy side doing well here up the the middle of the field and almost lost his footing, but then won the foot race across field to go over for the first try in this one. And let's see what happened here. A little bit messy, but the University of Sydney side capitalised and going over the number 3 Titus Alder for the Sydney University red outfit. Before the academy side did well here, kicking through the gap, chasing his own kick, and beautiful stuff there from the academy player. Saw the opportunity that most other players wouldn't have seen as we see the final of the 4 tries from this opening half, the number 4 for the University of Sydney crashing over. And that is how we ended the first half. As we see that replay once more before returning to live action. And it is Sydney Uni through their number 2 who struggled after being tackled there, did Samuel Dooley, and handing over possession here. It's a bit messy on the floor, but the academy side come away with it. The headgear boys connecting and just weaving his way around the centre of the park. And trying to create the overlap by going backwards, kicks instead of passes. It's all happening out here in front of us on the Central Coast. They've still got the ball. That pass goes backwards somehow. And finally, whatever that was comes to an end.
I love a little lateral kick instead of a pass. Why not? It's 7's. Let's give it a crack. I love that these boys feel like they can express themselves. Like, some of the skill level on show here is absolutely insane. Like, it blows my mind every single year what these boys can do at such a young age.
We'll finally get this scrum sorted. Sydney Uni feeding it. Strong push there from the academy side, and they'll be coming away with possession if this line out goes to plan. Flies high, but can't come down with it. Sydney Uni getting a reprieve as they come out of their own 22 and, well, not a lateral kick, but a kick downfield with nobody in front of him here for the number 4 for Sydney University. He scored their last try in the first half, and, he was too complacent and lost the ball forward. He thought he could just jog downfield and collect another 5 points automatically, but you can't do that. And the chase from the Southern Academy side, well, congratulations to them for not giving in.
That was insane. I'm sure we'll get a replay of that one soon, but just to have that presence of mind, to keep chasing, that determination, that is amazing. That is insane.
That will be one of that player's regrets of this tournament, not putting the afterburners on. We didn't even need to turn the afterburners on. He just needed to go out of first gear. And instead, we see the Southern Academy side trying to do what the Sydney Uni side did just a moment ago, kicking into open pastures. Needs the bounce to go his way. Finally, it does. And the number 7 for the Southern Academy side goes over. The soccer skills, the rugby skills, and they deserved that try. But that, I hate to say it for Sydney Uni, was off the back of the defensive chase right down the other end of the field.
And we don't have his name yet, but number 9 from the academy team, he's made the cover tackle, he's pumped up, he's put that kick in, really changed the game here for his team.
having to just sprint to collect that one there. The Sydney University player flicks it back, and a little bit of danger there for Sydney Uni as well, with the players from the academy side up in their faces in defence and now on offence, and just 5 out from the line as well. Looking to post back-to-back tries and does it all himself, the number 9, Fend over.
He is phenomenal. Like, he's in everything at the moment. He can do it all. Cover tackle, kick, footwork, speed, fend. So well done. Well done to that young academy boy. He's taking this game by storm. And kicks the conversion. What can't he do? A well-deserved rest now, that's for sure. He's been phenomenal this game.
He's definitely earned it. Let's see how this one unfolded. Nothing doing right, nothing doing behind the ruck. We'll just go left instead, and don't need anybody else. I can do it. It's all right, lads. And gets over for their latest try, the academy side. And what a second half from them. Incredible stuff. From a very tight first half to sprinting away with it here in the second stanza.
Yeah, and the Uni of Sydney boys aren't doing too much wrong at the moment. They're not doing too much wrong at all. It's just the academy boys are holding onto the ball, and when they've had opportunities, they've taken them.
Sydney University with the throw, but that one far too close to the academy lads, and academy come away with it here, and will have a penalty as well for them around 10 metres out from the Sydney Uni line. Just pausing momentarily, the two officials conversing. I think the sideline official might have picked up on something that our man in the middle did not. And a yellow card resulting from that intervention from the sideline official. So we'll have 7 on 6 for the last part of this clash. Well, the last part of this clash is another few seconds. That'll be it. And the academy side, well, they deserved that win. Very strong second half from them. Never say die attitude all the way, and they've come away with the points here in the 17s boys clash.
Yeah, and you talk about the 1%ers as footy players. You always talk about the 1%ers, the chasing, the supporting, and the Southern Sports Academy did that extremely, extremely well. So well done. That was another entertaining game, and they'll go deep into the competition, I'm sure. I think this is that replay of the cover tackle coming up on your screen. This was absolutely insane.
Just jogging downfield. Not a care in the world. Nice little Saturday afternoon stroll in a park on the Central Coast, and Case McInerney matted and gets chased down, the number 4 there for Sydney Uni. But now the boys come together after that one. And the academy side, well, they deserved it in the end.
Yeah, and you love to see it, and that's what it's all about. Community carnivals like the other 7's, you switch it on for the game, fierce, fast competitors, and then after the game, arm in arm. It's just good to get around everyone.
And Lloyd Walker joining us up here in the commentary box just to give Talesha a break after a marathon morning up here in the box. You'll get a short break and then we'll send you down to the sideline for a little bit, sis, so don't get too comfortable. So we'll bring in Lloyd Walker. Uncle, thanks for joining us.
No problem, Dan. It's a pleasure to be here.
How's the day been so far up here on the Central Coast for you?
Yeah, my community love Peru's. We brought 2 men's side up and a 17 side. We love coming up to Tugra, see all the mob, beautiful facilities, and good playing fields, fast, which our boys and girls really enjoy.
One of your sides went all the way last year, I think the under-16s boys.
Yeah, we've got a lot of very good young kids coming through. They won the league knockout when they were 15s, won under 17s when they were 16 and won again last year. So they've had 3 years of the Koori Knockout Rugby League and been undefeated. But we have to try to keep these all these NRL clubs away from them so they can play with Lapa, which is difficult.
Yeah, it'd be a tough choice, an NRL club coming knocking versus Laparoos Panthers.
No. Yeah, if they get the opportunity to play NRL, well and good. That's why we bring them up as a young kids so the pathway is to NRL and hopefully have a long career and really help out their finances as well.
And is it largely the same group that's playing in both the union and the league for Lapa?
Mainly league blokes. I think the 7's have really helped us because back when I was playing, it was amateur, so most of the boys that go to the rugby league try to make $1, which you can't blame them for. But rugby's gone professional now, so I just liked our boys to have the option of league and rugby union. So I know one of our community members, Morris Longbottom, played LS7s, and he's picked up and he's played about 6 or 7 years with the Australian team. So there's opportunities. The NRL players these days are really sculptured. Unfortunately, a lot of our boys and girls don't fit that mould. So alternative opportunities are always here in rugby, especially 7's.
Now, Uncle, while we wait for these two teams, we're waiting for this is the first of the veterans, the men's veterans games out here at the Central Coast. The Skin Dogs Old Boys taking on the Newcastle United Tigers. They'll be out on field shortly. But for those that don't know you or need a bit of reminding, tell us about your footy playing days.
Yeah, so I played with the Ella brothers. Went to school with them at Matchville High. Went on to play with Roundwick, played over 270 first grade games with Roundwick. Inducted to the Hall of Fame at Roundwick as well. Won 10 first grade premierships there. Ended up playing with the Wallabies at the right old age of 28, so I had to buy me time before I got the representative honours, but that's fine. And then I was assistant coach with the Wallabies for a while. Played in the south of France, played in Dublin. Coached in Japan.
Seen a fair bit of the world with rugby union.
Yeah, that's one good thing it's done for me is showed me the world. Yeah, and it's very apt for me to call the veterans game, seeing my age and ageing body. So looking forward to it.
You didn't want to run out there with the lads this year?
No. Those days are gone. Just an expert from the sideline now. No mistake, football, mate.
It's good to have the veterans competition out here as well. Talk about wanting to see all of the different junior competitions and the different age groups to give the kids more of a chance, and same at the other end of the age spectrum as well. I reckon for these some of the older fellas that might still want to run around but mightn't get a Guernsey in the senior men's side.
Yeah, I think it's a very good concept they're bringing in. You see age in Oztag, touch. These players have got rugby running through their veins and they just want to keep playing. So, yeah, it's a great opportunity and it's a good initiative that Lloydies have done this year. So hopefully it'll grow and we'll get more teams next year when the word's out. And I'm sure they'll be able to celebrate after the tournament a lot better than the boys as well.
And this is the Skin Dogs side. They're very strong in the Rugby 7's. In the men's competition last year, coming away with it, and in the veterans coming away with the first points for this one via their number 2, Ratavesi Tokalalivu.
I'm glad you had to pronounce his name. I'd just call him Vessi.
I might call him Vessi. Hope
Yeah,
he
that's a good idea.
doesn't mind me getting too familiar too quickly. And opening points for the Skin Dogs taking on the Newcastle United Tigers.
The kick-off was taken by David Longbottom, one of our members of La Perouse community, so we know David well. He was a founding member of the Skin Dogs when they first started playing the LS7, so it's good to see him running around. Not as fit as he used to be, but I'm sure he's enjoying the rugby out there.
A strong hit put on the number 6 for the Newcastle side. John Kirkland, though, number 6 for them, not too worse for wear after that encounter. Let's have a look at it again here. Whack.
Yeah, very good technique. Got under the ball, kept his body moving forward, and took the momentum from the attacker. It's a great way to tackle in rugby 7s, and it's so important with 7 players on the full field to make your tackles. So, it was very good.
How much rugby 7s did you play back in the day, Uncle, or not much?
Yeah, no, we played a lot. One of the main tournaments was Kiama 7s. So the round week, I won it 5 times, the Kiama 7s, and usually the Kiama 7s would lead to a selection in the Australian team to play in Hong Kong. So back in those days, it was mainly just for pre-season training. A few 7 tournaments around New South Wales, but the main was Kiama. They picked the national side out of that, and they just played it Hong Kong. It's not like these days when you travel the world playing 7s. So it was just it was a more of a thing you did to get fit, and it did work when you played 7s a few tournaments. Your fitness would improve a lot.
Now it's all over the world. It's not just Hong Kong. It's Los Angeles. It's Vancouver. It's Perth. It's all over the globe. Rugby 7s.
Yeah, it's amazing how it's grown over the years. All the different countries getting on board, investing in it, getting overseas coaches to come to different places like Kenya and stuff and playing 7s, and I really enjoy watching those tournaments. You see the natural ability of some of the players that you wouldn't have seen before, and they wouldn't have the opportunity to travel around the world as well. So it's a great concept, and it's hopefully they'll keep it going.
And a great pathway for many of our players as well. Of course, playing in the men's and women's Australian teams, but also in the 7s competition, and that being an opportunity, of course, to go to the Olympics and represent Australia at the biggest of all of the world's sporting competitions these days.
Yeah, the mind boggles how those young kids get the opportunity to do that. Back in my day, like I said, we just did the one tournament, and hopefully we went to Hong Kong. But to play in Olympic Games, playing the game that they enjoy so much, it's just amazing. I'm happy for the over 35s. There's a bit of cloud around, so it's not too steamy. So they'll last the tournament a lot better than it was really hot and steamy. So the boys would appreciate that.
Yeah, it was creeping up a little bit earlier when I was looking at the weather, and still 25 degrees, it's saying, on the Central Coast, but it feels a bit cooler than that with the clouds overhead here at Tugger, and a nice breeze as well, just to take the edge off things as we see the Skin Dogs. Well, they came out of the blocks, did the Skin Dogs, but Newcastle settled a little bit and stemmed that rate of scoring. But let's see what the Skin Dogs can do here on the edge of half-time, and stepping back in field for them is their number 5, Jay Coe, and let's see if he gets it done. He's just teasing and toying with the Newcastle player back there, does Jar Coe,
but finally gets it down to...
That was a great try by Jar. It was important they used the width of the field, and that's what they did this time. They used the width of the field and stretched the defence out, so it was really well done. A little wrap around, and then they freed up Jade to score the try. See if you can kick it, or a wobbly kick, and it got over. Yes.
Yeah, had no elegance about it, but it got the job done.
Yeah, you don't get any more points if it looks good, that's for sure.
Will we get back underway here, or will we pause for a little bit of a break? No, we'll get back underway after that try and conversion from Jarko.
Yeah, they're very willing at the breakdown. Breakdown's a spot where you don't have to run too much, so a lot of the players getting in there. Forward pass, unfortunately. They set the winger, maybe he was a bit too flat. It's so important in sevens we keep our depth. Keep your depth and try to not contact the opposition, that just hold the ball, wait for opportunities. As you know, in the game of sevens, it's only 7 minutes half, and you can hold the ball for long periods of time if you play it correctly.
Newcastle side just appealing with the referee there to say it went back out of the hands and it was the breeze that took it forward, sir. But those appeals inevitably fall on deaf ears. I don't think I've ever seen a referee change their mind after an appeal like that, as we see the two sides get into their huddles after. It was a nice touch there. A few of the lads just pumping fists and slapping hands as they went into half-time. We'll have some highlights of this first half in just a moment. See how we got to the half-time break. And let's see these highlights now.
Yeah, the Skin Dogs attacking, using the width of the field, which is very important, and not rushing it. So it was very well performed, and the stretching of the defence helped there by their width and depth. And this is this big hit we spoke to about earlier. Skin Dogs winning the ball, David Longbottom coming. Yes, using different angles. David did very well then, run at the 5'8", drew him, put the man away, and the man worked from the outside inside to score that great try.
Strong defence as well from the Skin Dogs. Pretty powerful in attack and powerful in defence as well. The number 4 getting in the middle of a lot of it there, Kitioni Vasu.
Yep.
He scored their second try and involved in setting that one up there as well. That try by Jarko as we get back underway for the second 7-minute stanza, and it will be the Skin Dogs who will get the advantage early on here.
Yeah, kick-off not going 10 metres is a penalty on halfway. Take a quick tap and went straight through the middle. It's so important that you just set plays correct on the 7's. What ball you keep and don't give it back to the opposition, otherwise that's what happens.
Jeremy Hampton in the number 9 for the Skin Dogs outfit. Did it all there from halfway to the try line, and now we'll try and convert that effort as well. And does that successfully. Will take us out to 24 points to nil in this clash, the veteran men's clash between the Skin Dogs Old Boys, with the ascendancy here thanks to that man getting it done. They just weren't set and weren't ready, the Newcastle side, and taking full advantage.
See this kick-off? It finally goes 10 after it bounces over the 10-metre line. Yeah. Got to release the ball on the ground. Unfortunately, that player didn't. Skin Dogs is the ball, move it wide. We talk about the width of the field. Not rushing, taking their time, setting up. Jay did really well, sent away.
And that'll be try number 2 for the number 2 for the Skin Dogs Old Boys. Again, just toying with the poor old Newcastle defender in the in-goal area there. Radavesi Tokalalivu getting his second try of this clash, and again, a pretty easy conversion. He made it for himself, and that will take us out to 29-31, if my math serves me correctly, to zip. But Skin Dogs looking very strong here in this veterans competition.
Yeah, Newcastle's got to get the ball and hold the ball. They've been defending all half, and you can't really do that in 7s. End of the day, a big field, not many players on it, takes its toll. And yet again, the Skin Dogs win possession. So important in the game of 7s. Hold the ball and keep the ball. And another try to the Skin Dogs in the corner. Newcastle needs to get the ball in their hand and hold it for a period of time. Make the Skin Dogs make some defence, so, and then might take a bit out of them as well.
This Skin Dogs Rugby Union outfit, do you know much about the history of them, Uncle?
It's originally a few people from La Perouse. That they put a side together, and I think Glenn Ella was involved, and they started. There was no La Perouse team in those days, so it was a kind of La Perouse kind of Skin Dogs. But then we decided we had to put a La Perouse side in. So I think Matty Sonta took over. He's involved in Australian rugby and does a lot of good work for our young Indigenous kids, trying to get them opportunities in rugby. I think he works for the AU now, so we've got a good person in the organisation that are really trying to push Indigenous players in the Super Rugby, in the 7s. So we've had a few boys. Lloydie's took a team over to Singapore. Recently I went over. That was a very good side. Got beaten in the semi-final by the Fijian second side. So, a lot of good boys are playing at the moment, and Maddie's looking after them in the Skin Dogs, and it's only time before our boys get more opportunities to play at a higher level.
They're really not wanting to have to convert from out wide, are the Skin Dogs, even if it means beating 2 defenders in the in-goal area. They're not going to take any conversion from anywhere outside the uprights, apparently.
Yeah. I guess it's a way of soaking up a few seconds as well. So.
Indeed it is. Kitione Vasu for completeness, the try scorer there for the Skin Dogs veteran side. And Skin Dogs, well, make a rare error for them handing it over to the Newcastle side. But let's see how their counter-ruck goes. And it's pretty good for the Skin Dogs. And they will regain possession around 10 out from the Newcastle line. And let's see if the minutes count down here in this one. Less than a couple to go in this clash. Can they pick up another try? And they can. And again, it is through that number 9, Jeremy Hampton for the Skin Dogs.
Yeah, it's so important, the breakdown. A lot of people watch the breakdown. You've got to be really active and get out to clean out, because that's where the turnovers happen. Doesn't happen very often. But that's a great opportunity to turn the ball over at the breakdown. So it's important that people get there quickly, be strong at the breakdown.
Yep, very important. And for sides, I suppose those sides that aren't usual rugby union sides, if you're playing against a team that's very well drilled at the breakdown, you're going to have a pretty hard day of it.
That's for sure. So I think the main thing I tell my players when they play, don't go to ground easy. It just gives opportunity to you support players to get there. If you go down too quickly, usually that's when the breakdown happens. So you really got to fight on your feet and stay up as long as possible.
Try and stay upright, even if it looks a bit cumbersome and a bit awkward.
Yeah. So you've got to be really strong in contact, basically, as well. So the bloke's not have the impetus to put you on the ground really quickly. So that's an important part of breakdown. And of course, the other thing is all the support you're always getting the player that passes the ball to the person that's tackled. He's the most important man to get to the breakdown. He's first there, get over the ball, seal it off, then the defence haven't had any opportunity to get the ball in. So it's so important. You just can't be idle. You've got to be working all the time in the game of sevens. And that's why it's so tiring.
That's why it's only 7-minute halves.
Oh,
You couldn't probably do much longer.
That's for sure. That's for sure. A lot of players wanted 5-minute halves. It's a very hard game to play, but it's very rewarding, and it's really good for our Indigenous men and women because they can show their flair. That's what we bring to a lot of sports. Our flair, our natural gifts of what to do in different situations. You see it in AFL, you see it in NRL, you see it in the 7's, and you see it in rugby at 15s as well, men and women. So, for us to showcase our women and men's skills, it's just great to watch. And I always look forward to coming up with the 7's. You see people you haven't seen for a long time, and you watch sensational rugby. And it's not much to get in either. I think it's free.
Yeah, great support on that front as well, just to try and reduce the barriers to getting out here on the Central Coast for the LS7s.
So this is girls' game.
Yeah, women's clash between Sydney Dreaming and the Sydney Serpents. Serpents on the left of the screen in the pink and blue, running left to right in the first half, and Sydney Dreaming right to left in the black and white. Very traditional colours, and no huge desperation there from the Sydney Dreaming outfit, but they regain possession here through their number 12, and let's see what the women can do in this this clash. The women's Pool A clash. This is round 2 for the women, and possession changes over here, and they've got an opportunity out on this right attacking flank. They had the numbers, but couldn't capitalise on it just yet. And that will be called a forward pass every day of every week of every year.
Yeah, the girls have started a bit hectic, maybe passing when they shouldn't have passed. Part of the 7's is that you take your time, be precise, and then no mistakes come. But they'll settle into it, no doubt.
In their first clash, the Sydney Dreaming side, as they feed their scrum, had a 28 points to 0 victory over the Tinga Tigers, a name we're very familiar with from Aboriginal footy, while the Sydney Serpents had a 31 points to 0 win over the Mr. Jesters Inn. The Mr. Jesters Inn outfit. I don't think I caught them last year, but
They should have a good kangaroo court there anyway, so there might be plenty of alcohol to consume.
they keep going through from Sydney Dreaming. No call of offside or anything like that. And Dummy's on the inside, runs on the outside, and they'll be over for their first try in this one. Sydney Dreaming get on the board first.
Yeah, very good spotting by Sydney Dreaming. The other side didn't have a sweeper, so they saw the space at the back and kicked the ball through, and a good chase, and it was great football. I'm amazed just watching the women play sport these days, how they improve in a short period of time. You watch them play NRL, soccer, AFL, and the rugby 7's, and their skills and athleticism is, it's really amazing how far they've gone in a short time. And it's always a pleasure to watch them run around.
Absolutely. Ava Osmond took the attempted goal there, unsuccessful. But let's have a look at the try that set it up. And there it is. Very well done. Just knew what needed to be done. Didn't overplay a hand. Got the job done. And 5 points to nil. Sydney Dreaming ahead in the first half of this one. Some aggressive defence there from the Sydney Serpents. That was wild, and we'll have play get underway just outside the Serpents 22. They've got numbers here and turns the defence around, and you know when that happens, that it's all over, and dangerous tackle is the claim there from the number 11, the try side of the right upright. So we will stay at 12 points to 5 after the first half.
Yeah, he's just slided to the right that kick, but positive side for the Turtles. So we'll see how they start the second half. Important thing, the kick-off, try to get the ball back. So the important thing is to get it 10 metres to start off with and put the pressure on when you're defending. So Dreaming attacking the blind side, which really is a good tactics to it gives you the width of the field where they're using now. Very willing at the breakdown there and the tackle.
Numbers there at the breakdown for both of these sides. Let's see if that means there's a bit more space out here on the left-hand flank. Well, there probably was until that ball went to the turf. And kicks it to the touchline, and that'll do us for the first stanza.
Yeah, it's so important in sevens to get your fundamentals right. Your passing, your catching, your tackling. They're the things that win games. Take the mistakes out, not giving the ball back to the opposition. So any training of sevens is always should come back to the basics of the game. A game of 15-a-side, a game of NRL. Good passing, good catching. Yep.
Let's see how that first half unfolded. And this was the first try, dummying on the inside. Instead, going down that right edge and doing enough to get it done. And
second try, quick tap, passing it away.
On field number 2.
Now they move the width of the field. This is what I was talking about earlier, where they really had the width of the field with their attackers, and the Turtles didn't mark up correctly. So, because it happened so quickly,
on field number 3,
they really put the pace on the game, and that's where they got the try.
This is Levi Dingo.
Dan, we're going to go.
Uncle just heading off.
Yeah, thanks. Really enjoyed the time. I have to go and coach my Lapa team now. They've got a game coming up, but I'll be back a bit later to have a yarn, eh?
Yeah, catch you then.
Thanks, Dan.
Lloyd Walker, thanks for joining us up here in the box. I'm sure Talisha also enjoyed a bit of a breather after the after the start of the day. Thank you, Uncle Lloyd, for helping out, going to coach his side. Hope they go well today. Sure, under his tutelage, they'll be in as good a position as any of the sides here could be. And the Serpents with a quick tap and making some easy meters without the Dreaming side back the requisite number of meters, and in fact a yellow card gets pulled out against the Dreaming. Ava Osland will be spending the next couple in the bin, and let's see what the Serpents can do with that. They are down by 7, and the numerical advantage. It hasn't really helped any of the teams so far in the boys and men's and veterans men's clashes so far this morning, when we've seen a player sent to the bin for a couple of minutes. I don't think we've seen a team capitalise as of yet, and the play slowing down here will certainly help the Dreaming, as Talisha after getting a nice little break, thanks to Uncle Lloyd, joins us back up here in the commentary position for the second half, the Dreaming against the Serpents.
Yeah, I was just down there on the sideline having a yarn to one of the ball boys, and yeah, we had a good chat and saw my mate Monique Donovan score a nice try in the corner off that kick in the first half. So yeah, really entertaining game as well.
And a pretty scrappy breakdown, but the Dreaming side hold on to possession here, and well, if she's got the pace, she's got the points, because there is nobody in front of her, the number 5 for Sydney Dreaming. That is Darcy Carr, and well, she motors downfield and will place it just in front of the right upright to take them out to 17.25 with the conversion attempt to come.
Yeah, speed just in this game, speed is such an asset to have in your team. If you've got someone or a couple of people even who are nice and quick, I wouldn't know anything about that. I'm not very quick at all, so yeah, when you have that speed, especially on your wings, it just makes such a difference.
Coming up after this clash, we'll be back into under-17s boys action. The La Perouse side taking on the Central West Black Trackers. That one coming up at 11 o'clock, so in around 10 minutes' time after this women's clash between the Sydney Dreaming and the Sydney Serpents, and it is the Serpents charging it up towards their 10-metre line. And not a lot doing there, but finally gets across Kate Fallon to help out her teammate and collects the penalty as well. They've got numbers out here. It's a high pass that she has to reel in. The number 2, Zali Dimmick, probably slowed down their progress. There was space out this left attacking flank for them. As we see the penalty go the way of Sydney Dreaming. Was it holding onto the ball, Talisha?
Yeah, I think it was, and she's wearing a different jersey, but Rebecca Riley's out there for the Sydney Serpents team. I thought I recognised that face. She's an awesome hooker in rugby league, but yeah, always gets around at the community carnivals. But another try there for the Sydney Dreaming team. Again in that corner, just using the full width of the field to score all their tries. And yeah, they've gotten out to a pretty commanding lead at the moment.
Darcy Carr going back-to-back on the try scorers sheet for the Sydney Dreaming. Number 5 there for them, as they skip out to a 24 points to 5 lead with this conversion attempt from way out wide that, suffice it to say, won't be adding the extras.
Yeah, and kicking those conversions after you've run a long way, the legs feel a bit heavy, you're a little bit gassed, and then you've got to run all the way back, get in the defensive line again. So, yeah, it takes a lot of effort to play 7's.
Now, there was a bit of a replay underway there, but it was messy at the kickoff. 2 Serpents players that were both seemingly going for the ball, and the knock-on ensuing. So we'll see the ball into the scrum here via the Sydney Dreaming outfit. 22 out from the Serpents line, applying all the pressure in the start of this second half are the Sydney Dreaming in the traditional black and white colours that we see so often at Aboriginal footy comps. And again, a penalty here. The tackle creeping up too high. It's a pretty no-tolerance approach that our officials are showing to start the day here on the Central Coast. And a tap from right in front of the left upright, and she goes within a few metres, does Paris Inganeri.
Yeah, and unfortunately Zali Dimmick there, she made a tackle from an offside position, so no choice for the referee then to send her to the sideline for a couple of minutes.
And will go over herself from the base of the ruck. Moana Falau, the number 3 for the Sydney Dreaming side. Looked up, saw what was on offer, and the best option was to go herself, and it paid dividends for Sydney Dreaming. That will be them at 29 points to 5 with this conversion attempt underway. And the arm goes up, the 2 is added, and they are just skipping away happily here, the Sydney Dreaming women.
Yeah, and the Sydney Serpent women are, playing a very physical game. They're really, really aggressive with their tackling, making some good contact, but unfortunately the tackles are just slipping up that little bit too high. And, Zali Dimmick has found herself in the sin bin from a couple of those back-to-back penalties. But, yeah, with ball in hand now, there's a little goose step from Beck Riley. Hopefully they can get some points on the board, build some pressure.
Ball still alive here for the Serpents. Sophia Wright with it. Ball tucked under her right wing and trying to fend away past her defensive counterpart. Goes to ground and finally somebody gets to the breakdown there for the Serpents. Keeping it alive here. Hint of a forward pass, not called. Referee not in the best position and, probably might let them get away with it as well at the given the game they've had. Let's see what they can do here. They're inside their own half still, but you can see they still want to post points to round out this round 2 clash. And skipping out of a tackle is Sophia Wright. She's been one of their strong players in the match so far, but possession going the way of Sydney Dreaming, and that might be it for this one. Indeed, it is. That is the ball game, and that is a round 2 win for the Sydney Dreaming.
Yeah, really impressive from Sydney Dreaming. Again, just using the ball really, really well, getting the ball to their speedsters on the outside. They defended well. You can tell that a lot of their girls know the rules. They understand, when to go in and help their teammates, when to stay out. But yeah, really, really, I'd say a polished performance from them. It was, quite good.
Let's see how this one unfolded. Kick going through and regathering. And that was the first try of the match. I know it was only 20 minutes ago, but it seems like an eon ago, given we've seen try after try after try since then. And here's the Dreaming side. Very aggressive in defence there, the Serpents, and were on a few occasions. And the number 11 there scored the try. Unhappy with the defensive effort, but getting the points for her side. Aroa Spillane. Now this is the second half action here where they really ran away with it, the Sydney Dreaming.
Yeah, definitely. And just that pace we've talked about all day. If you can get a speedster one-on-one with a defender, most times the attacker will win. Just that blistering speed, as we've seen many a time today, down that left-hand touchline. More points on the board.
And it's the La Perouse side who'll be running from left to right on your screen for this under-17s boys clash in the light blue and white strip, taking on the Central West Black Trackers, who'll be feeding the scrum here and looking to post first points in this under-17s boys clash, the third round of the under-17s boys competition so far. And stretching out and trying to sigh his way through the defensive line. Can't do it. Gets to the 22 though, and they They're looking pretty good here, the Black Trackers, as they spread it out to the right-hand side. Bit of a goose step, trying to get away from the La Perouse defence, but it gives them more time to get over to that far left defensive edge. They bring it back to the centre here, but it's collected well by the La Perouse player in the white headgear, cutting off that dangerous-looking attacking raid. Let's see what they can do with the pill for the first time in this half.
It's a spare ball, boys. If you can go to field number 3, you'll get a run.
Yeah, Lapa choosing to play pretty quickly here. Quick tap, pass, and oh, well done. Well done. What an offload. Oh, they've called it forward.
Thought he was going to be running away for a try there, did Malachi Quinlan, but called back. He was the man involved in the intercept, shutting down that attacking raid a moment ago, and thought he might be able to post first points for this one, but called back. So we will stay at 0-0 after a couple of minutes in this round 3 clash. La Perouse so far, they went down to the University of Sydney Black team, 22 points to 10 in the last round, and also went down to the Koori Rugby yellow side as a bit of danger in their own end zone for La Perouse, and have to run that one over the dead ball line.
Yeah, we've seen today a lot of teams putting in early kicks just to try and win back some field position, put some pressure on the defensive team to work the ball out from their own end. So, yeah, lots and lots of kicks today, and I'm sure we'll see many more to come. But they're another attacking weapon that a lot of teams do have up their sleeve. But I love seeing a kick. Kick and chase, and you never know what's going to happen.
The Central West side had a bye in the first round and then picked up the win, 31 points to 5 in the last round. Let's see what they can do here, Central West. They're 5 out from the La Perouse line. And they take possession after that messy scrum. Went for the quick tap. Come back here, says our match official. Go out to the right-hand side where it looked like they wanted to venture initially, and gets the pass away. That's exactly what they wanted to do. It's exactly what they do, and they are over.
Yeah, lovely late offload there. Just being able to get your arm free and offload a pass, especially that close to the line, just proves so dangerous time after time. So, yeah, well done there.
Conversion unsuccessful, but that was a well-executed try there by the Central West Black Trackers. Under-17s boys outfit. Let's see how that one unfolded. And it wasn't as if they had a huge numerical advantage, just attracted both defenders, and as soon as that happened, knew exactly what he wanted to do. Needed to get the pass to his man on the outside, and it would be a fait accompli from there, and indeed it was, as the Black Trackers again take possession off that restart, and also get a penalty here as well.
Yeah, it didn't look like it was going 10, to be honest. And then luck of the bounce favoured the Central West Black Trackers team. So possession for them again after just scoring points is always super valuable.
They spread it out wide here to their number 6, Bailey Toomey, and Toomey just trying to outpace his man, and he does. Malachi Quinlan got a hold of the jersey very briefly, but slipped off Bailey Toomey, and Toomey goes over under the black dot. See how this one unfolded, and backed himself. Didn't even try and put the fend on his man. He just backed his pace and got it done. Did the number 6 there, Bailey Toomey, as the siren sounds, and let's see what Central West want to do, if they want to try and pick up a third try or if they just want to wrap up the first half after a decent first 7 minutes. We'll get a scrum feed here by the Central West. That siren must have been for one of the other 5 fields here on the Central Coast. There's footy as far as the eye can see here at the Central Coast Regional Sporting and Recreation Complex for the Yellow 7's 2025 edition.
Yeah, the crowds are building. Obviously, games kicked off quite early this morning, so as the day's gone on, there's more people around the grounds, lots of different merchandise for sale. So, yeah, if you're watching at home and you're in the area, definitely come down and support the Yellow 7's.
Proudly hosted here for another year on Darkinjung Country on the Central Coast. And if you can't make it down here to Tuggerah, then you've got the stream that you're watching either on Facebook, on the Lloyd McDermott Facebook page, or on YouTube as well, if that one's a bit easier for you. Just search Yellow 7's and the live stream should pop up on YouTube. As we see Lapa, there was another siren. I don't know if it was for this field. I assume it was. As we see the kick go through there from Laperouse, it's I'm not sure if that was a field goal attempt or just wanting to get rid of it and end the half. But in any event, that's the result. We'll call it for the first stanza. Under 17s boys taking a bit of a break here. The Central West Black Trackers, they look in command. They look in command after the first period.
Yeah, they do. And Lapa just haven't had much ball. When they have, they've looked dangerous. They've been likely in some circumstances, but then they, just possession and things like that. If you turn over the ball, unfortunately, it can be hard to score points and to work your way back into the game. But in this second half, if they can get the ball back and hang on to it, I think points are looking pretty promising for them. Just a replay of this first try. As we said, lovely little offload. Those late hands can prove nightmarish for defenders, especially in a 7-on-7 game. If you have to commit more numbers, it unfortunately means that you're going to have someone free somewhere. And then, as we mentioned, just that speed on the outside. He didn't have much room to work with, but turned on the afterburners and, put the Central West Black Trackers even further ahead in this under-17s match.
He hasn't got his headgear done up, but he gets us back underway as the number 6 from the Laperouse side. Silas Smith as the Central West Black Trackers. They go pretty close to that far touch line, but managed to stay in and also managed to pick up a penalty. Attempted the quick tap, but tapped it eventually and still had the gap there that he was chasing, and over he goes, the Central West Black Trackers, starting the second half like they played that first half, and that is in command, the number 12 there for them. Ariki Karitana. Conversion unsuccessful, but they are 3 tries to the good here, Central West.
Yeah, he doesn't seem too phased by missing the conversion. Got a little smile on his face as he's running back. But, yeah, just quick tap, pace, speed, agility, all the things that you need to play 7's. And, yeah, Ariki has it in spades by the looks of it.
Ariki Karatiana, the try scorer there. And, bit of a bobble there from Laperouse as they send it out to their number 1 on this commentary side. Kyron Timbry, he gets the ball away. It finally lands here with Malachi Quinlan, who's cutting across field and dummying on his inside. Can Malachi have the speed here to go all the way for a superb solo effort? I think he will. Oh, that is his and his alone. Malachi Quinlan take a bow. You've run 200 metres or so to score that try.
That was special. You can't teach that. That's all intuition, all skill, just knowing where the space is, backing yourself, and having the pace as well to finish that off. That's, yeah, well done.
Not sure if he's resting his arm there potentially as he runs back into the line with his side ahead of the restart. He's got a bit of strapping around his wrists as well by the looks of things. So I hope everything's all right for our try scorer, but he just pushed and pushed and pushed until he found a crack in that defensive line and finally found one and had the pace to go all the way as well as the Central Coast side looked to reply definitively here. And we've got a penalty against La Perouse, a high shot, and the referee reaching into his pocket as well. No malice, but no way that one was not being punished. And off the number 2 goes the try scorer for a couple of minutes. And we will have a 7-on-6 clash. The Central West Black Trackers with the numerical advantage, and they take advantage of it immediately. No, they go within a couple of metres of the line. A very strong run there by Brink Hill and strong defence from La Perouse. Pill comes out, but we will see another player sent to the bin, and we will see a penalty try. No?
Oh, it is. Yeah, you're right. Good call. Good call. Yeah, I missed that initial, the second infringement that resulted in that yellow card, but referee spotted something straight away, maybe another offside or...
thinking it may be an offside
potentially.
Yep. With no hesitation, went straight for the pocket. He'd be running out of yellow cards at this rate. Taking on a 5-person La Perouse team for the next few moments will be the Black Trackers. Let's see what they can do. They're ahead on the score sheet. They're ahead on the team sheets now, 7 players to 5. Let's see what unfolds over the next couple of minutes. And La Perouse would have thought they would have just wanted to have held on to the ball there, but trying a bit of razzle-dazzle footy. We'll see a line out just inside the 10 on the La Perouse end of the ground.
Yeah, and it's probably something you don't practice for, is having 2 people in the bin. You might practice having one in and changing a few things around, but to have 2 boys in the bin's going to test their defensive systems a little bit. So the boys just have to try and make their tackles and withstand this next couple of minutes with only having 5 of them on the field.
And the secure possession after the line out do the Black Trackers, and steps off. Yep, steps off his right again. His favourite right boot, and collects the points. If he puts it down and goes for the conversion quickly, they might be able to have another attacking raid 7-on-5. But he's pretty happy with himself after that try there. Is Ariki Karaitiana, the try scorer from only a few moments ago, gets over again for the Central West Black Trackers. Conversion successful, and takes us out to 24 points to 5 in favour of Central West.
Yeah, and it's a big ask for anyone to defend 2 players down, but in the game of 7s, it's hard. There's so much room out there on the field, so being 1 person down is hard enough, but being 2 down is even harder, although they have got one of their players back from what I can see, so we're back to 7-on-6 for this last little part of the game.
It looks like the 7th La Perouse player is now back on the field as well. So we are 7-on-7 once again here at the Ellis 7's in this under-17s clash. And Gilbert goes a fair way downfield off that restart, and flirted with the line there, but didn't go over it according to our officials. And we see the referee's arm go up, and the La Perouse player in a Payne down there, still down as play continues. Head in his hands. Let's see exactly what happened here. Puts the fend on. Well, let's return to live action because La Perouse are going over here via their number 5, Kynan Lascelles, the number 5 for La Perouse, and that will be it for Lapa. Let's see how that one unfolded though. Stood up his man on the outside and then just had the pace to go all the way. A couple of defenders chasing, but either realised they weren't fast enough or didn't really care because they've already got this one in the bag. Central West Black Trackers, but a nice try at the end there for La Perouse.
Yeah, and Lapa have lots of promise. Like, they've got some really, really talented players and, you know, work well as a team, but unfortunately just couldn't hang on to the ball enough today. So Central West Black Trackers running away with that one in the end. But, yeah, obviously well done to the Lapa boys. It's hard. It's hard to defend when you've got people in the bin, but they did a good job.
As the boys say, thank you for that game. We look towards the men's round 2 clash coming up. Mother Country taking on the Tinga Tigers here on field number 5, right in front of us on the central coast here of New South Wales. That one will kick off in a few minutes' time. We're running a bit early, actually. We're due to kick this one off in a few minutes' time. Talisha, if you do us the honours, I think we're about to see highlights from that under-17s boys clash. Here they are.
Yeah, absolutely. So just playing the numbers here, there was obviously, you know, some controversy around being offside and things like that, which resulted in a penalty try, unfortunately for Lapa, and having a player go to the bin after another one was already in the bin made things hard for them. But they hung in there until, Araki, he just found space for the Central West Black Trackers team. Put the ball around to make it an even more commanding lead for them. So, yeah, some work to do for Lapa in this competition, but Central West looking very, very strong. And then we finished off with almost a consolidation try at the end there. So Lapa finishing with last points, but unfortunately not getting the win this morning.
Thank you for joining us on the live stream on the Lloyd McDermott Rugby Development Team Facebook page or on YouTube. And if you're having any issues on the Lloydies Facebook page, then just punch in Ella 7's into the YouTube search bar and hopefully the live stream there not too far away as we get ready for this one. The Tinga Tigers in the green and yellow on the left of your screen for this one, taking on Mother Country, who are in the predominantly orange with a bit of everything else. This is men's round 2 action, and we are underway. And Mother Country coming up with it off the start there, and skipping out of one and looking pretty dangerous before giving up possession are Mother Country, but we will come back and Mother Country will have possession around 22 out. Mother Country sending it wide. Bit of a numerical advantage out there for them, but can't take advantage of it. And got a knock on both ways, but Mother Country with the first infringement.
Yeah, and I haven't seen the Tinga Tigers men's team in action yet, so looking forward to this one between Mother Country and Tinga Tigers because, traditionally two Two teams with a lot of entertaining footy in them, so really, really excited for this one.
Let's see what Tinga can do on attack, but it's a strong push in the scrum there from Mother Country. But an illegal one, and we'll see Tinga come away with it.
It's nice to see a little bit of push in the scrums. Obviously, being a leaguey in my current life, we kind of just stand there and wait for the ball to pass through the legs. So no, it's nice to see a little bit of push and some tactics and I'm sure a bit of banter in the scrum as well.
And apologies, the scrum resetting after spinning around the first time, and well, did pretty similar again there, but it came out the back, and Tinga coming away with it here, and putting a fend on with the left is the number 11 Warren Buchanan for Tinga, but Mother Country coming away with it and collecting a penalty as well. Wanted to go for the quick tap, did their number 7 Jonathan Morrison. Finally, they get us back underway, and taking it to the turf there is the number 11 for Mother Country, Sam Green, and the referee going to his pocket quite early on here to get rid for a couple of minutes of Warren Buchanan.
Yeah, Warren Buchanan, just little lift tackle in there, and then another ruck infringement, which is seeing him have a couple of minutes on the sideline. But he'll be back on, and I'm sure integral in this Tinga Tigers team.
Ben French getting the offload away, and now this one heading out here to this left-hand flank. Didn't have the pace, did the number 11 Sam Green, but into another phase we go via the number 4 here, Zachary Newcomb. And ball finally comes out of the back of the ruck, and putting a kick through. And they've got numbers out here if the bounce is good, and it is for Isaac Hooper going over for Mother Country.
Yeah, clever play there, just seeing the overlap, popping it on the left foot for a nice grubber, and wonderful finish there too. Sometimes they can be trickier to finish than they seem, but these men making it look so easy. Conversion successful as well, which pops them out to a 7-0 lead early in this men's clash.
The Glen Boy dancers, can you meet at the front for the bus, please? The Glen Boy dance.
Still with only 6 players for another few moments, Tinga. But they will be receiving the ball off the kick-off, and if they can hold on to it, we'll be back with 7 players before too long. It's a high one, which allows the Mother Country number 11 to run through and take it, sitting up in the breeze here on the Central Coast, and a strong chase from Sam Green, and they will retain possession here, Mother Country, just outside the 22. This is dangerous here for Tinga.
Yeah, dangerous, and then I guess on the same token, maybe good in terms of running down the clock a little bit. If they can get another scrum restart here, maybe make it a little bit messy, get the ref to force it again, it might buy them some more time until Warren Buchanan comes back on the field. But as we've seen, ball out, danger here for Tinga.
Just standing up for a while there, not going to ground, the Mother Country player, and finally it comes out off the back of the ruck, and getting hands on it once again, Sam Green, their second try.
He has a well-deserved try there. Like you said, he's been involved in a lot of the early action, so just showed a little turn of speed there to beat his man on the outside, and finished off pretty closely to the post as well. Conversion successful again, which puts Mother Country up 14-0 as we're about just over halfway in this men's clash. Mother Country, Tinga Tigers.
We are back underway, and how is the bounce for Tinga? It's not really great, but they retain possession here, and thinks he spies some gaps up the middle of the park, so goes for a charge, does Marnell Ritchie, and earns a penalty for the Tingha Tigers, dummying to, well, not sure who there, but still made some good meters, did the number 4 for Tingha. Don't have his name on the sheet in front of me, but instrumental in setting up what could well be a try for them. And, yep, close, but no cigar for Tingha. The referee ruling that he was tackled and then had another stab illegally. So Mother Country get a reprieve.
Yeah, so close, so close, and some really good lead-up work there, but unfortunately, didn't release the ball after being tackled, so possession back to Mother Country as they get up over halfway.
A race between the two number 4s here, and it is the Tingha number 4 that wins that battle, but they try and continue upfield via their number 12 for Mother Country, but Jordan Atoya called back. And instead, it is the number 4 for Mother Country, Zachary Newcomb, putting the kick through. The bounce, though, isn't great, and getting a helping hand for Tingha. Kick goes downfield, and the only two men chasing are the number 9 for Mother Country and the number 8 for Tingha. It's Ben French, the 9 for Mother Country, that comes up with it. Let's see what he can do here. It's a pretty patchy defensive line. And there's gaps everywhere, so they could post points here very easily, Mother Country. And number 6 needs support, finally finds it in his number 2. And will the number 2 have the speed to evade the defence? No, he won't. Isaac Hooper has to pass it back, and it finally finds the captain, Jonathan Morrison, who goes over after all that. They made that look pretty difficult when there were gaps galore, but they got there in the end.
Yeah, they did, and I think the Tingha Tigers meant just a little bit fatigued, especially around the middle of the field. Mother Country still having numbers, pushing up around the ball, and unfortunately for Tingha, they held on in a couple of those early tackles, but ultimately conceding another 5 points.
Now let's see how this one ended there. Player getting creamed in back play there, finally to his feet, but that's the replay of how it unfolded. Not looking too worse for wear as he and the rest of the side get a break here at the half time.
Yeah, and Sebastian Planko, who made that tackle, shown a yellow card just on the halftime hooter, so Tingha will start the second half with 6 men only.
Both these sides getting a well-earned breather after a 3-try first half. Some of these games, even though the scoreboard looks like it's been a bit of a thrashing, it doesn't seem like anybody's been truly outclassed. Like there's no obvious kind of gap in the teams that we've seen, at least so far.
No, and it definitely doesn't feel like that watching it. A lot of the games are more closer, I guess, than they do appear. Even this one here, even though it hasn't gone Tingha's way, it's still been tight in different parts of the field. So unfortunately, just the yellow cards, as we've seen today, can make such a difference to a team's momentum, the points they score, how fatigued they get. And we talked about it earlier too. The sun is now back out after being covered by a little bit of cloud before, so it's warm out there.
Let's see how that final try unfolded. It was like a try that they were trying to squander there for a while, because it was the patchiest defensive line I think I've seen in a long while, and they finally got it done, did Mother Country, to take it to 3 tries to the good for them by their captain, Morrison. And a deep kick-off from Tingha to get us back underway for this round 2 men's clash between them and Mother Country. Tingha in the green and gold strip, running from right to left on your screen in this second chapter and taking on the Mother Country side, predominantly orange and dominant in the first half on the scoreboard.
The next game on field number 5 is Neo Warrior.
Big man, number 12, gets it away, and there's Morrison getting the offload to Martin, and Martin just sprinting away, Charlie Martin. Those little legs of his doing double time to go all the way, and he is over. 4 tries to Mother Country, 24 points to 0 goes the scoreboard, and he'll attempt to convert his own effort there, and a very good effort at that.
And if you've just joined us after half-time and doing some quick math, Tinga down to 6 men for the start of the second half, as Sebastian Planko went to the sin bin for looked like a late hit, I think, at the end of that first half. So Tinga down to 6 men for the start of this second half.
And this time returning the favour with a deep kick-off from Mother Country after scoring that try. Tinga, what can they do? If they can hold on to the ball for a while, it'd be good to see them post some points on the board after making their way from one of the farthest reaches of the state down to where we are now for the tournament this year. And they do find a gap. They do find a gap through their number 7, who tries to put a goose step on to go all the way, Jackson Horwood. Can't do so, but a card is coming out for that high shot. So Tinga now with the numerical advantage, putting a cross-field kick in. The bounce will need to go their way, and it does, insofar as it doesn't dribble over the dead ball line. So we will have play restart.
If my rules serve me correct, yeah, it's a 22 dropout, which is, yeah, you can kind of just
that.
tap over. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, got to be on guard for something like that. Mother Country knew exactly what they could do there, and got it done with the smallest of restarts. But Tinga, they come back up with it, and a pass goes wildly overhead that could have been dangerous there for Mother Country. And the number 12 thought he would have had the pace to stand up the big man, but didn't quite.
There's going to be some cards here, I think, because we've got a little high tackle over on that side, then a charge down. So we could have 1, maybe 2 cards. I'm not too sure, but the ref looks like he's opted to penalise the charge, the slap down or charge, whatever you want to call it.
Jackson Horwood gets us back underway for Tinga, and Planko gets the pass away before going to the deck, and that one pops out off the turf, but play on, and let's see if they can go over in that far right side. They can. Tinga are over via Blacklock. Denzel Blacklock goes over for their first try of this one.
And I know they're probably a little tired, but if Tinga can kind of get moving and get back to halfway here, they've still got that numerical advantage for at least another minute and a half. But the boys appear in no rush to get back. They've done a lot of defending, so to get that try is a nice reward for all their effort. But yeah, Mother Country still very much in control of this game at the moment. It's a good kick. It's a lovely kick. Conversion successful, taking the score out to 26-7. Tinga last to score, but Mother Country in control of this one.
Mother Country take the restart via Jonathan Morrison, and decent counter-ruck there from Tinga, but the penalty goes the way of Mother Country, and it looked like a shot on a man without the ball. The number 7 from Mother Country taken out and on the deck, and that will be a card. What colour card will that be? Because it was pretty blatant penalty. The two officials consult as we see that player from Mother Country down on his back. Let's see how this one unfolded.
Yeah, I think maybe the next phase after, just maybe a little bit of frustration there. So I'm sure we'll see some sort of card here, depending on the referee's interpretation of whatever went on. And a yellow. There's been 5 cards in this game, I think. So a lot of time spent on the sideline for both teams.
How many players we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 for Mother Country, taking on a 6-man Tinga outfit for what should be the final moments of this game. The Mother Country player fighting himself in the Tinga tent, pretty quick to get out of there as well. We'll have a scrum pack down. 5 metres inside the Mother Country half. Tinga with the feed. Once we finally set and engage. Let's see what Tinga can do with possession here. A siren went off in the background. If it wasn't for our field, ours won't be too far away either. And, well, we won't have the scrum packed down in the end. We'll have a quick tap there to Tinga. Ball out in front. Thinks he can see some gaps. Gets his man on the outside. Hint of a forward pass, but not called. Let's see what the number 12 can do here from Tinga. Tries to do it all himself, does Manuel Ritchie, but can't get it done. And that'll do us. That'll do us for this men's round 2 clash. Dominant were Mother Country.
Yeah, and Jackson Horwood there for Tinga. He looked quite impressive, you know, trying to set up his outside man there for some late points in this one. But Mother Country, I think a hallmark of their team is their defence. So well done to Mother Country, and another cracking round 2 game here at the Ella 7's.
We'll have some more men's action in just a few moments. The Mihai Warriors taking on the Sydney Sea Turtles in the men's Pool C round 2 clash. And it'll be good to see those two teams go head to head. The Sydney Sea Turtles number 1 side, I should add as well, because the Sydney Sea Turtles have deployed several outfits up here to the Central Coast for today. The Mihai Warriors, they'll be in the purple and teal. Taking on the Sydney Sea Turtles in the predominantly teal, who are already lining up there on halfway, ready to get us underway.
And both teams with pretty, I guess, sizable benches in terms of numbers, which, as we know at the Ella 7's, can be really, really beneficial because you lose a couple of players to injury and throughout the day, or you know, and it can be really hard to work your way through the day if you don't have a full squad. But both teams, yeah, with pretty large squad numbers. So this will be exciting. This will be a good game.
And the Sea Turtles get us underway. The Sea Turtles on the left of your screen. And some pretty convincing dummies there from the Mihai Warriors player on the first touch of this clash. Gets the ball inside before going over the touchline, but it goes forward. And what could have been a blistering start to this one wasn't to be. But wow, the Mihai Warriors, they're making a statement early there.
Yeah, well, they do say defence wins games. So cover tackles like that, whilst maybe not as important in the first minute of the game, if that saves them, 5 to 7 points later on in this one, it'll prove the difference, I think. So, yeah, I love that. Love defence. Defence wins games.
Let me tell you how these two sides went in their opening clashes of the tournament. Not too long ago, a couple of hours ago, the Mihai Warriors defeated by the Next Gen Next Level men. They went down 19-7. While the Sydney Sea Turtles side also had a defeat, going down 36 points to 17. So both of these outfits looking to pick up their first points of the day in this men's Pool C clash. Let's see who can break their duck here at the LS7's 2025. And it is the Mihai Warriors once again on the attack and earning themselves a penalty for a tackle that crept up a little bit too much. The referee's taking a very zero tolerance approach, and it might result in a try here to the number 8. He needs to plan it before going over the dead ball line, and that's exactly what he manages to do. What a solo effort. Wow.
That was mad. That was really, really cool. Again, chip chase, backing yourself, some soccer along the ground always proves helpful, but then that bounce at the end, he did well to avoid the dead ball line there and plant that ball down for 5 points, which, as we just saw, turned into 7 points with a successful conversion.
Puts the kick through, needs a bounce, doesn't get it, takes his chance at the second kick and plants it before somersaulting over the dead ball line. Does the captain, Jake Stiles, in the number 8 there for the Mihai Warriors, and it will be him who gets us back underway as well, with a 7-point advantage for the Warriors in this one. Flicking the pass back there, the vice captain for the side, and well, bounces back. They're in their own territory here, but they're building for something, and putting the kick through for the number 10 try. Stewart chasing through and collecting it and fending off. And does he get there? Yes, he does. The arm goes up. They have scored their second try, and it is Try Stewart, the number 10. Try to Try Stewart.
Oh, it's almost gutting for the Sydney Sea Turtles because they're defending really well, actually. Like, they're defending well, and they find themselves 2 tries behind on the scoreboard from kicks. You just can't anticipate kicking and what that can do to your defensive line. So hopefully the Sydney Sea Turtles can hang in there because, like I said, they're actually defending quite well. They just, Mihai too good at the moment. Sea Turtles losing possession. Mihai with the ball back again. See if they can convert this into more points in this first half, and they can.
There he goes again, the number 10 Try Stewart. Back to back he goes, and the scoreboard ticks over to 17 points to nil. The conversion attempt, well, from a similar spot as last time, but do we get a different outcome? Let's see. Conversion attempt will be forthcoming here from their captain and first try scorer, Jake Stiles. And it looks pretty good off the boot, but goes wide. So we will stay at 17 points to zip in this first half.
Yeah, Mihai in control at the moment. Just playing high percentage footy, especially with that last try. Ball in the hands, finding the open man, and good support play.
And it is the Mihai Warriors getting us underway once more and regaining possession after the kick-off. And Mihai, oh, look at this. This is just beautiful stuff. Just splitting the defence open with pure skill there. The number one for them, Adrian Smith. What an individual effort. That was just class. That was brilliant.
So light on his feet, just super, super light on his feet. I think it's just, it's pretty to watch, at full flight Adrian was, and the way he just balanced and controlled and moving the ball from hand to hand, fending, really, really classy.
That was just lovely. I can't wait to see that again here. Often there's scouts watching players to join top flight rugby teams. I think the Bangarra Dance Theatre will be signing him up after some of those fleet-footed moves, silky stuff upfield. He was so light on his feet, just beautiful to watch in motion there. That is a marvellous try. And, Mihai, they're on defence. A rare moment where they are not on attack here as we see the Sydney Sea Turtles try and come out of their own end of the field. They're given a helping hand there thanks to the number one for the Mihai Warriors side, Adrian Smith, the try scorer from a moment ago. Siren has sounded in the background, so the time left in this half is quickly running out, but Mihai looking to post another try before they call it for this first stanza, but they can't keep it in the field of play. So that'll be it. That is the first half, and that is a strong 24 points to nil advantage for the Mihai Warriors after 7 minutes here at the Ella7's round 2 men's action.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 12-20 game, Corey Rugby Black and University of Sydney Black is now being transferred.
Let's have a look at how this one unfolded. Here was the first try and did very well to plant it before going over the dead ball line. Knew exactly where he was in the field of play and knew he needed to plant that one very quickly. And again, from a kick here, the Mihai Warriors side collecting it, fending and getting over the line. It was very nice to see here for them, on track for their first win of this tournament so far. As we see the Sydney Sea Turtles getting some words of encouragement from their captain. Thanks for joining us here on the Lloyd McDermott Rugby Development Team Facebook page, as well as the YouTube channel that's broadcasting the Ella7's. If you're having any issues with one, flick over to the other and keep following the action through the day. We'll be with you until about 20 to 6 if all the games stay on schedule, as they have been so far. Pretty good effort by the organisers here, the Lloyd McDermott and crew and all the volunteers to keep the teams on time so far. As we see a long ball go out, this man won't have the speed, but will he have the strength to buffet his way past all of the Mihai Warriors' defence? It takes a few to finally bring him to the turf, but they do. But he quickly recycles, and let's see what the Sea Turtles can do here via their number 12. Don't have the Sydney Sea Turtles line up in front of me, unfortunately, so I can't tell you who their main players are on attack here, but let's see how they go as they get towards the Mihai Warriors 22. Slow to get to his feet is the Sea Turtles number 3, but finally gets up as they go within around 15 metres of the line. Sea Turtles certainly not giving in, certainly haven't got their heads lowered as they head into this second half, but taken by the Mihai Warriors And trying to run around them is Braden Sculthorpe, but doesn't have the pace to go all the way around the outside. So instead they try the left flank this time, and there is space in front of them here for the Mihai Warriors. And there's nobody chasing as well. So on a hot day here at the Central Coast, he just takes his sweet time to make it to the try line and make it 29 points to nil with kick to come. And it should be a pretty easy kick as well, given he put it right next to that left upright.
And Mihai just turning defence into attack with 3-4 passes. So showing their skill level and their class, just being able to turn the ball over, identify a bit of space and finish off with their speed men on the outside.
Yeah, ladies, just be careful, we've got an ambulance on site. Just make your way so the ambulance can get across to do the business.
Ball goes back inside. This is pretty dangerous here for the Sea Turtles, and backing up well there for the Mihai Warriors. They're number 5. They're not taking their foot off the pedal, the Mihai Warriors, even though they are well in the ascendancy on the scoreboard. Ethan Pegas wanting to get his name on the score sheet, and does, and they convert that one as well. But good to see how hungry they are, the Warriors.
Yeah, and still, it's not over until it's over, but we did say pre-game that both teams were looking for their first win, and it does seem likely that Mihai will do that in this game, but, Sea Turtles as well still have opportunities later on in the morning to get their first win, so, yeah, I'm sure they'll regroup and be better for the next one, and, yeah.
About halfway through this second half. We'll have a line-out throw just inside the 10 metres. The Sea Turtles end of the ground. We'll have a one line out wasn't good enough. We'll have another one.
I think a little sneaky touch there by Mihai. I think, it was some good acting by the crew from the Sea Turtles to try and get another line out, but ball to Mihai, and prime attacking position here.
Floats out the back of the line out. Let's see what they can do. They've got numbers out here on this right-hand side. They get it to one man. They get it to the next man. There's where the overlap is, and over he goes. Braden Sculthorpe in the number 4, and bringing it around just to help the conversion and eat a few more seconds off the clock. There is a try to Braden Sculthorpe in the number 4 for the Mihai Warriors.
Yeah, they've been quite good with their conversions in this game, Mihai. So obviously, always easier to go up in 7s than it is in 5s. And when you do get those conversions early on in the day, it sets you up later for the hard ones in the afternoon where every point matters. So, yeah, converting very well at this stage.
As we see the Sea Turtles player making his way across field, the number 3 for them. Hasn't gone to the turf yet. And let's see what they can do. Quick recycle, getting it away through the number 10 here, but the number 10's ball goes astray, and there he is, Sculthorpe, Johnny on the spot. It'll be another try back-to-back for Braden Sculthorpe, and doesn't get the chance to put it under the black dot. Has to be alongside the right upright this time, but makes it pretty easy for himself to convert. As we've got about a minute left here in this round 2 clash. In round 3 for these sides, Mihai will be taking on La Perouse Blue at 1 p.m. on field number 4. the Sydney Sea Turtles will be taking on the next gen, next level men's outfit. The next game coming up for us will be the under-17s boys. Once again, the round 4 clash for them, the Central West Black Trackers taking on Koori Rugby, the yellow outfit of the Koori Rugby franchise for 2025.
Yeah, and I'm back in the Sea Turtles here. I'm wanting them to get, you know, a few points on the board, just for that little bit of confidence going into that next clash. It can make all the difference, and I've jinxed them. Unfortunately, a knock-on in that last play, and that'll be the game.
Bit of a blowout in the end. The Mihai Warriors just far too good for the Sydney Sea Turtles. They deserved the win, their first win of the tournament, and we'll see both of these teams in action in a little while on some of the other fields here at Central Coast. In 5 minutes, they'll be back with under-17s action. Those sides already coming out onto the field, ready to get into it. Talisha Harden joining me, Dan Conifer, in commentary for this morning's actions as we head into the afternoon edition. Talisha, while we wait for these kids teams to get underway, tell us about how the NRLW year ahead is shaping for you with the Cowboys.
Yeah, really exciting. At the moment, we are technically in our off-season, but as we all know, there's never really a true off-season. You're always getting ready for the pre-season. You don't want to rock up to pre-season unfit, or you get a little bit flogged. So we've all been training quite hard just to make sure that we're ready to go. They've actually aligned our state comp with the NRLW now, so there's actually no footy really on at the moment. We're all kind of in that pre-season or off-season phase, and then pre-season begins May 12th with games kicking off end of June, beginning of July. So we've got the Titans at home at Queensland Country Bank Stadium, round 1, which will be exciting. And then, 2 new teams in this year. The return of the Warriors and the addition of the Bulldogs into the competition. So very, very excited to see how those 2 teams go. And, we're looking forward to another year.
Great to see the competition just continuing to go from strength to strength as well. And, it's almost as if for both, for all of the different women's codes, whether it's AFLW and RLW, like there was the demand and the need for it all along. It just wasn't there, and now it's there. It's like it should have always been here.
Yeah, that's it. And I know there's a lot of women who we talk to who obviously would have loved this opportunity back when they were playing. So, it's awesome to see the pathways in place now, the depth of talent out there, and whether, young girls are playing 7's, tag, touch, rugby league, whatever it might be, the fact that the pathways are there and there's been such a big investment in women's sports over the last 5, 6, 7 years, it's only going to get bigger, better and stronger. And to have, I guess, a full NRLW competition with all 17 teams is the dream. And I'm sure we're not too far off that.
Surely only a matter of time. And we can't wait for the competition to get bigger and better over the years to come as we see. I love how well they're keeping to time here at the Ella 7's. The boys are running early. They want to get into it, but nope, we're starting at midday, and we're going to start at midday, says our match official, watching his clock down to the second as the siren sounds in the background.
Ooh.
And, that is dangerous contact in the air, and the card will come out straight away. The first action of the first half is a yellow card coming out of the pocket because that was dangerous.
think just a bit of an adrenaline rush there and wanting to get started, but I'm glad that the young fella's okay who got hit in the air, because they can always be quite dangerous.
And Koori Rugby yellow on the attack here. Looking good early is Koori Rugby yellow, picking it up down around his bootlaces and doing very well at that. He's got a man on his outside if you can find him. Finally does. Puts on a bit of a goose step and gets it done. Koori Rugby yellow are in and they are on the board.
Yep, on the board quite quickly, especially after that yellow card. And as we've mentioned a few times today, defending with 6 is just super hard, especially 12 o'clock game, middle of the day. It zaps you for energy. So I'd expect the Koori Rugby yellow team to take advantage of this while they've got that numerical advantage. But Central West Black Trackers boys have been pretty impressive today. So I'm sure they'll bounce back with some points of their own in the not too distant future.
Koori Rugby yellow getting us underway, and taking it on the full is the Central West side. And getting the penalty there for the infringement at the ruck. As we see a bit of a wraparound play here from the Central West side. Dummy's on his outside, but nobody there, so takes it to ground. Does Bryson Reid for the Central West outfit. Again, Reid with the ball finds his number 12. Looks dangerous whenever he's got the ball, does Reid, and over they go to Central West. Did he stay in the field of play? Yes, he did. And we are 1 try apiece here on the Central Coast.
Yeah, the boys did well there, especially with, as we mentioned, a player in the bin. To score with 6, that gives you confidence, especially going into the rest of this match.
Conversion not successful, but they'll be pleased to have put points on the board with only 6 on the field. Let's see how this one unfolded. They went to the far side and just had eyes for that corner post and got it down. Did very well there.
Championship. Would like to thank Cara Foundation, the New South Wales Aboriginal Land Council, Quitline.
A bit difficult to see the numbers on the back of the Central West jerseys. I think it was number 3 there, Ryan George, for them, but white numbers on the back of white jerseys are not the commentator's friends, so you'll have to forgive me if it takes me a while to squint my way to figuring out who's who for the Central West Black Trackers as the yellow side go down that left-hand side once again, and he's got speed, this fella. His legs stretch out, he strides away, and under the post he goes. We're going try for try here. Well, we will after he stops taking a breather and puts it down.
Yeah, as you mentioned, try for try at the moment. So I feel like this one's going to go down to the wire. Both teams showing that they can attack, and, you know, they've got some defence in them as well. So, yeah, this one will come down to the wire.
Central West Black Trackers in their last clash that we saw a little bit early here on field number 5. They got it done against the La Perouse outfit, while the yellow boys, a very tight clash going down 17-14 against the University of Sydney Black side, as the Black Trackers make it almost at the 10, but they'll squander possession here. This is quite the attacking opportunity for the boys in yellow. They go out to that favoured left-hand side for them, and that one will be called forward. And, well, he could have sprinted away there. He probably didn't need the forward pass to get it done, because there was space, and he's got speed, and we know he can post points, that young fella.
Yeah, he's quick, that fella. And Taj Wilson did really well in the previous play at the breakdown to get that penalty for his team, for the Koori Rugby Yellow side. But unfortunately, just a forward pass there. It looked forward out of the hands too. I know there's been a couple of borderline ones today, but that one, unfortunately, it did look pretty forward.
And the Black Trackers making half a burst and making it over the halfway here, but wrapped up by 3 or 4 Koori Rugby Yellow players in the end. They've got numbers out here on the left-hand side. Do the Black Trackers, and the defender just gets his hand onto the football. Taj Wilson, the 3 in defence, knocking it out of the hands for the Black Trackers and saving what may well have been a try there for them. But instead, it's Koori Rugby Yellow looking for a seam that they can poke through, but instead it's an intercept from Central West. Tom Toomey coming up with the football, and now striding out. He's a strong young lad out there on the far side, and he's too strong for Koori Rugby Yellow. Picks up the points, and well done to him doing it over on the right-hand flank.
Oh, the boys are just going tit for tat at the moment. It's hard to split them, and there's not much difference on the scoreboard. So, and the conversion hits the black dot. Another one for the crossbar challenge. But yeah, this is a great game. Both teams look fit. They attack well. You can tell that both teams know the rules and understand what's going on. So yeah, we're in for a big second half.
Our try scorer going and taking a breather. Bradley Gray for the... Tyrese Murphy, I should say, for the Central Coast outfit, getting over the stripe there. But that'll do us for the first half, and hasn't been a lot of a rugby that's seen the players get the phases up, just go ruck for ruck for ruck. It's been pretty try in this first half for the young lads. So we'll see if it ever gets into a grind, or whether we just keep seeing the entertaining end-to-end 17's rugby that we've seen in the first half.
Who's your prediction? Who are you thinking may run away? I've been thinking about it this whole half-time break. I just can't pick it at the moment. Yeah, the Koori Rugby side, I feel, might come away with it. They seem... I mean, there's a few Koori Rugby outfits. They seem like a pretty well-drilled operation, pretty organised. Feels like they... might just stick to the script and stick to their structures in this second half. But Central West Black Trackers, they're a good little outfit.
Great tackle.
Coming away with it here, the Central West Black Trackers. Running in front of our commentary position is the number 2, flat ball inside. Can he go all the way? Does he have the speed? And he does. The Central West Black Trackers, Khalil Toomey gets over the line. That is an important first try, set up well there by Bryson Reid. And that is the start they wanted to this second half. Followed up well there by Toomey. And Khalil will try and convert his own effort there. It's not bad off the boot, but won't collect the extras.
Yeah, and we talk about it all the time in footy, is you make your own luck, and the bounce of the ball, sometimes it favours you, sometimes it doesn't, and as you can see on your screen, young fella was in a good position to receive that ball. Just, yeah, awesome work.
Valiant chase there by the Koori Rugby yellow defender. Made him work for it, but he got there in the end as the bounce of the football sees it land in the hands of Koori Rugby yellow, but didn't have much choice apart from going over the touchline on the far side. We'll see the line out thrown in by the Central West outfit. Getting ready for three-man line out here. Central West. About 35 metres away from the Koori Rugby yellow line, but Koori Rugby come away with it. Didn't have the throw, but might get the try here via their number 9, the man in the headgear, running downfield. And once again, Central West scores, Koori Rugby yellow scores.
Yeah, another. I can't pick it. It's been such an entertaining game. Like, if you were tuning in and you didn't realise this was a pool game, it could well qualify for a final. It's been that intense. But both teams just trading tries at the moment. When one looks like they're getting a bit of momentum, the other one swings it back. So, yeah, this last kind of 2.5, 3 minutes is going to be pretty entertaining. A couple more tries in this one, I think.
So we see the try here. He runs downfield and then brings it around as much as he can to make the conversion a bit easier. Conversion that was successful as well, despite the breeze picking up here at Tuggerah on Darkinjung country, but slotted the extras. And this is a very tight encounter as the Central West Black Trackers pushing the chest pass there and now getting over the 10. Koori Rugby yellow end of the field, and the Black Trackers player just trying to poke his nose through a small hole, but the gap closed as soon as it opened. And let's see if he's got the pace out here. The young number 8 doesn't think he does, so waits for assistance, and after all that, it ends up with Koori Rugby yellow. It may well be that Koori Rugby yellow turned defence into attack as, happy for a breather is their number 2. Jacoby Fernando, the number 2 for Koori Rugby yellow. They get over halfway and being dragged closer and closer and closer to that touch line, but it will be a penalty for Koori Rugby. Been a pretty exhausting match for both of these sides. The pace just tempering as it's has gone on. Charges straight at his man, does Tash Wilson, and collects the high tackle in the process. Didn't see a gap, so just saw if he could steamroll his opposite number. Collects the penalty in the process, and ball going out. Does well to hold on to it there. Pass from Dootson was a little bit wild, but reeled it in. They come back centre field here to Koori Rugby. Going to ground with it here. Right in front of the uprights. Well, no, losing the football. Central West now coming away with it. Doesn't go to ground. Gets the pass back there to Bailey Toomey. Instead, they spread it wide out to the left. Getting the pass away there is Murphy. Back inside, supporting very well. He should have the pace here. And he does. Bailey Toomey collects another try for the Central West outfit. And Bailey Toomey goes over.
Oh, there's some boys out on their feet at the moment, sucking in the deep breaths. That was a crazy passage of play. From one side of the field to the other, it was, it's been such a good game. I know that unfortunately, there has to be a loser in this one, but both teams have played extremely well in this game.
Have a look again at how that one unfolded. Did well there, Bailey Toomey, to be following up. Everyone out there is pretty exhausted. This is the fourth match for both of these sides on a warm morning here on the Central Coast. So the follow-up, the mindfulness to follow up, let alone to have the legs to do it. Well done, Bailey Toomey out there. Dummying as he's spun around Bryson Reid. Finally, the end to that phase, and it's Koori Rugby Yellow who will come away with it via Ricky Williams. And Williams finds a gap, sprints through, makes his way over the line, and Koori Rugby Yellow get another try just to make sure that one try for one team, one try for the other team pattern continues until the very end of this one.
Yeah, it's our first time seeing the Koori Rugby Yellow team on our particular field here today, but very, very impressive and a fit, strong, well-run team. So, yeah, that was a great game. I really enjoyed that one.
Let's have a look here at some highlights from that one. Pass going back to the Central West team. Passing it back infield. Good support play there, and this will be their... Again, I'm struggling to see the white-on-white numbers, but it was a good support play that saw that try go through. Let's have a look now at the Koori Rugby Yellow man down this left-hand side. With the headgear, getting it done. It's very athletic, both of these teams, to stay in it until the very end. Hot day here on the Central Coast. The cloud cover that we had maybe an hour or two ago has gone away, and it's bathed in sunshine here on Darkinjung country. So both of those teams now enjoying a well-deserved break. Uncle Tom Evans has joined us up in the box to give Talisha Harden a little bit of a break. You've been running around this morning, Tom.
Pretty much bedlam in the morning from about 6:30 onwards. We had about 40 volunteers up here trying to set up the tables and the fields and get everything ready for the day and try and make sure that all the teams have what they needed before the games kicked off. And yeah, it gets pretty busy in the morning, so there's a lot of questions to answer, and just making sure your sponsors are taken care of. Like Curry Foundation are running a little activation zone over there, throwing spears and stuff like that for the kids earlier today, and they did a fantastic job. And then we had our buy group. They built the scaffolding we're sitting on, and they did a great job. So then we had the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs, David Harris, up here. Just he's a local member for Wyong as well. He was walking around just meeting everyone and just seeing what the event's all about, and he seemed to be pretty impressed with it all. Big contingent of referees, a few of them from the country area and down in Sydney. They've come up for the weekend to make sure that standards are as high as they can be. And so then we got New South Wales Aboriginal Lands Council, University of Sydney sponsor a national under 17s and under 15s event. So they're all here. They're the University of Sydney sides that you've probably been calling a few of them. And and then we had as we said, the buy group, and then the juniors and a few of the other things is supported, and with a partnership we have with the Rugby Club Foundation, who was third year in with us. So yeah, we've been really lucky this year. Gilbert football's on board again, and yeah, so really lucky with the sponsors we have, and we've got 100 volunteers up here. 35 of those are from Westpac Bank, who have come up for the day just to help out. No fanfare. They've got one marquee up over there promoting who they are, but they're just up here for the day to engage and help and do as much as they can. So yeah, we're very lucky. Who we got here, Dan?
Got the La Perouse black side taking on the Southern Kings number 2 men's side, and if I'm not mistaken, we've got La Perouse in the blue and white kicking off, running from right to left on our screen against the Southern Kings side, who take it up to the 10 and see what they can do here. They've got some bigger bodies in this Southern Kings side for a Rugby 7's outfit, but they collect the penalty here, and we'll see them make it up over halfway via their number 11, Andrew Scarcella. Saw him get over the stripe in one of the earlier fixtures here on field number 5. They come back centre field before spreading it out wide, and breaking through a tackle is Jordan Hanna, and Hanna will go to the turf around 30 metres away from the stripe. Scarcella collecting the penalty for his side, and quickly tapping and running straight into a hole, but it closed as quickly as it opened, and we'll see play break down. But we will see the Southern Kings number 2 retain possession and have that scrum pack down around 10 shy of the line.
Yeah, it picked up pretty good, Danny. They're going to play a pretty narrow game. The Southern Kings, they've got some big bodies there, so they're going to try and play it pretty close. If the La Perouse sides get it, they're going to try and strip them on the sides for sure.
Let's see what Southern Kings can do from this scrum, and it's bobbling around. But we'll see Southern Kings come away with possession via this penalty. The number 9 for them, trying to see if he can poke and prod a hole in that defensive line, Joey Nelson. And we'll see a card come out as well early on here, with the La Perouse player being sent for a couple of minutes. Let's see if they can get it done with a numerical advantage, and they can. They are over. First points for this one.
Good step, got to the shoulder, got to the edge, and just a bigger body, and just basically broke through and got over the line. So pretty straightforward.
And they'll have probably another chance as well with the numerical advantage if they can gather it up off the restart, the Southern Kings. But La Perouse in no rush to get back underway here.
Yeah, well, they're going to have to be very careful here, because it's scorers' kick, so they can go whenever they want, scorers. And they're not on the 10-yard line, and they're being very gentlemanly like and waiting for them.
Yep, very generous. They could have gone with a 10-metre kickoff and regathered it. Instead, they've gone with a minus 4-metre kickoff. That the idea was right there from Asiki Mosi from the La Perouse side, but just couldn't gather the footy.
Yeah, he only had to pick it up, and he was away, right? There wasn't too many people close to him, and he just fumbled it, and you played at the ball. It was their ball from the kickoff to play, so he played at it and knocked it on. So back to Southern Kings.
Got a bit of white line fever, 45 metres away from the stripe, the poor lad, as we see.
Too far for me to go.
Good push there from La Perouse.
There's the edge.
There we go. Gets around his man, and over he goes. The number 3 for La Perouse. That's Kylan Morris. Just too much pace there for Andrew Scarcella. Getting around Scarcella, who was the last man in defence for Southern Kings. And, well, we're locked up at 5-all.
Well, that was always going to happen, wasn't it? It was going to, as soon as he got this lighter, quicker La Perouse side gets to the edge, they're going to strip him for speed, aren't they? So, it's not quite there. So that's all it was. A quick ball out, got to a quicker guy on the wing. Quick guy beats a bigger, slower player, and that's all it was. La Perouse to start off with from the centre kick.
La Perouse.
Oh, nice high kick too.
Beautiful high kick. Wasn't exactly a heap of La Perouse chasers there, and yeah, a bit of a lost football. Don't know if it's the hot conditions out here just leading to a few lapses or what it is. Anyway, La Perouse, they got a 34 points to nil win in their last match against the Central West Black Trackers, while the Southern Kings men number 2 side, they went down 27-5 against the United Sports Club. So both of these outfits.
Oh, there you go. Straight pick up, not covering behind the base of the scrum, so the defensive 5'8" was standing too wide for the quicker player and just stripped them for speed.
Yeah, well done there to spot the opportunity at the back of the scrum. You've always got to be wary of that kind of stuff. Back of the scrum, back of the ruck. And they get the points and they get the conversion as well. First try converted so far in this one.
Yeah, it's 12-5 to La Perouse over Southern Kings. Scorer's kick in 7's.
There he is, goes over the number 5 for La Perouse.
Another high kick here, Dan. He's really got them on the mark.
The kicks are quite high, but there doesn't seem to be the chase that there could be from La Perouse. It's always just one out stuff when they're trying to regather off the restart.
No urgency at all.
We see plenty of bodies getting into the ruck there for La Perouse, but to no effect. We see
good tackle.
Scarcella coming away with it again here, and going over the halfway line are Southern Kings number 2 via their number 7, Dallas Riley Burns. Looks for an option on the outside, doesn't present itself, but gets it back to Scarcella. Strong tackle again here from La Perouse, and they pick it up by Kylan Morris, who dishes it out to the right-hand side and steps back in, and if he can get away here, he might be able to go all the way. Does he have the pace, though? A bit of a foot race between him and the number 7. Needs to step back inside, but does so and gets over, and they are skipping out here.
Yeah, again, it's just the pace, Danny. Like that's gets on the edge on the edge of the game, and they've done really well to just get away from this Southern Kings side, Lapa. I think it was the first half, and sort of played out the way in which the sides present themselves. The Southern Kings are trying to go up the centre of the field, and then just like this down the right-hand side, just stripping them for pace and a nice little step inside, and the cover couldn't get to him.
For La Perouse there, I think it's their number 3, Kylan Morris, with that try down that right-hand side.
I think it's Kylan, yeah. All right, there was a little bit of a break here. Geez, it's a long day down up here, isn't it?
Well, this is probably the first match you've actually had a chance to watch, Tom, given you've been running around like a headless chook this morning organising things. What have you thought of the footy so far?
The footy's going good, right? How hot is it? And I'm glad I'm a second row forward and playing in the tight 5. I'm glad I'm not out doing this stuff. No, it's the Crowns are presented greatly by Central Coast Council. They've done a great job again. They're hard as rock. They've hardly had any rain up here. They drain superbly, but yeah, full-size fields and hard as a rock and fast surface. The shorter and the fitter, quicker guys are all going to do a lot better today than the bigger guys for sure. It's just, and this is their 3rd game, Danny. So it's going to start eating at these guys as the day goes on. You know, they're trying to start back up. And here we go with Southern Kings for the kick. That's better. Good chase. Oh, that's well done by Lapa.
Yeah, well taken there by the number 8, I think it was, for La Perouse, Jimmy Cutmore. And, well, they went back to Main Street and then came back out to the right, and then they're going back up the centre again. It's wherever they can find a gap at the moment for La Perouse, and they might have found one out there on that left-hand flank. Will he go all the way? He's getting close to that corner post. Oh, what a covering tackle.
Great effort. And lucky not to get... he's got him for... I was going to say he's lucky not to get caught for an over-the-shoulder tackle. Anything above the armpit in rugby union is considered high, so that's a high tackle. In the act of scoring a try, that's a penalty try. So, unfortunate. It was good cover, but the desperation also brought a desperate tackle over the shoulder. So, if we look at it, have we seen that in replay yet? Yeah, so just unfortunate. There was no malice in it at all. It was just a little bit of frustration getting to him, trying to tackle him over the shoulder. Penalty. The referee really had no option.
Yeah, you would have saw as he saw the tackle creep up a bit high that would be the outcome. But we get back underway. Lapa regathering their own restart, but then losing the ball. But again, they pick up a penalty here. Do Lapa
for high shot? Yeah, it's one of the biggest differences in league and union is how high you can tackle.
Esikimosi trying to make something happen down this right-hand side, but there's not a lot doing. Getting bodies into the ruck there, the Southern Kings, and take away possession from Lapa. Good counter ruck from them, and they'll come away with it.
Isolation is the enemy in this game, Dan. As soon as you get isolated and away from your mates, that's the hard part.
Jordan Hanna, tackled man there for the Southern Kings, and this man taking it up here for them is Jordan Mascord, and they do collect the penalty here, the Southern Kings. A nice relief for them.
Old matey number 12 down there for Southern Kings. It's, you can see it's the third game, He's just starting to tear up the juice of the bigger boys. Big shout out to Southern Kings, mate. They brought 3 teams up here. They bought 2 men's sides and a women's side, and they didn't get they tried to get a 17 side, just didn't quite work out from this year, but they'll be back next year with a bigger crew for sure.
And they come a decent distance as well, don't they?
Yeah, they're from basically the Shoalhaven area. Stevie Brandon and the Brandon brothers, they do a great job, and with their partners to put this all together for them. Stevie's one of the all-time players of the L7's. He's still puts on a great show and an awesome player, Mark and that.
Yeah, great to see the teams come out from across the state. And any interstate teams this year, Tom?
There's a few that have come in the juniors through the University of Sydney team. So there's a few players from Townsville, Rockhampton and Cairns. So they're feeling a little bit jealous that we don't have this up there for them. Yeah, he's consistent, the referee, on these high shots, and old matey's the referee's just right on top of that. I'm a big fan of the no high tackles. With the head clashes, we've got to get that right out of the game, right?
Yeah. And I think the days of people cheering on that kind of stuff has come to an end with all the evidence that's come out about head injuries. And
it's just crazy, right? And you just got to stamp it right out of the game. It's too fast and too hard to play this game of 7's with the high tackles and that, especially playing one short. Here we go. Good jackal. That could be. No, I just missed it.
They get the ball out wide here after that run from Scarcella. This is Mascord. Did Mascord just put through a kick through for himself, the big lad? Can't regather his kick, but tries to pin the Lapa man in the in-goal area. But a decent fend there from the number 4.
Nice little step. Move back inside. He's just cruising now. What's he going to do? Another step. He wants the shortest line between the shortest distance between 2 points. He didn't want to go to the corner.
Last ankle tap attempt there, but can't get it done. And Iobi is over for his second try. Not just yet. Everyone's happy for a bit of a breather, actually.
I think even us.
Even us, yeah. Number 7's appealing. Mate, go and try and make a tackle.
So just some of the rules of the L7s. You're allowed to have 2 non-Indigenous players in each side. So you might see the odd Fijian boy or Gub in the playing roster, and that's to try and get a connection with local clubs, but also A few of the guys want to bring along their mates, the people that they grow up with and stuff like that. So out of the 12, squad of 12, if you want to bring along some of our allies, some of the people that we're growing up with and into the fold, then this is the opportunity.
Try scorer there, Iobi Taukai Salili in the number 5 for the La Perouse side. A couple of tries for him in this one so far.
Yeah, knock on there, and the high kicks here by Lapa have been outstanding on the restarts, and they've contested them reasonably well. Got a couple back, and they've got this one back too. Possession's a big key in this game, Dan. Like, you've got to have the ball. You don't have the ball, you can't win. And if you've got the ball, they don't have it. They can't score tries.
La Perouse has done a pretty good job of holding onto the ball so far in this one, as we see a good push from them there in the 3-man Rugby 7 scrum. And, looking for a gap, and thought he might be able to just slice the defensive line open, cuts back inside instead, and his body's in motion here. His players following up, steps back on the inside, does the big man. It's Cade King getting on the score sheet for La Perouse this time round.
That was good support from Cade. Just got a nice pop ball as old matey was getting tackled. Gets a nice little pop ball back on the inside and scores a good try. That's the end of that section, Dan. So La Perouse convincing winners, and I think it just gets down to third game, hot day, big bodies, and they had more big bodies than Lapa, and Lapa were quite happy to run outside on the outside, and they, when Southern Kings had the ball, they were quite willing to defend and go hard at it, right? So all power to Lapa boys there.
How are you? How are you placed to stay with us, or are you going to get back to...
I'm good to stay for a few more, mate. Yeah, so there's no one chasing me at the moment. So,
well, that's our gain if nobody's after you, because we've got the Skin Dogs coming up against Mother Country next in the men's Pool A competition.
Yeah, so Mother Country, I think this is their fourth or fifth year in. John O'Morrison was one of our junior players, and him and his parents have really got behind Lloydie's. Cheryl Morrison's now on the board of directors, and she manages this side, and they're strong sponsors of the organisation, and they buy tables at our annual dinner, and they're really, really strong supporters, and coming up against one of the all-time teams of the L7's, a favourite of the final series of Skin Dogs, and it's going to be interesting because the mother country got some boys from the countries, from the bush, who are very skillful, and we might not really know them that well. We'll be familiar with some of these Skin Dogs boys, but you'll be really good. One of the boys in the Skin Dog side is Kai Willoughby, and he's another Lloydie boy. I think he actually played with Jono back in the day, and Jono's in Mother Country when they were in the under 16s for Lloydies. So Kai, he plays first and second grade at Randwick, and is in this wider Australian 7's program. So that's him with the ball at the moment. Who's some other notables there? Bailey Collins there, just behind Kai. He's played a fair bit for the Skin Dogs in the past, and it's number 9 for Lapa. And you got Mother Country in the orange and pattern shirts, and up against the turquoise and black of the Skin Dogs this year, who you never know what they're going to turn up with colours, these mob, honestly.
Uncle, don't take it personally, but you've been working me hard all morning since 9 o'clock, so I'm going to hand the headphones over to Talisha Harden, and she'll have a yarn with you for this one.
Beautiful. Hey, T.
Uncle Tom.
How would you like to be out there today in this heat?
Oh, you know what? I'm pretty comfortable up here. I would have to go and find my lungs to even try and play this. This is, so much respect for these guys. What about you, Uncle?
I'm good. I'm excited to watch this game. That was Really nice start from the Skin Dogs. High kick and just couldn't be controlled by Mother Country there. So yeah, looking forward to seeing this game. Just seeing how they stack up against each other.
Yeah, I think we've said it before. Mother Country over the last few years have been quite strong in all the games that they've played.
Yeah, they're traditionally mostly a country team. They're based out of Tamworth, Armidale area. Yeah, here we go. Nice little step, little inside. Yeah, he's going to go for a high shot here. Close with the ball. Cuts Bailey. Outside. Just too much wheels. Number 8 there for Marper. Nice try. They've played a bit of this together, Kai and Bailey. You'll see them sort of hanging around a bit together at the back of rucks. Another boy to look out for is Gage Phillips. He's in the number 3. Another one in the wider Australian 7's development squad. He's someone to watch for sure.
Oh, that's awesome. And there's no substitute for speed in this game, especially when you've got a bit of speed and a bit of pizzazz. You look at home on a 7's field and, these boys they look so good.
That was a nice kick. I had that in, but missed. So 5-0 to Skin Dogs over Mother Country.
And, Uncle, I saw a couple of old faces getting around. Albert Kelly was having a run for Skin Dogs.
Oh, was he?
Yeah, I think so. Well, from what he told me this morning, he was gonna have a run for him, but I haven't seen him yet.
Well, they've got the ball back from the kick-off here, the Skin Dogs, which is, it's gold, right? Getting after you kick it off and get the ball back. Wide again, speed, and just... such good running lines, right? He had no room there, crowded up and just pace, right?
Yeah, and the good players just look like they've got so much time and space. Even when they don't, they look like they can just walk on water.
Yeah.
And Uncle, probably a good time for us actually to have a yarn about our girl Mahalia Murphy.
How cool is she?
Over in Vegas. How good.
She loves this event. We miss her, right? So she's been a player and a commentator and general team organiser. She's just the best. And I was disappointed she missed out that last game last year in the Test series. I thought she was one of our best players off the bench, and she's got that X factor about her. And yeah, she's repping over there with another one of our faves, Bo Dela Cruz, on the sideline. Here we go. It's Gage with the ball. To Kai. Wide. Just taking on the inside line. Big cover. 4 blokes there, all behind each other. There's got to be space somewhere else. Oh, he might have got that down. Yep. 4 blokes coming across to tackle 1 bloke. They've obviously worked out he's got speed and they've got to get across there. But too many blokes on the one side. Ball comes back in. There had to be some space somewhere, right?
Yeah, absolutely, Uncle. Good. Yeah, you've summed it up perfectly, I think, as well. Just Skin Dogs showing they can score it in any part of the field, whether it's deep in their own territory, around the halfway, down a sideline, down another sideline.
Yeah.
They've just got attack and threat all over the field.
Yeah, and I think one of the things they got for them in favour in this first half, this is their 3rd game, I think, too, as well, is they got the win with them. So it's harder and harder as a side when you get behind to come back, and that's going to wear a little bit on Mother Country, but they'll aim up for sure if I know them. Yeah, good take.
Yeah.
Plays back, but just too much, no one there to support. Oh, nice ball, Bailey. Scoring the try.
And we mentioned that versatility, Uncle, but just being able to hit lines, identify holes, see the space.
Yeah, it makes a big difference, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And when you win the ball back off your own kickoff too, it just, as a side that's chasing points, you kind of just think, oh, when if are we going to get the ball back. And I know Mother Country will get the ball back at some stage, but yeah.
Well, we've got Kalen Kinsella here. He's got some wheels as well. You've got, I think, Bailey Roberts. He's got some wheels. Skin Dogs have got some real skill here, and that's gonna show for sure. Knowing the rules of the game help too. They're actually called laws, but knowing them, knowing how to jackal, which is what Kai did then, the release, go for the ball, and win the penalty. Even though you don't have the ball, to win the penalty, that's a real skill, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Being able to understand when and if to go and backing yourself. And there he is, Albert Kelly.
There you go.
Bit of a scuffle in the back there, Unc.
Yeah, it won't last long because it's 7's. You've got to get back in line.
That's it. Yeah, because if you're not defending or you're not attacking, then
you might as well be on the sideline.
That's it. And actually, Uncle, that's probably a good point. Is referees have been controlling these games pretty well and penalising and handing out cards when they need to. And in a game earlier today, we actually had 6 cards in one game, which can prove hard if you're the team defending.
Yeah, well, it's one of the things is, and I applaud Rugby for doing this, is coming down hard on high tackles. We were talking to Danny before about it, and we've got to get it out of the game, and League are doing the same thing. So we are particularly fierce on it in Union.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's got to. And tackling in the air, that's another one we're really fierce on.
Yep.
And both of those I'm a bit of a fan for, right? Because you've got to feel safe going up, right?
Mm-hmm.
You want to see the skill of the high contest, and if you think you're going to get smashed and for no reason, then just to be smashed, then it's not the game, right?
Yeah, that's it. And I feel like the game's safer than ever. For all those young people out there or anyone wanting to get involved. And I think the game is just in a good place at the moment where, it is a lot safer and people can feel safe. And
I'm going to give a shout out to our medical staff today. So we've got Ryan Bolger, Aboriginal doctor, backed up with my nephew, Dr. Jack Evans. So there's 2 doctors one on call if Ryan goes down. And they're both volunteers, both blackfellas.
Awesome.
And we've got 2 lead physios here, Tim Croft and also Tom Brydon, and they both and they brought along some trainee Aboriginal physios from UTS.
Wow.
So and the players can come along and get their ankles strapped free of charge as part of the tournament, and get their injuries assessed. And and on each field we'll have a not a St John's ambulance, but a paramedic or surf life-saving lifeguard on each field, and they're responders on each field to go out and to assess anything on the day. So it's to carry on that safety conversation. That's what we're big about the L7s. Is we're really strong about that.
Yeah, that's amazing, Uncle. And like you said, giving shining a spotlight on how deadly our mob are when it comes to health, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander doctors, physios. It's pretty amazing.
And this isn't funded by Rugby. This isn't funded by state government. We get a small grant from DAO. Oh, look at that knock on there, right on the line. This could open an opportunity up here for Mother Country. But, Buy Group, Aboriginal business. They're major sponsor. Quitline, to sponsor because we're anti-smoking, and Kari Foundation and their procurement area, their business side of stuff, Aboriginal social enterprise. So they're the ones who sponsor this. So we'd love to do it up in Queensland. It'd go off, wouldn't it?
I was going to say, is Townsville too far? It'd be too hot at this
time
of year.
Too far to walk.
Too far. Yeah, that's it. I'm a bit Townsville biased at the moment, I think. But no, we'd melt up there, Uncle. It's a bit too hot. But like you said, culture elevates culture, and when you see...
Oh, look at that. Just big body close to the line.
Yeah, that's it.
It's going to be hard to hold him out. So good to see him on the board, right?
100%.
So in here we ask them to kick from behind the post if they can, to try and keep the ball in play, right? So 7's, they kick the ball back, and there's less for ball boys and ball girls to chase, which we call here volunteers. And they all wear a volunteer shirt, and that's what they are. They're our super volunteers, our ball kids, and we thank them for their efforts for the day too.
That's it. Yeah, and they're getting around, and it's hot out there, and they're doing such a wonderful job.
It's stinking. Big kick here. That's a great kick off. Kai Willoughby under the ball. Step, realign, reshape. I think that's Will Roberts there. He might get penalty. No. Yeah, 6 is Will Roberts. He's from, he works at University of Sydney, so he was taking care of all our kids yesterday at university, showing them around in there, and now he's out here playing for the Skin Dogs. So, yeah, good boy.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Kai Willoughby to feed the scrum. And this is just pace. This will just be pace here. Bailey Collins. It's just isolating one person, drawing them to you, and putting someone away. It's just pretty well straightforward rugby, right? Rugby 7's.
100%. As we said, there's no substitute for speed and skill when you have both of them. It's a pretty crazy combination. But yeah, it's pretty to watch too, Uncle. It's pretty to watch. Like from our view up here, it looks good. Like you said, people.
Just opens up.
Yeah, yeah, and it's not as easy as it looks either. It's not as easy as it looks, to run full speed, to catch pass, to be able to step, manoeuvre, finish off tries. Like it takes a lot of skill.
Here we go, another little kick. No, nice regather. And that's just not covering the front line, right? Just not covering up the front line of the 10-metre line. And again, if you know the laws, you know the rules, what you can do, what you can't do, makes a big difference.
It does, and just probably a little lapse of concentration there from
Mother Country.
Mother Country, yeah. And it happens. It happens when you're chasing your tail a bit and you're a bit behind on the scoreboard.
And their third game of the day, and they've got a couple of bigger boys, right? And so it's starting to chew up a bit of juice in the tank, I think.
Absolutely.
Out in the full. Okay. So we've got 16 men's sides in the draw this year. So the top 2 in each pool will go through to the quarterfinals of the Cup. Winners will go through to playoff in semi-finals of the Cup. And the losers will go through to play in the semi-finals of the Plate. The bottom 2 teams will go through to play in the quarterfinals of the Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
The losers of the quarterfinals of the Bowl will drop out.
Yep.
They won't have anything. And then we'll have semi-finals for the Bowl. So
it's amazing.
Yeah, so there's plenty of football still left to come for the men's division. So it's how they rotate their bench, right? And you've got to come with a full bench.
That's it. And actually, we talked about that in the last game. How you need some numbers on the bench to get through the day because it's a lot of games in a short time frame.
Oh, that's a shocking pass, Bailey.
Oh, he's human. A rare mistake.
A rare mistake.
Just another courteous reminder for all rubbish in the garbage bins. It'll just make cleaning up the grounds a lot easier tonight.
Just a beautiful place to host. Like you get around the grounds and you just see how beautiful it is down there. And obviously, Tuggerah do a wonderful job of taking care of the facilities, and yeah, it's just a great place to play rugby 7's.
For sure, it's been a great day, and the facilities are just top notch, right?
What time did you get up this morning, Uncle? Have you been to bed yet, or did you do an all-nighter?
Oh, here we go. Nice Oh, he's picked him up for offside, has he? Oh, dragging a player back. Yeah, no, got to bed late last night trying to do a few little things, like little 1%ers right, and we still didn't do them all. Like, there's so much more we could do to make more engagement with the fans. You know, it's all run by volunteers, right? So
That's it. You guys do a wonderful job.
We didn't get to bed till midnight, and we got up at 5:30. So. Oh, nice take. I think he shook his head more than his feet then. He's sidestepping. Gage Phillips, nice little step. I don't think he wants to run that far, Gage. Yeah, nice little step. Oh, and again, speed, right?
Yeah.
A little bit of frustration from Mother Country, but you can understand that too, right? They want to do well, and that's the end of the play. Everyone's shaking hands. Everyone's pretty well busted, right?
Yeah, everyone's looking for the shade in the water, I think.
I took we give every team a bag of ice, and we've got an ice van over the back with all of it in there, and I took one of the players over there before, and I said, he said, where can I get some ice? I said, right here. So he walked in to get the ice, and he said, can I stay in here?
Yeah, that's it. Well, I don't know, Uncle, I'd be melting in Townsville, so this is beautiful for me. I'm loving this.
No humidity, nice little breeze up here, isn't it?
That's it. Mind you, I'm not playing in the middle of the day, so all credit to everyone who's running around out there today.
There you go. That's the Skin Dogs over Mother Country. Pretty one-way traffic in the end, but they didn't stop trying, Mother Country, so they'll move on to a quarter-final, and Skin Dogs will move on to their quarter-final later in the game, and we might see them up against each other later on, but at the moment they're handling the conditions well, Skin Dogs.
They are. They look like the team to beat at the moment. Lots of exciting young fellas in that team who you mentioned, Uncle. So a team to watch today for sure.
Yeah.
And up next on Field 5 we have the women's teams coming up. Sydney Dreaming versus Mr. Jester's Inn. So really, really exciting. I saw Sydney Dreaming play this morning. They look quite strong as well. Yeah.
So they won last year and the year before, I think. Ian Naden runs Mr. Jester's Inn, so they've been really strong supporters of the program for the last 4 or 5 years, and so that's been they've been a big supporter. And Kyle Nettleton runs the Sydney Dreaming, and as I said, they've done really well. Kyle's brother plays. They both played Warringah on the Northern Beaches, so yeah, they've done really well. So I'm expecting them to do well, but I'm also expecting good things from Mr. Jester's Inn. So this could be a good game.
Yeah, definitely. I shouted out to a titter of mine, Monique Donovan, who's out there running around for Sydney Dreaming. She played in the All-Stars a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, yeah?
She's a really good human, but an even better advocate for her mob. And, you know, she's very staunch in her culture. And
pretty crazy being out there today, running around.
I know. When I saw her, I thought, oh, my goodness. But, yeah, she's great in the Sydney Dreaming team, obviously very strong.
Yep. Geez, I like Mr. Jester's Inn's gear this year.
I was just thinking
green
that.
And the pink.
Yep.
They stand out.
Yep. And Uncle, I did mention that, you know, I come back year after year after year because Lloydies have obviously been a huge, huge, huge support and pathway for so many women in the game, and whether they've stayed in rugby union or not, or stayed in 7's, it doesn't matter to you guys. It's just creating a pathway and opportunities for young girls, young women.
I think I went to the all-time list of all-star girls. I think we've got 30 girls that are on all-star list that played Lloydies at one stage.
Wow.
I think something like 25 or 30 of the girls.
That's amazing.
Yeah, you've got girls in the NRL at the moment, like Nakia Davis-Welsh and Jazz, and then you've got Jasmine Alendi, and then you've also got Rihanna Byers, and there's a whole heap there.
Gracie Kemp.
Gracie Kemp, yeah, exactly. Yeah, awesome. And as you said, they're all good humans, right? It's a bit of a hold up and play here. What's going on? No footy or change of player? Yeah, change of player. Someone's just busted their knee up a bit.
Oh gosh, our knees, Uncle. We know about knees, don't we?
Well, I've got to get a new one. Apparently you can get them these days.
You'll just be AI soon. You'll be full AI.
Plug me in.
So the start of this game, a little bit stop-start.
Yeah.
Just getting these line-outs right, which can be really tricky. Very technical piece of the game.
Yeah.
Especially at the 7's, where you can only put 2 or 3 in that line-out, so it can be tricky to get your numbers right.
Yeah, I think the Jester in girls are just trying to work out who's going to be in, who's not in. There we go.
Another one, Unc. 3 in a row. 3 in a row.
Yeah, well,
Oh, no, we're off. I think it was a quick one.
I think I'll work that out. Nice tackle. Looking for a bit of room. Oh, that's clever.
Yeah, clever.
Ball in 2 hands. Makes you stand off, doesn't it?
It absolutely does, yep. Yep. Didn't have much room. Didn't have much room to work with there. But as you said, ball in 2 hands, spotted a gap, backed herself, and 5 points early for Mr. Jester's in.
I thought, what's she doing going there? There's 3 girls right in front of her.
Yep.
And then a bit of footwork and speed and through the gap.
Absolutely. Ian would be happy with that one. Good start for Ian and the team.
Ian will be really happy with that. And first scorer helps, right? And they've got the conversion as well. So that's 7 points to Mr. Jester's in. We started an over 35s team comp this year for the boys.
Oh, really?
There's a few over 35 boys walking around looking very busted and tired at the moment.
I love that. That's awesome. Is that some of the old boys teams and things like that are getting around?
Oh, God. They couldn't have played enough when I was younger, that's all I can say. Nice restart, good kick. Oh, over the top, back to Jester in. Good contact there. Both good presentation. Oh, good work.
Yeah, great hands, late hands.
Yep. Oh, good work. Has she got the pace? I tell you she has. Well done. Oh, and try. Yes. Sydney's dreaming of getting stripped on the sides here. Should have been stopped there with a nice tackle in the midfield. Then you get stripped with a bit of pace and they're struggling a bit here in this. And Mr. Jester in, they're doing well.
They are doing well, and accuracy of their passes has been quite nice, and just keeping the ball alive, keeping the ball in play, and most importantly, getting it to their speed when they need it.
Yeah, they haven't had the ball either yet, Sydney Dreaming. So, they're getting no conversion there. So it's 12-0 to Mr. Jester's in over Sydney Dreaming.
Yeah, and you can kind of sense, Uncle, that if Sydney Dreaming do get the ball back, that they'll work themselves into this game. But at the moment, they just haven't been able to secure it off this kickoff. It's bounced and rolled back to Mr. Jester's in, or something else has happened. So. Yeah, just need Sydney Dreaming to start, I guess, building some momentum, get into the game a little bit.
Get into the game, that's it.
Just takes one moment in 7's.
Well, don't know why I didn't persist with the other kick to the left-hand side. Here we go. Was that a late tackle?
Yeah, I think so. Or Yeah, late tackle, didn't use the arms. But, oh, she's got some pace.
Oh, and she can play.
Yeah, Riley Mackay, she just quick. But again...
Oh, nice palm. No support at the breakdown. Lose the ball. Mr. Jester-in's got it.
And this could be potentially a carbon copy of what we just saw.
Close the gap. No, yeah.
Well done, yeah.
Good tackle. High,
Uncle. I need to get my brain out of league mode because, again, just that slight difference in rules there. But good ball movement.
Yep.
Oh,
wait.
Oh.
He's got this for a knockdown. Another strange thing in Union, if they're not attempting to take the ball, which I think she was trying to catch it, right?
Absolutely.
But they'll rule that as a deliberate knockdown, and it's a penalty.
I'm glad to see no card off the back of that, though, because like you said, Uncle, I do think she was trying to...
Tackle it.
Yeah,
take the ball, yeah. Excellent. Oh, that's knocked back. A little bit of luck here.
Yeah, well done. They're all over them at the moment.
Well, I would have said that was not releasing the tackle player first. Like she never had a deliberate release, but they got the ball. Mr. Jester's in. They might get another try here, but no, tackled.
Oh.
Fighting for the ball here. Still got a chance here. It's 12-0 to...
And, yeah, card coming here, Uncle?
No.
Possibly? Oh, no.
He should have, because they were holding the back from playing on. Big run up here from Sydney Dreaming. No support. Lose the ball. Yeah, that's fair enough too.
And I think that's something that they might have to address at half-time, Uncle, is not isolating themselves when they are running, because it's proved costly in this first half, just, running alone, not having that support when needed.
Yeah, it was just 3 in that last minute and a half, right? And take the tap, put the ball out, and we're happy with that first half. 12-0 to Sydney Dreaming over... So it's 12-0 to Mr. Jester's in over Sydney Dreaming. And... probably started off with a little bit of poor handling in the first bit, and Mr. Jester's in have just got themselves together a bit quicker, passing the ball better, backing each other up, supporting each other at the breakdown. Just a few simple things, whereas Sydney Dreaming are running one out, not getting to the breakdown, not supporting each other, and I think they're the things that are the reasons why Mr. Jester's is in front.
Absolutely. I think that's a pretty fair assessment. And unfortunately in the game of 7's, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, you don't actually have much time to settle in. From the minute you step foot on the field, you've got 14 minutes to make it happen. And a team that can do that quicker than the other one usually finds themselves on top pretty quickly. But often we see that a half-time break can be a bit of magic formula that a team that's, behind on a scoreboard needs. So
good reset, right?
Good reset, yeah.
So, you've played Australian 7's, you've played at the highest level with Australian Rugby League. Like, what are the key things you think are what you've got to do to be successful in 7's in this sort of community game?
I think possession is everything. Just being able to hold on to the ball at all costs. If you can control that, then ultimately you get a say in what happens. But being able to defend your mistakes as well is pretty key. Yeah. Ultimately, at some stage, the ball will get turned over, and when you flick to defence, you have to be able to tackle well, or trust your teammate to make the tackle and you stay out, like all those little things. But it's a hard game for anyone watching at home. It's hard. It's not easy. I couldn't be doing it anymore, even if I tried.
And costly mistakes, like not making the 10 metres, right?
Absolutely. They're those controllables where, you've just got to somehow find a way.
And the girls' game's grown so much in the last 5-10 years, hasn't it?
Oh, it's massive. It's absolutely huge, and the Australian Sevens women's program has been so strong for so long, and those girls work so unbelievably hard. So, and it's great. I think a lot of young women can look up to those.
Did you see Lockie Parkinson here today?
I missed Parko.
He's here. He's here, talent IDing. So I'm sure a few of these girls in the women's draw and also in the juniors draw will be getting some, and some boys will be getting some taps on the back in the near future. There's some real special talent running around.
100%, and I've known Parko for a long time now. He was at the QAS or with Queensland Rugby 7's when I was a bit of a pup. So he's been around a long time, and he's been involved in the pathways systems, and obviously now he's at that Australian level, and he's got a good eye for talent.
Yeah, we work in really well with him when we try and create pathways which don't conflict, and we work together to try and make sure our kids get either they get an opportunity with us or with a state team or a national selection, right? So that's working really well at the moment. And this could be another penalty here. Let it go.
And of course, this tournament unearthed Moz.
Yes. Yeah, well, one of our current superstars in the Australian Sevens. This is a penalty for a high tackle, just slipped over the top, and girls are getting tired. This is their third game for the tournament. And it does wear on you, right? So, Moz started here. He got player of the tournament here in this tournament when it was at Coffs Harbour. Got picked into our national men's side, and then from the national men's side he was invited into the national ARU 7's program. So
been a mainstay for years and years now.
Yeah, he's one of the old boys of the team.
Old fella.
Yeah, we're very proud of that, and a few of the other girls come through here and from through the girls program, and Kalina Simons, yourself and Mahali all played with us back in the day and played Australian 7, so we're very proud of our alumni. So.
Yeah, and it's only a matter of time till more and more girls and boys, men and women from Lloydies, even in the 15-a-side format.
Yeah, there's some things happening at the moment where they'll push through. We've got players in the 15s program like Andrew Muirhead and Dylan Peace who all played with Lloydies back in the day, and there's some other boys coming through. Harrison Goddard's in there as well at the Brumbies, and so we have got some boys in the program, and it's just keep pushing them through and trying to bring them through.
You're a proud uncle, aren't you? You're a proud uncle.
There's some good. That's a great step.
Woo!
We've spoken a bit about Sydney Dreaming, and that's why. They've got some talent out there, right? And that's a lovely little step. They know the urgency. Nice little quick pass back. Got the conversion. 12-7. That's a game now, right? So there's probably 2 or 3 minutes left on the clock. I can't see that on time, but that was just a straight step, straighten up on one-on-one, right? And the inside defence not being able to get over there quick enough.
100%. And I've always admired athletes and people who can change direction with such force and still maintain their speed.
Great
and
kick.
That's exactly what she did.
All right, that's a great kick. They've isolated her.
Stray water bottle on the field.
Oh, no. There's a penalty here, and that's come from being isolated. They isolated the player at the back. They got there. They contested the breakdown, Sydney Dreaming, and that's the first bit of urgency I've seen from them. Here we go again. There. It's all locked up.
It's all locked up.
Kick's important. First try score is important, but they're all locked up.
That's a good point, Uncle, actually. I wasn't aware of that. So first try scorer in the event of a draw.
Yep, and she's got the conversion, so that comes off the table now. So it's 14-12 to Sydney Dreaming.
But you're right. There's a sense of urgency. Momentum seems to have swung.
Do you think there was a reset at half time?
Maybe a reset at half time.
Another good kick. Over the top. And good. Oh, a bit of head clash there too on the ground. Here we go. Mr. Jester's in. Opportunity here. Oh, here's a card. These are the things that happen, right?
That's it. And when you thought that momentum, it's a funny game, isn't it? It's a funny game.
High tackle. So, danger period here for Sydney Dreaming. They're in front. They can't afford to. That's a good tackle. That's a good jackal. Yes. I think she's done well, don't you?
She has done very, very well. You've got to be brave to do that. You have to be brave to,
stick your head in the jaws of a lion, right?
Absolutely.
And getting marched for, not back 10. You have to take the tap on the mark. I know you took it from back there, but...
And this plays right into Sydney Dreaming's hands. Time ticking down.
Ball in hand. And they've got the territory. And again. Run to the gap.
Yep.
Cover can't get across. Staying on your man on the wing, and that's it, right?
Yeah.
So you've got to give it to Mr. Jester's in. They've given it a fair crack, right?
100%. A tale of two halves almost. So first half.
Running with the win, maybe.
Maybe, yeah. First half, very dominant from Mr. Jester's in, and Sydney Dreaming with a comeback, Uncle. 3 tries in that second half to I guess, fly home.
Yeah. The two boys over there, Ian and... Yeah, so Sydney Dreaming just too good. 3 converted tries. 21 over the Mr. Jester's in on 12.
Of the last game, guys. Just the last try. Here it comes, just to talk them up. All right, stand by.
Yeah, just this last try. Sydney Dreaming, ball in 2 hands. Donovan, very experienced player, gets to the outside for her man, and pull under the post. So Sydney Dreaming has to come back to win. It's very, very interesting. It's in the finals this afternoon. But we're well underway, I guess, through most of the day. We're almost halfway through, which is pretty crazy to think about. We kicked off this morning at 9 o'clock and... we've worked our way up to the 1:20 game between the Southern Kings #1 team and Tari Connections.
We made it. We made it to halfway,
we made it,
Talisha.
yeah, we did.
It was a sight for sore eyes when I saw Eli Corliss, who'll be jumping onto the microphone for the next game on the ball by ball. Give me a break at least. I'm not sure you get a break. But he'll be joining us for the next call. But now we've got the Southern Kings #1 side against the Tari Connections in the men's competition. This is round 3 of the men's comp, and these two sides both undefeated so far in the tournament after the first 2 matches that they've had. But Southern Kings are top of the table in their pool on for and against, but should be a pretty good matchup between these two.
Yeah, I'm excited for this one. Like you said, we've seen these two teams go through undefeated so far, and both have actually played here on Field 5 this morning. So teams with depth probably is the biggest thing as well. They both have a lot of depth to their squad and to their team. So, yeah, we're in for, again, I say it every match, but we're in for another good match because that's what's happened so far. It's been amazing. It's been a great level of competition. Yeah, it's great to see Eli, who will be on soon, old pal. You'll hear his amazing voice instead of mine in the not-too-distant future. But, no, we're underway here. Field 5, 120 game, Southern Kings, Tari Connections.
It's the Taree Connections coming up with it there in the predominantly black outfit in possession at the moment, running right to left on your screen, at least in this first 7-minute block before we change ends. And the Southern Kings in their predominantly blue outfit. And, of course, the Southern Kings, as Tom was telling us earlier, from around the south coast part of New South Wales, the Shoalhaven, as we see Taree get a nice pass away here, and it runs through a gap that lasts about 10 metres before it closes in front of him. And the number 8 here for Taree turns around to fire a pass back. They get over the halfway, so do the Taree side. Not a lot doing, so tries to step back on the inside, does the number 6 for them. That's Will Saunders, but losing possession here, and it'll be a costly one as well for Taree because Southern Kings are sprinting downfield to post first points in this one via their number 6, the centre. It is Stephen Brandon, who will take a bit of a break before planting the ball down. The heat and the long day so far out here at the Tuggerah Sporting Complex, catching up with these teams. All of them pretty happy for a breather if they can milk some time in the in-goal area, and he does just that before posting the first 5 points. Does 5 become 7? As good an opportunity as you'll get for that. He does, and that is an early lead for the Southern Kings as they the two undefeated teams go head-to-head here as we determine the places in the quarterfinals. Both of these teams will be going through to the Cup quarterfinals. Of course, different groupings after the pools. We'll have the Cup and the Plate and the Bowl, but they're competing for the Cup. That's what all of these teams came here to Tuggerah seeking. And, well, who will these teams be playing in the quarterfinals? That is the question to be determined at the end of this fixture. And Taree will get back underway on their own 22. Squandering possession in one direction and then squandering it in the other, but we'll have a scrum pack down, no advantage to the Southern Kings.
Yeah, no advantage so far. I guess Taree still working their way into this game, but there's not much time in 7's, as we all know. So if the Southern Kings can get another try here, it makes things a little more complicated for Taree, but they've shown, they can score from a range of different places on the field. So
Stephen Brandon having to go back and feed the scrum again.
Gosh, he turned on the afterburners on that last try, didn't he? Showed some pace to score under the posts.
But they can't win the scrum, the Southern Kings, so instead Taree will come away with it. But again, we're going to have to go back and we're going to have to do it again. We're going to have to repeat the scrum for a second time. Haven't had too much of this in the tournament so far, thankfully.
No, it's just one of those, technical parts of the game that's got a few different rules and components to it. So again, we're kind of restarting here, just making sure everyone's pushing and pulling in the right direction and the ball's being fed the right way. And there's a lot to it.
And again, the scrum arches up, but we finally get the ball out of the back of the scrum and play on, thankfully, is the call. The kick comes through for the wingman for the Southern Kings, but he can't collect it, Kieran Brandon, and instead going down that flank, but in the opposite direction is the number 3 for Taree, Hakeem Torrens, but the ball goes back inboard now. They're running up the centre of the field here through their big number 6, Will Saunders, and the chest pass goes forward. Unfortunate there for Taree. It looked like it might have been on, but Tyson England with the pass that projects forward, and we'll come back for a breather after that frenetic period of play.
Yeah, promising signs there from Taree, and obviously danger signs for the Southern Kings, but ultimately, Tyson just couldn't quite get that ball backwards out of the hands, but they'll take a little bit of confidence from that, I think. They did threaten, they opened up a couple of gaps, just couldn't nail that final pass.
Referee content with that scrum, and we come out centre field here on the Southern Kings 22. Nothing doing right, they go back left, and we'll see play continue out on that left-hand flank. All a bit bitsy, all a bit stop-start. Finally, that phase comes to an end with a penalty going to the Taree outfit. And in good position here as well, just outside the Southern Kings 22. Ball out in front from that man there, the number 3, Torrens. He's looked dangerous for Taree in this one thus far. Jamie Ingram going through for Taree. Will he get pulled down short? No. Momentum carries him over. And Taree are on the board.
Yeah, a much-needed try for Taree. I mean, that'll give him confidence, especially if the halftime suitor does sound. 7-5. Missed that one. So Taree, 2 points behind, but all strength to get to that line. They're the hardest ones, the ones in front, I reckon.
Just got to maintain the concentration and treat it like any other one, I suppose. Not rush it, not take it for granted. The restart comes up here via Hakeem Torrens and taken well by the Southern Kings. He's got speed, this man. He might go all the way here. Indeed, that's exactly what he does. Very well done by the Southern Kings, number 10, Alan McGrath. And they hit right back. Yeah, well, that was a great take off the kickoff. And one of those ones that you kind of, if you're in the right position, they're hard to defend because you've got a sideline there, a bit of speed, and you can find yourself in room pretty quickly. But he did well to take that off the kickoff, but not what Taree would have wanted just before half time. In their clashes so far, well, the Southern Kings have just been dominant in their 2 clashes. They won 57-0 against Lufern. They won 54-0 against the Coastal Black Cockatoos. So really their first real challenge in this competition is this clash here. Taree, on the other hand, still convincing. 31-19 against the Coastal Black Cockatoos and 20-0 against Lufern. Both of these teams taking a breather and sucking in the big ones. Oh, and I don't blame them. It's warm out there, and as we all know, it's a fast-paced, up and down, back and forth game that can just gas you. So, like we've said previously, having a bit of depth on your benches can prove the difference, especially in a close game like this. Now, this was the first try in the encounter there. The number 6 going across for the Southern Kings. Bit of a leader for his side, Stephen Brandon. He's performed well so far, not just in this clash, but in other clashes as well. Good, strong step there off the right, and then backed himself to get to the line, did Jamie Ingram. And then we see this last try here as well. Another one of the big man in this outfit, but with speed, with pace, enough to get to the line and take out the Southern Kings to a nice little half-time advantage as we get back underway. And the Southern Kings, number 5, taking it safely there, Kieran Brandon. But possession quickly changing hands, and Tari, what can they do here, trying to get on with things pretty quickly? Look for some quick recycle there. It's decent off the breakdown, and can he go all the way? The number 10 for Tari. Oh, yes, he can. That is a crucial try for them.
Yeah, crucial try. They conceded a try probably 10 seconds before the halftime buzzer, and they've scored one about 20 seconds after the beginning of the second half. So probably a relieving try for Tari, much relieved.
That levels us up at 12 points all after that try there from Kobe Smith for Tari, and converted with not the most convincing conversion, but a conversion nevertheless. Let's see how this one unfolded. They got to the breakdown and made sure they could get on with things. And, yep, at the back of the ruck there, a few gaps and taking full advantage. But, well, speaking of taking full advantage, here go the Southern Kings. We're going try for try at the moment. And right down in that far right-hand corner they go to plant it down. Let's see how this one unfolded on the replay when we see it. But plenty of open space down that right-hand flank in the end.
Yeah, there was. And again, the good teams, they can score from anywhere on the field. Deep in their own half, down a sideline, as we can see here. Just look at that running. It's just technique, power, speed. Makes it look easy.
Kieran Brandon, the number 5 for the Southern Kings, getting it done.
And I know it probably won't be on the radar of these two teams yet, but I don't know, in the back of my mind I'm thinking, do you want to cross over in a semi-final or a quarter-final with the Skin Dogs? Who do you want to avoid? You haven't seen or played the other teams in the other part of the draw, so yeah, these last couple of games will be really important for quarter-final and semi-final spots.
Tari trying to find a bit of space on the outside. Nothing doing though, so they come back inboard. A couple of dummies. He might have been seeing if there was something on, but there wasn't anything on. But trying to attract a couple of defenders and create the numerical advantage. He does so. Sprinting away now is their number 1. Can he go all the way? He can, and plants it down in the exact opposite corner as the Southern Kings did just moments ago. Tyrone Harding, the number 1 for Tari, and they've hit back.
Yeah, conversion's really going to maybe prove the difference in this one. To their credit, both defensive teams have been able to, I guess, restrict the try scoring to corners, which, yeah, in the end could prove the difference.
Did well here to attract both defenders and create that overlap on the outside. Exactly what he was trying to do, and, well, made it happen. Very strong try assist there, and the other try itself going to Tyrone Harding. As we recommence once again here on halfway. Seeing what's doing, and then finally find something out there on the outside. Number 10, he's dangerous, Alan McGrath, for this Southern Kings side. Getting involved again in that last play, and the ball just goes slightly behind Ryan James. But they retain possession and continue here through Mark Brandon, and trying to continue quickly. James looking for somebody to offload to. He finds Brandon again. Pops it back here to the 8. This is Hibbs. Back to Brandon. What can they do? There's something on here. They just need to push the right opening and they'll be over. Will the Southern Kings? Looking for somebody, can't find them, so Hibbs will go to the turf. About 5 out. Calls for offside and the penalty goes the way of the Southern Kings. Quick tap here by their number 6, one of their main players. Will he be short or will he be held up? Brandon, he is just short of the line. They go out to the right-hand side. Danger here, danger for Taree, and plants it down. Alan McGrath, that'll be his second of the match.
Yeah, there were some nice exchanges of passes in that lead-up. Had some look long, play short, few offloads, lots of variety in there, but ultimately speed, change of direction that close to the line, bit of fatigue, and Southern Kings find themselves another try in.
Important conversion here, but a difficult one at that. From outside the 22, it doesn't have the distance. So we will stay at 22 points to 17 in favour of the Southern Kings, and this has been a good clash. Both of these sides undefeated coming in. Southern Kings, well, on for and against, were the better outfit, but it's a tight clash. It's a tight encounter. Good chase there on the restart from the Southern Kings. And they will regain possession here, trying to soccer it ahead to himself. It looks like he might have been held back, but it won't matter. They get the try anyway. Support play is there. And wow, they've gone back-to-back.
Yeah, that's probably the first time in this game that a team has gone back-to-back in scoring opportunities. It's been that yo-yo-y between both teams. It's just been hard to get any sort of ascendancy, but Southern Kings just, running away with this one at the end of the game.
Nate Stewart, the final try scorer there for the Southern Kings. Attempting the conversion is Alan McGrath. It too lacks the distance or the accuracy or the height or anything really, but they don't care.
That's it. All the boys, you could hear him on the sideline sticking it to him, giving him a bit of a rev up. So, yeah, good times.
And they will go through top of the pool, the Southern Kings side. Second of the pool will be Taree. And that was a good encounter. A nice warm-up, if you like, for the quarterfinals ahead for both of these two sides. See some highlights here, and let's see how the second half unfolded. This is the Taree side on attack here and finding some space at the back of the ruck, seeing the gap and taking it well. But then we had this try off the restart. It was a blink and you miss it sort of try. I think we were still in a replay when it all unfolded, but streaking away downfield and getting it done there. And this was really where it started to turn in favour of the Southern Kings. Let's first see how Taree went to the outside and just made the numbers work for them, created the overlap.
That's it. And then back-to-back tries here from the Southern Kings really, really sealed the game. And we hadn't really seen that in this game. We hadn't seen a team be able to score and then score again. And Southern Kings did that and, go into probably the quarterfinals as one of the favourites of the tournament.
Well, I'm going to hand over the headphones to Eli Corliss, who'll jump into the commentary position and catch you for the next one, Talisha.
See ya.
Appreciate that, Dan. Holding down the fort for me this morning. Doing a wonderful job from all reports. Was able to listen into a bit early on. And it's been a wonderful day up here in Tuggerah. My name's Eli Corliss here up in the commentary box. Absolutely loving being here again. My third time in a row that I've been up here calling the games. And it's an honour, as it always is, to be up here in the box. We've got a veteran game, a round 3 veteran game. We've got the Skin Dogs Old Boys up against the Central Black Cockatoos. a local mob up in the battle here. Alongside me is Gary. How are we?
Yeah, good.
Doing well?
That was a fantastic game, that last one. There was plenty of movements, plenty of speed and skills shown. It was a really good game.
Yeah, it really was. I think we're going to be in for more here. Now, I'm just trying to figure out the jersey of which side as well here. It's all very, very cool jerseys, but sometimes hard to differentiate between from up here. But we'll figure it out shortly as we're underway here for the round 3 veterans clash between Skin Dogs Old Boys and the Central Black Cockatoos.
It'll be interesting to see how the Skin Dogs go. They've been with this tournament right from the start, so they've been playing at least 22 years with the LS7s. It's great to see a lot of these guys on the field.
So an early penalty here to the Skin Dogs. They are on the left of your screen. They played earlier on here on field 5 in Tuggerah, able to get the win over Newcastle. So again, it's really breaking down the middle of the field, and a penalty for not releasing, I believe. And we've seen a lot of expansive footy here already in Tuggerah, and it's usually the way it is here at the LS7s. Fast, expansive, entertaining football. And it'll be the first chance here to see. I thought that was knocked on. Ball spills out, and it will be a penalty instead.
Yeah, it's called at it, but playing the ball on the ground.
So early opportunity here for the Coastal Black Cockatoos. So they fire it through the hands out to the right. Can they create an overlap? That's what we've been seeing all the tries, out wide. Strong play there at the breakdown from the Skin Dogs. But the referee sees an issue here.
Yeah, I thought it was a great clean out, but he's called a penalty. Maybe that he didn't use his arms when he went in and made the tackle.
So another opportunity here for the Black Cockatoos on the far side. And again, we're going to have a stop in play.
He's given another penalty.
Another penalty. So they're really fighting here, the Skin Dogs on their line. And the Black Cockatoos will not go away, and they'll try to go out to this left-hand side. It was up high, and it's been put down. Wasn't a great pass into the centre of the field. And the Skin Dogs survive an early scare.
There's actually one of the guys that's just gave away that last penalty. It's been actually put into the sin bin. So they're playing with 6 men on the field.
6 players.
Which always saps the energy because it gives a huge advantage to the team that's playing with 7.
And is that 5 minutes? 5 minutes in the bin?
2 minutes.
2 minutes, 2 minutes. So not too long. And they've got the ball in hand here, so not the worst time to be down to 6 men. They've got to hold on to the ball here. It's been something they haven't done early here, the Skin Dogs. And it comes out of the back here through Vasu. And a knock on. No. Just when things were starting to look good.
You would have thought that he would have had a fair chance to go in the full length of
Definitely.
The field for that one. Unfortunately, the pass just dipped on him.
Yeah. We saw in the last game in the men's competition, a lot of times they're willing to hold the ball, dummy, take on the line. But early here in the veterans games, we've seen a lot of teamwork, trying to fire it through the hands and create an overlap out wide.
Yeah, I don't think they're too keen to run too far, to be honest. So give it to the quick guys outside as quickly as possible.
Exactly. I don't blame them. It's hot up here in Tuggerah. Great weather, slight breeze. Going from the commentary side.
Yeah, the support play at the breakdown there wasn't great. So it's a bit of a turnover.
So be about 30 metres out from their own line. Again, pops out the back, chasing back to get it. He's one of the Skin Dogs players, and he'll just back up a little bit here. I believe this is Vasu again, number 4. Just dancing, looking for an opportunity. Can he break through? Does get an offload away now. Up over the 25-metre line.
They've got to hold the ball here while they're playing with a man down. The longer they can hold onto the ball, the better it's going to work out for them a bit later in the game.
100% there as O'Connor feeds the ball out the back. Russell again trying to get his hands on it, but it's spilled out, and it will be Black Cockatoos football. A little jink and a step, a little chip over the top. Can he get to it? Ball doesn't sit up nicely. Oh, could have been a penalty either way there. Held on to the jersey. That would have been special.
Oh, I thought it was worth a penalty.
Definitely.
Definitely look at it. There was a chance that he was going to score there, and he was held back out of it. So that would have been a sin bin as well.
100%. And I thought the official was right there to see it, but he's seen something different. And in fact, it will turn into a penalty for the Skin Dogs as they continue just to hold out this Black Cockatoo side. This is what you're talking about. A bit of speed out wide, and they're away, up over the 50.
He may need some support, though. People are just sitting back and watching.
He's tripped up here, and he's got no support here.
Oh, you've got to get to your feet before you can play the ball, the tackler. That's one of those mistakes that you just, as soon as you do it, you just cringe and go, what have I done?
100%. Because they had no support there, the Skin Dogs. He just had to be patient and allow him to release the ball, get to his feet.
And he had a player there in support.
Multiple.
So he only had to pass the ball to him.
Exactly. As again, they look out to this left-hand side to the Skin Dogs. Great tackle. Tripping at the legs, gets a ball popped back up here.
By the looks of they're back to 7 players.
And when they go straight back to 7 players, it's Schreiber that will go over and he'll just slow it down a little bit. Hasn't placed the ball down. He's right under the black dot.
Yeah, he doesn't have to. It's up to the opposition to put the pressure on him, force him to force it.
And the pressure did come along, and he's placed it down right on the black dot. And it's 5-0 to the Skin Dogs. I'm telling you what, they've had no possession down that end, make it 7. And all of a sudden, they get one penalty that probably, again, shouldn't have been there, if we're being honest.
No.
Just a lack of discipline, and it's given the Skin Dogs the first try of the game. But enthralling football so far. It's been entertaining. Not as high scoring as we've seen in some other games. These two are now into their 3rd game of the tournament so far. We saw the Skin Dogs earlier, just after 10 o'clock here on Field 5, with a 48-0 win over Newcastle United. Then played next-gen, next-level veterans. 24-7 they went down in that one.
Yeah, there's a little bit of non-commitment to the breakdown. It just almost lost the Skin Dogs the ball, but they've had a penalty against them.
So will be Black Cockatoo's ball here. It's a tap just beyond their 40.
They've got to maintain the ball and not lose it. And again, as I was saying, when you go into contact, you need support there. And they're a little bit slow there. No one actually gone in early enough. But they've scored another penalty. So the Skin Dogs need to be wary of that because they'll finish up with another player in the sin bin if they continue.
Exactly. We've seen a bit of ill discipline on both sides defensively in this game so far, but it's been such an entertaining game. As the Black Cockatoos try to throw around in the middle third here, pops up at a huge tackle by, I believe that was Choka Lolevu. And again, it's popped up, and away goes Wayne Ella.
Oh, it's a good name.
It's a great name, isn't it? There's a scrappy play here just on the 25. And the Skin Dogs will run it away now. Can they create an overlap, or will he just take it up straight through the middle? Held onto on the coattails. Little air swing there with the kick from Longbottom. And it breaks down here on the 50.
I'll get the ball, take the tap, and just keep going. That
could have been a yellow card as well.
I've got a feeling it's going to give me a yellow card anyway to that. That's a little bit silly.
And once again, it's Schreiber going straight under the post for his 2nd try here in the first half. Possession-wise, I believe it's all been Black Cockatoos, but score-wise, it has been the opposite.
Yeah, the Skin Dogs have done well, considering that they had a man out for 2 minutes.
Yeah.
And they've reacted pretty well. When it's come to backing up someone when they had opportunities to score, they've been there. So they've done really well.
Yeah, they've capitalised on their opportunities as we've got some highlights here. And this was the last play of the first half. You can see here he went for the quick tap and just got held onto there for a second, which I believe would have deemed a yellow card. But either way, it's 7 points to the Skin Dogs. They go into the break up 14-0, a very comfortable lead. And they'll want to just score one more try and put this Black Cockatoo side away.
I noticed that the referee had a talk with the captain. The Black Cockatoos on the way off the field, so maybe there is a sin bin coming.
Yeah, you'd have to think so. It was definitely there. And Gary, how have you enjoyed the morning so far? We're now getting into the later stages of the LS7s for another year. It's been such an enjoyable morning so far. Obviously, I'm just going off the words of everyone here. I unfortunately got here a bit later this afternoon, but it's been such a good atmosphere, plenty of people here, and a lot of mob just getting out and catching up with one another.
It always is. There's so much talent that the teams that get here. And a lot of them are new guys coming through, and even the older guys. I run into a couple of players that I coached 10, 15 years ago that are still playing and still really enjoying it. So we've got to watch those guys because they're very potent on the field. Not necessarily doing a lot of work, but they guide their teams around the field.
Exactly.
And it's been right across the board. I think that the games that I've been watching, people have been enjoying themselves, have been having a great time. It's been very competitive just about every game. And I'm sure when it comes to the semi-finals, and the quarterfinals leading in, it's going to be really tough, and I think most of the teams are going to be quite physical.
I think so as well. And it's such a wonderful venue here in Tuggerah. You have so many fields so close together, great facilities. We've seen, the LS7 here for numerous years. We've seen the Koori Knockout here a couple of years ago. It really is an incredible venue to see great Indigenous sports being held. So always a pleasure to be back here in Tuggerah. And we're back underway here for the second half. And a penalty early. So Skin Dogs ball, can they advance their 14-0 lead here? It's O'Connor. Fires a ball up over the top. Doesn't have the confidence to take the outside. Goes the stiff arm.
Oh, that's a high tackle. That's one of these things these days. You can't just stand your ground. You've actually got to drop your legs and get down low, drop your shoulders.
And they don't do that there. And it's O'Connor that goes over in the number 8 jersey for the Skin Dogs in the left-hand corner. Probably the most difficult conversion they'll have so far in this game. The other two have been right under the black dot if you're just joining us. And
the wind's starting to come up. So.
Definitely is. And it kind of suits this kick. If you can start it out towards the left upright, let that wind take it a little bit further across the field, but it'll be tough.
Very tough kick.
So it's long bottom. Again, he's got a good piece of it, but it doesn't have the distance. The wind definitely got a hold. And the score will remain 19-0. Comfortable lead at the moment for the Skin Dogs, who look like they'll finish second in their group. Strong performances so far in the tournament, as I was mentioning just before, with their 48-0 win and then a disappointing 24-7 loss, but they bounced back very nicely.
Yeah, it looks like they're playing, both teams are playing with 7 men, so there wasn't the sin bin at halftime.
Yeah, right. Interesting decision because it was definitely there, but good to see some 7-on-7 rugby as the ball frantically popped out the back onto the 25. A bit of a dancing, bit of a step, swings around from one and gets slung to the ground on the far side. And now the Black Cockatoos trying to go through the hands. Their winger sitting very wide there. Easy to defend for the Skin Dogs, but a penalty. This will help them get out of their own territory. They've been locked down here in this 50-metre zone so far here in the second half.
Yeah, they've got to score 3 tries to win the game. So they've really got to up the tempo of the game. But I think this one just ended the game.
This should put it away.
It's a major contest.
Blake Allen, the number 3, he'll score right next to the uprights. And you can add another 5 points to their tally, 24-0.
Yeah, the Black Cockatoos had to take a few risks. And unfortunately, one of them comes unstuck on the far side of the field.
They definitely have played the right way. They've not been shy to throw the ball around. And as you said, they needed to take a risk late. They needed to try and find a way to score 3 tries. And just one pass just a little bit out in front couldn't be controlled. And he's missed that one. Cheeky grin on his face as he walks back down thinking, how have I missed that? But I don't think it'll matter too much. Still 24-0.
No, I think he was a little bit tired going up to that one. Just wanted to kick it and get out of there.
And it is definitely a thing in the Rugby 7s that you see, especially when it's at the not professional level. Those ones from right in front, they can just be taken very easily, and those are the ones that you can miss. You're maybe not as committed to them as the ones out far. And I think that was definitely the case on that occasion.
Yeah, and it has come back to hurt a lot of sides over the years where they have just rushed the ones that are close.
Of course.
The next minute they find themselves a point behind.
As now they find a break. As he got the legs, he's up over the 40. Knows he's got support here on the right, drops him underneath. And here's Mitch Chase. Still, no, he's down.
It was actually a good hit with the arm coming around, so it's slowed him down quite substantially.
Oh, and it breaks down.
And a turnover.
And Mitch Chase still getting up off the ground from that ankle tap.
Oh, that hurt. That swinging arm that hit him around the belly.
Yeah.
That's really hurt him.
Do not envy him out there. As they'll pack the scrum here on the 25. And you'd love to see the Black Cockatoos score. On the 22, my bad. Been watching too much NFL this year with the old 25-yard line.
Yeah, there hasn't been a lot of rugby played.
Exactly, it's getting
yet.
back into the rugby season.
There's going to be a lot of it during the year, though.
Seen 3 rounds of the Super Rugby so far. Tars, another nail-biter overnight. Great to see the Australian sides looking really strong this year in the Super Rugby. Seen some players come through here, I believe, as well.
Yeah, I mean, with the British Lions coming over
Yeah.
here, there's a lot of players that are really looking forward to getting an opportunity to play for the Wallabies. And even their provincial teams, that it's going to be a little bit of different...
Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
Mitch Chase, can he go this time? Again, he gets cut in half down low. Does well to pop the ball back up, out the back. And it will be Tokalolevu who will run under the black dot. Another try here for the Skin Dogs. A very, very convincing performance from them. But as you said, it's a really exciting year for rugby union. It's been probably built off the back of last year with Joe Schmidt coming in, a couple wins on home soil, then the 2 wins on the spring tour. And now there just seems to be this whole new wave of momentum of rugby in Australia.
We seem to have a lot more depth than what we've had for the last couple of years.
Yeah.
And that's been building on it. It's not just the current coach, but the other coaches have been leading into it
Yeah.
as well. So we do have quite a strong squad across the board.
And hopefully a win against the British and Irish Lions. Wouldn't that be incredible?
Yeah, that'd be great. And plus the fact that they'll play provincial games against each of the states. So just to get yourself into a position where you can play against the British Isles and actually steal a couple of their jerseys.
I've actually already got my tickets to the Tars game against the British and Irish Lions. Couldn't not. 1 in every 12 years. You've got to get out to those games.
Yeah, I was actually coaching the backline for New South Wales during the last tour.
Yeah.
The game finished out with a fair bit of anger from both teams. It was really enjoyable to watch, but at my age, I was really glad not to be on the field.
Oh, I bet. I mean, it just means so much to everyone. It means a lot to the British and Irish players actually playing for the Lions, and then it means a lot for the provisional teams, for the Wallabies, to actually play against them. It's an honour. It's a jersey you probably keep for a long time.
Yeah, that's one you don't give away.
Not at all. There's now an opportunity here late for the Black Cockatoos. Can he get the offload away? Yes, he can. And he steps back inside. It's number 15 there.
Well done.
Andrew Long.
Very late in the game, but there was some great ball handling across the field and then bringing it back to the midfield. So there's good support as well.
An incredible passage of play. And they deserve to walk off this field with points. As we said early in the first half, they had plenty of ball. They just got turned away a lot. There was a few penalties, a sin bin. And they definitely deserve that. But that is full time here. It's 34-7. Yeah. Not the closest encounter, but definitely an entertaining one.
Yeah, they finished pretty dominant, didn't they?
Yeah. The Black Cockatoos side, they look strong.
Yeah. Actually, it was the Skin Dogs that would dominate in the end. But, there was opportunities for both teams to score at different periods. It's a couple of loose passes, a couple of penalties that we couldn't quite understand in that first half that really turned the tide. You know, it
Definitely.
gave one team more ball than the opposition, so it made it difficult for them to get back into it.
Well, I'll hand the commentator's mic back over to Dan Conifer. So good to get the first game out, very entertaining, and we've got plenty of action coming up throughout your afternoon here at the LS7's in Tuggerah. Thank you for joining me, Gary. An absolute pleasure to be calling with you. And we'll get Dan back in here for the next match, which is a Women's B Round 3 match. So, Dan, take it away.
Thank you, Eli. Thank you, Gary. I'll take the headset off Eli, and Talisha will take the headset off Gary as we look forward to this women's round 3 clash against Titters United taking on Coastal Connections for this round 3 clash. And, well, it's a big match for the Coastal Connections side. A win here could see them go through to the Cup semi-finals, depending on the result in the other Pool B match that's underway at the moment. Titters United, though, they are already comfortably through to the Cup semi-finals. They've got 2 wins against their name already today, so they'll be going through no matter what happens in this one, but they probably wouldn't mind a clean sweep of things either as we get underway in this round 3 clash here at Tuggerah on Dark and Junk Country.
Yeah, I know a couple of these girls quite well in the Titters United team, so really excited to see how they go. I haven't seen them play this morning, so yeah, great to have some more women's 7's on field 5, which is great.
We see the Coastal Connections side in the light blue and black on attack here through their number 9 and fending, and the ball comes loose, and we will have handover and a scrum pack down with the feed coming from the Titters United side. Here go the Titters United. They are just shy of the 10 metres on their own side of the field here at the Central Coast Regional Sporting and Recreation Complex. Wide pass and dummy effective. Will get over halfway here. Skips out of another tackle, looking for the offload. Gets the ball away, but there's nobody there, but gets the penalty anyway for the high tackle. Come back here to Yoro Davis and tap it and go up towards the 10 line in the opponent's end, and great step there back inside from Alana Ryan, and Alana Ryan will open the scoring.
Yeah, both teams at the start just throwing a couple of little jabs, no one really chancing their arm, but Alana Ryan finding a nice little gap there to run through, and she gets Titters United women on the board first up in this women's clash. Kickoff finds touch. So Coastal Connections women will get the ball back, if they can retain their line out, which we've seen today. Line outs can be tricky, especially with a little bit of wind, getting your numbers right. And you know, a lot of teams at LS7s don't necessarily always train and play together too. So you're still building combinations and things like that.
Just a short line out from the Coastal Connections women's side. Lands with Olivia Thorpe, their number 5, but we'll see the possession change over and the Titters streaking away for their second try in this one. This is Lakeisha Hull with the 5-pointer.
Yeah, Lakeisha just turning on the afterburners down that sideline. She's very quick off the mark, so that change of direction and just pure speed.
Conversion unsuccessful, as it was for the first try. So we'll stay there at 10 points to nil. But they're looking pretty dominant so far. Are the Titters United women?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Coastal Connections just need to secure the ball. At the moment, Titters United are able to turn them over, regain their possession, and have scored off that twice. So. Yeah, with Coastal Connections can get a little bit more ball, I think they'll be able to, score some points and get up the other end of the field.
Trying to string a few phases together here are the Coastal Connections side. And they earn a penalty for themselves as well, which will help them outside of their own 22. Taken to the ground there is Lucy Green, vice captain for this Coastal Connection side. And it was pretty scrappy there at the breakdown from the Coastal Connections outfit. And we'll see the Titters come away with it here. The try scorer, we'll see if she can get another one. She's stepping off a left, getting close to the 5-metre line. The Coastal Connections into the ground, and they are over the try line with that one. Titters United with their third try through Jana Lee Conroy.
Yeah, just in control at the moment. They've got, I guess, a lot of knowledge around the ruck and kind of the rules, and have got over the ball a couple of times, turned it over, and lots of strike across the entire field. So Titters United definitely in control of this one at the moment.
Now, even if the Coastal Connection side doesn't win here, they'll be won't be the end of their tournament. They'll be going through to the plate semi-finals for the teams that aren't in the running anymore to win the overall championship. There is a second chance for them, but they're not giving up by any stretch, because stretching out here and going for the line is the number 2 for the Coastal Connection side, but it won't be a try. Some great cover defence there from the Titters. Denies the Coastal Connections of points.
Yeah, Jessica Gentle, she was in the NRLW pathway for a little bit and is extremely quick. She came into the picture so quickly, but unfortunately for Coastal Connections, so close, but just couldn't quite get that ball over the line. So excellent cover tackle there from Jess Gentle.
Taylor Hunter looked like she would go all the way. Got very, very close.
So close. Oh, she showed a nice turn of foot too.
And content just to end the half. Their 3 tries to the good. Aren't desperate for any more points, so we'll take the breather. Maybe a slightly longer breather compared to if they had played a few more phases there, and we'll end that half 17 points to nil. They are comfortably in control. in the other women's Pool B match that's underway at the moment. The latest score from field number 3 is the Mihai Yanaz women 17 over the Southern Queens women 7. And if things stay as they are in both of these matches, that'd mean Titters United women going through to the Cup semi-final along with Mihai Yanaz women as the first and second placed teams from Pool B. If things stay as they are, but things can change pretty quickly in Rugby 7's. We almost had a try there for the Coastal Connection side, which would have made this second half all the more interesting, but denied thanks to that valiant chase downfield by Gentle.
She's quick. Oh, she's so quick. I remember watching her here last year, actually, as well, and she did something similar. Saved a try in a corner.
Saving a try like that is as good as scoring one when you are denying a team of otherwise guaranteed points. And we'll see what the Coastal Connections women can do. They're chancing their arm here. Claire Roberts with the football for the...
good pop.
Danielle Ridgway, I should say, with the ball for the Coastal Connections women. And they're getting a few passes away, but that time it lands in the hands of the Titters United player. And there's a bit of space out here if she's got the pace. Can she get around her opposite number? She can. Keeps her footing as well. She's trying to make a beeline for that corner and gets there. Oh, there is a try, and that is a heartbreaking one for the Coastal Connections women so soon after the halftime break. Titters United, that is 1 foot in the semi-finals for them, and she'll look to convert her own try from right behind the uprights. Unsuccessful, so we will stay there at 22 points to 0.
Yeah, and big shout out there to Kari Williams. So she's listed as the coach as well for the team. So she's playing, coaching, running around out there. She actually had a pretty bad ACL injury a couple of years ago, so it's great to see her out there playing, enjoying herself, and looking forward to a big year from her.
And the Titters coming up with it again here and getting around the outside, beating a woman, feigning like she'd come back inside, but just taking the easy route to the line for the Titters United side. That is Jessica Gentle.
She saved one and now she's got one. It's, well deserved when defensive efforts are rewarded later on, but I'm sure it's the... Oh, look at the conversion. In. So good.
I was about to write down on my sheet, not converted, because it's windy. It wasn't an easy spot, but, yep, straight through. Jessica Gentle makes it 29 points to 0. That's the quality you're talking about with her.
Yep, just can defend, can attack, can kick.
The complete package here at the Tuggerah Sporting Fields, as we see a bit of a juggle before bringing it down for the Coastal Connections women, and she'll earn a penalty for her side thanks to that high shot there. Taya Hunter, the player for the Coastal Connections side, to whom that high shot came on. And we'll see one of the Titters, number 3 for them, head to the sin bin for a short while. That's Claire Roberts for them. And again, we will see a penalty to the Coastal Connections outfit.
Oh, she just couldn't help herself. Had to stick out an arm, and the ball just ended up in her arms, but she was in an offside position, so can't take that one, unfortunately.
Jersey's come off. I think that might be O'Davis for the Coastal Connections side. Going to ground here is Natika Griffiths, the captain. And the kick comes through into the backfield. There's not really much of a chase coming through, so we will instead come back. No advantage, and we'll have the Coastal Connections women resume play from the 10-metre line, Titters end of the field. Number 4, tapping and passing and getting it back. Lucy Green, the vice-captain for the Coastal women. Looks left and then goes right, does Thorpe, and might be on for them here out on that far side, but the ball goes to the turf and then it dribbles over the far touchline.
Oh, dang, that was such a good build-up.
So we'll have a line out just shy of the 22. No, a scrum, I should say. I thought they were forming for a 3-person lineup, but instead we'll pack down. Strong push there from the Coastal Connections women, and they come up with possession off the back of that scrum. Goes to ground, but we will have a penalty going the way of Titters. Sorry, scrum feed the way of Titters. Again, strong push there from the Coastal Connections women, but all for naught that time around. Instead, running downfield, and she won't be caught because there's nobody ahead of her, and she's got pace. Streaking away downfield for the Titters United side. It is that player once again placing it right under the black dot. An easy conversion attempt for last time for Jessica Gentle.
I often wonder what that's like, just being like knowing that you have the pace to run and score and just be in that, I guess, that physical, have that physical ability to do that, because she just makes it look so effortless.
And while it's been pretty convincing on the scoreboard for the Titters side, their performance hasn't been flawless. Few whistles being blown like that just there.
Yeah, definitely. I think, building into those semi-finals and things like that, it's probably good for them to have one of these games where, they have to, I guess, scrap and work for the win. So, no, I think it'll set them up well for the next rounds. And, as you can see, she's just so quick. She'll be one to watch in the semis.
Stood up 3 defenders, all on her own. You think, no, there's no way that this player can cut through that. And then you go, it's Jessica Gentle. She can.
Yeah,
she does.
Can. She can. Yep, that's exactly right.
And that'll be it. Fitting that it is Jessica Gentle, the final try scorer in that one, and they go through undefeated into the Cup semi-final. Do Titters United. Very strong performance there, following 2 very strong performances earlier in the day. And, well, they'll be grateful that the Cup semi-final isn't on until 4 p.m, so they'll get a generous break, relatively speaking, here at the 7's of an hour and a half to suck in the big ones and take a break before trying to go through to the Cup final here at 7's 2025. Let's have a look at some of the highlights here, and stepping off her left and getting things underway for the Titters United side. The number 7 for them, Alana Ryan. As we see the fend and then the streak downfield from their number 10, Lakeisha Hull. bodies all over the ruck and coming away with it and finding the gap at the back of the ruck there was Conroy. Now we see the try that wasn't for the Coastal Connections women. Gentle chasing it down, not giving up at any stage. Brilliant defensive effort there from Jessica Gentle. And then we see the tries continue for the Titters United women outfit. Staying on her feet there. Looked like she could come to the turf a few times, but did not. Kari Williams bringing it round just to make it a little bit easier for herself. And the tries, well, they kept on coming, and let's see how this one unfolded. And again, it was Gentle. Ball bouncing around and landed in her hands and saw the exact route to the try line. And then you see here the sin bin, the 2-minute sin bin. And I think we might have one more try from the Titters United women to have a look at. And if I'm not mistaken, it's Jessica Gentle's. Might be a couple more from Jessica Gentle. Here she goes for one. Sprinting away downfield with nobody in her way. And then there's one more to come after that as well.
For car, if you have a look around on the ground where you are, see if you can spot it for them, and just return it up into the announcer's box. Thank you.
Now this is the under-17s boys cup semi-finals. The Dingoes taking on the University of Sydney Black side, and it is the Dingoes on the right of your screen. The University of Sydney in possession at the moment and in the centre of the field. Let's see what they can do here, the under-17s boys. This is the cup semi-final, looking for a place in the big dance, and the University of Sydney will strike first through there, and number 8 there, and he will take his time. That is the instruction. Don't rush. We want a break. We want a breather. Is the instructions from his teammates, but finally posts the 5-pointer.
Especially after a couple of games, the legs are probably heavy, and a lot of these boys will play big minutes, especially in this game and the next, and got to conserve energy where you can. Oh, short kickoff comes on. Oh, intercept. Go, young fella. Oh, well done, well done. Offload. That's a good try. That'll look awesome on a replay. Wow.
And as it happens, by luck, that is the only player's name I have for the BYG Dingoes outfit.
Perfect.
Isaac Allison with the try. Thank goodness it was Isaac who scored, because if it was anybody else, I wouldn't have been able to tell you who it was. As we see the two sides level after the opening few minutes of this one.
And an intercept is, when you're the person making or getting the intercept, it is the best feeling in the world. But when you throw it, it's always tough on the heart. But the best thing is that the boys chased back to try and stop it. But unfortunately, Isaac just pushing up in support, found the try line, evening things up here.
University of Sydney on their own 22. Let's see what they can do. And pokes his nose through half a gap before things come to an end for that phase.
And we haven't seen these boys since game 1 this morning, so a lot's happened since then, but as you can see, they're still got full of run. They're still running as hard as they were this morning and putting their best foot forward.
Tobiah Evans with the break upfield, and good offload there to Jerome Cosgrave. Backing up well was Cosgrave. Chasing through in vain, the number 3 for the BYG Dingoes, but Cosgrave posts the second try for the University of Sydney.
Knock on off the kickoff, which for the BYG Dingoes wasn't what they needed, but at the same time, University of Sydney Blacks just applying the pressure, especially at the end of this first half here. Try before half-time would set them up, you'd think, for the rest of the game. So an important set of defence here for the BYG Dingoes.
Just outside the BYG 22. They get the penalty here, do the University of Sydney side. And plays on quickly, the number 8, looking for the wraparound here is the 3. He gets it to Ashton Williams, sends it out to the far left side. Williams gets it back, passes back inboard to McAvoy. McAvoy gets it off to Dargan, and Dargan gets a helping shoulder to get over the line. That is the third try, and it's the number 1, John Dargan.
Yeah, muscled his way over, didn't he? Obviously very strong, like many of these young men are, and found his way to the try line for another try for University of Sydney.
Looking to convert here for USyd is Ashton Williams. It's not the cleanest, but it does the job. And the University of Sydney go even further ahead here as the two sides resume their positions for the restart. Let's see how this one unfolded. Some good support play there by Ashton Williams. Williams sending it out to the far side and backing up himself. A cut-out pass there to McAvoy, and McAvoy getting it on, but then doing all the rest was that man there, John Dargan. We see a knock-on from the Dingoes. Give USyd a reprieve. Sorry, scratch that. Knock-on from USyd, give the Dingoes a reprieve.
BYG Dingoes, again, forced to defend their own try line. Too strong. University of Sydney. Another try to end this first half. Well and truly on their way to putting some final polish on this game and going into the second half with a pretty big lead over BYG Dingoes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Just going to this presentation. Play final. The 15th play final, won by Lloydie Barbarian. So just
get all the Lloyd Star women and girls over in here. So we have a little presentation. We're seeing just how the University of Sydney side dominated that first half. 30 points in 7 minutes. Not a bad return on their efforts for the University of Sydney outfit. Very well drilled and, of course, a very well-known name in the junior competitions here at the Yellow 7's. Big supporters of the Lloyd McDermott rugby development team, the University of Sydney. And, of course, a big part of rugby in this city.
I could have called it a fork or a spoon, but that'd be wrong, wouldn't it? Yes, it's an actual plate.
The Dingoes, though, hoping for a comeback in the second half of this Cup semi-final. Getting together in their huddle at half-time and a spirited 1-2-3 Dingoes, as you might have been able to hear there from the far side of the field. Eli Corliss joining me up here in the commentary position. Delisha Harden heading down to the field to get ready and have a chat with some of these lads after this match wraps up. Eli, how are you seeing the second half shape up?
Mate, I thought the University of Sydney looked really strong there in the first half. Obviously, that's an understatement with 30 points in just 10 minutes of rugby sevens. But hoping that we can see a strong finish to this game from the Dingoes, and I think they're off to a really good start, getting up to the 50. Then a bit of a loose ball. They'll get a penalty, though.
In this stanza, we'll have the BYG Dingoes running from left to right on your screen, while the University of Sydney side, who will be without a man for the next couple of minutes, will be from right to left. The University of Sydney black team. They've got a few teams running around in the under-17s boys competition. Speaking of running around, the number 5 for the BYG Dingoes tries to run around the University of Sydney defensive line, but can't do so now. They'll have to try and fight to stay in the field of play on that far side. And, well, he manages to, that strong young lad, and comes back centre field. They've got the numbers here if they can use them. Defence trying to come across, but they just won't have the pace to track down that number 7 there. And they've got their second try of the match, do the BYG Dingoes. Fortunately, I don't have the young lad's name in front of me here, so I can't give him a shout-out, but that is try number 2, and they are, well, within striking distance, but it's still a long way back here for the Dingoes.
No, but what I loved there was by Isaac Allison in the number 1 jersey, who just slotted the 2-point conversion. Don't know if it was deliberate, but there was a little tap on there just to get that overlap going there, to get a 2-on-none basically out wide and walk away with the try assist. But a strong start. Going up against only 6 men defensively after that high tackle call here on halfway. So, look, making the most of it, and if they are to pull off a miracle here, they need to do exactly that, capitalise on the opportunities handed to them.
They needed to make that one go another few metres as well. We've seen that a few times. The restart not making the requisite 10, and the University of Sydney looking to capitalise straight away here. Oh, pops a beautiful pass. The Cosgrave to Williams, and still going here via Keats for University of Sydney. Looks inside, but shoved over the sideline with an almighty push. Thought he might have been able to stand up his man out here on this left flank, but there was no getting past that brick wall.
What a move. He didn't even really have to commit to the tackle. It was just a 2-hand push out of bounds, and now they've got an overlap here out to the left, and he doesn't even decide to pass it, just backs himself. A lovely try there. And this is what I'm talking about, capitalising on opportunities. They capitalised when they went down to 6 men, scoring off the halfway penalty. Then they somehow stop a try from Keats in the left-hand corner, and they go down the other end and score straight away. They are really bringing it to them here, the BYG Dingoes, in the second half.
and converted as well. So that will take them up to 21 points to 30. The Dingoes against the University of Sydney.
They're right in this. There's still just under 7 minutes to play, and they're 2 converted tries down pretty much. I'm not ruling them out at all, and there's a mistake straight away off the kickoff. They're right on here, the Dingoes.
Isaac Allison, the number 1 for them, and they get the penalty as well, do the Dingoes. They're just outside the USID 22, getting the penalty there for a... well, no, they're going to pack down for a scrum.
Yeah, I think it was that knock-on from the kickoff, and then I think it was a double knock-on in the end to stop the play, bring it back to this. But another serious opportunity just behind the 22. What do you think the University of Sydney side needs to do here? They're just not playing the same kind of football we saw there in the first half. Granted, they haven't had the same amount of ball, but there just seems to be something a little bit off about them.
Just need to regroup and stick to the basics. University of Sydney black team from that first half would have caught that restart.
Yep.
Wouldn't have knocked it on. Would have scored the try down that other end of the field that Keats almost got a few minutes ago. Strong push in the scrum there from USID. Doesn't hurt their cause as the ball goes to ground here, and trying to capitalise on that from the University of Sydney. He might have done himself some damage as well, the young number 8 over there, hopping out of the that contest. We see Allison looking right, but then streaking away back on the left, and the ball over the top there, uncouth, but finds its mark. Back inboard they go, and the fast man standing up the tide, looking forward for the University of Sydney, Logan McAvoy. They're calling for it out here. They think they've got the numbers, the BYG Dingoes. Number 2 screaming for it, but it gets to him a little bit too late. Comes back inboard. Finds his man, the number 7, in space, and over they go. That is 3 on the bounce for the BYG Dingoes.
What a ball back on the inside. Just completely changed the direction of that attack. We've seen this a lot in LS7s and in Rugby 7s. A lot of time you're targeting the corners. They spread it out wide. They had a clear overlap. They didn't capitalise on it. And just that switch of direction, just to pass a cutout ball back on the inside, catch the defence, still shifting over to the right-hand side. That is just perfection. And I said, they're right in this game. There's about 4 minutes to go here in the second half, and the BYG Dingoes have got a wet sail coming in here to the finish line, so I'm expecting a very, very entertaining finish to this one. Oh no, there were shouts of leave it, and they've just basically given the Dingoes back the football.
Number 2 from them, trying to stand up the University of Sydney defence. They look a little bit ragged, do USID in defence here. Ball goes to ground, goes backward is the ruling. And there's space out wide here for the BYG Dingoes. The number 10 backs himself, tries to go all the way, stands up his opposite number. This is incredible. Getting over the line there, standing up the number 11, Pico for the University of Sydney side. And wow, the tables have just turned entirely from half 1 to half 2 in this clash. And the BYG Dingoes now have 1 foot in the cup final.
I am in complete shock of what we're seeing here in this game. It reminds me of back in the day when I was playing Auskick AFL. It used to be whatever way the wind's going, that's where the points were scored. And it would be one quarter, it was all down one end of the field, and it would stay down there the whole game, no matter who had the ball. It's been exactly like that. We saw University of Sydney running down on this right-hand side, scoring all the points there in the first half, and the BYG Dingoes have pulled off an incredible upset. This is unbelievable. What a win from them. From being, what was it, about 23 points down there coming into the second half, and they've now won the game 33-30. Absolutely incredible scenes here, and you can see how much it means to them out there on the field. The trainer, the coach out there celebrating with the boys. They're going to be very, very keen for an interview down there, Talisha. I'm telling you that much. They were talking to me about it over on the other side. What an incredible comeback win.
Yeah, and you can see it there from the Dingoes, just bouncing out of their skin at that victory, that incredible come-from-behind victory, and the University of Sydney team just dejected. clueless as to how that slipped from their fingers. But you could see at half-time that the Dingoes were down, but they weren't out. They got their huddle together at half-time. It was 1, 2, 3 Dingoes before they came back into the second half. And, well, here is how it unfolded. Just amazing stuff.
It was simple stuff. It just came down to a few little errors in the game from the uni side. And those little moments just started to build on top as the second half progressed. They just run away with, in the end, a spectacular victory. Lovely little offload back out the back. And there's Allison. He was incredible in that number 1 jersey for that Dingo side, helping set up the first try of the second half, scoring a couple himself, and then just their ability to, at the breakdown, get an arm free, don't allow the uni side to capitalise on those opportunities, dominate the breakdown, get an arm free, keep the ball going, keep it alive, and they did that to perfection, especially in the second half. Lovely little wraparound play. That's what I mean. See those little flick passes back on the inside, switching the momentum of the attack. It was an incredible, incredible win. Probably the best game I've seen so far today in terms of storylines and momentum shifts. We'll throw down sideline. Talisha's got a couple of the BYD Dingoes boys.
Tyrone, Isaac, how does that one feel? Comeback win, that was crazy.
That was amazing. We were down by a lot, but the boys just gave it all they could have, and we ended up coming back and winning.
So good. What do you reckon, bud?
Yeah, we were getting smashed, and then Jesse got us a big intercept, raised their heads up, and it just went bang, bang for there.
That's so good. Is there anyone you want to thank, who's helped put this team together?
Well, Mao, Mick, Dingo, Nathaniel, all the BY group. Thanks to all of them.
Getting this jersey together, bringing culture together, it's good.
Awesome, boys. Well, enjoy it.
Thank you.
And they will be taking on the Southern Sports Academy under-17 side in the final coming up a little bit later this afternoon. But for now, it is the under-17s Girls Cup final. Eli, call us.
Yeah, we've got another one. We continue to roll on here at Tuggerah. It does not stop here. More action, more incredible games, and we'd love to see more exactly like what we just saw. We've got the University of Sydney Black, so another USyd side up against, you guessed it, another USyd side as well. It's USyd Black against USyd Red, and it's the red side that will start with possession in this one. Again, you said this in the last call, Dan. It's this University of Sydney side. They do such a good job to get out here, represent, and they've got some of the deadliest jerseys going around, don't you reckon?
They certainly do, and testament to their commitment to rugby and Lloydies that we've got 2 USyd sides going around in this under-17s girls final. We see the black side really putting pressure on early here.
So it's thrown through a few sets of hands, and they finally overlap here on the left-hand side. Falls into the hands of number 4 there. That is Mosby, and she goes over in the left-hand corner to start the scoring for the University Black. A very difficult conversion coming up from that side of the field. You have to start it out to about the left upright. Or now, since they're taking it from inside the goal line, you want to start it at that right upright. The breeze is kind of going from our backs here in the commentary side straight across the field, so it's not really being advantageous for a particular team. Just have to be tactical with the way that you use the breeze in this one, but it's a very difficult kick. About 5 metres in field, and it will be no good, so the black side will remain 5-0 up here in an all University of Sydney matchup.
And it's a repeat of the last match for these two sides as well, with the round 3 clash between these two outfits, ending with the University of Sydney Black Girls getting the Chockies 29 points to 7. And a pretty one-sided affair, but
a bit of motivation there for the red team.
Indeed.
A little bit on the line here. Yes, they turned the ball over early and they've conceded a try, but If the last game we just saw in that under-17s game with the BYG Dingoes coming from behind, if there's anything you take from that game, it's to keep believing. A lot can change in these LS7s matches. It's fast-paced, and you're never out of them. The red side try to look for a bit of space, and they fire a ball out wide to some bright fluoro green boots there of number 3. That is Zali Keats. Breaks down on the 40. Short ball away now. Intercept potential. I think that's been knocked down by the black side. And the referee obliges with my decision. Very good call. So the red side, as we see, number 10 there from the Reds. Just limping away from that contest. That's McRae. Staying out there. So we'll have a scrum about 30, 35 out from the red line. Scrum will be fed here by Pryor. Just taking their time here. They're quick games. You want these scrums to go quickly if you've got ball in hand, especially when you're down 5. Strong feed, and it'll come out for the black side. And Pryor slamming one of the University of Sydney Black Girls down to the ground on the 40. Fires out wide to the try scorer in Mosby. Still going. And it takes 3 to get her down to the ground. And a penalty. Just didn't clear properly there, the red side. And again, this is where the momentum can continue to build for one side. Ball fired out now to Prince. Now they're starting to explore through the middle. Breaking through one there. I believe that was number 9 in Conlon. And they've lost the ball. So the red side able to hold them out here. Couple of errors early, but defence really playing a role in this game.
Yeah, they won't be too disappointed with themselves, the University of Sydney red side, to only be 5 points to 0 down at this stage of the contest. Tighter than their last encounter a couple of hours ago. And with an opportunity here as well.
They would have learnt a lot from that game. And as I said earlier, there's a bit of revenge, a bit extra pride on the line here. As running away with that one is Pryor. She's been quite special for the red side. Pops a ball, a line ball, out to the sideline. Now they'll start to get it back into the centre. Strong hit up over the top there by one of the Reds girls. Now exploring out to this right-hand side. Can they find... No! Great tackle, and the ball spills loose, and it's picked up here by Mosby. Can she break free? She can't. It'll break down about 30 out from the try line. And a little scoot out of Hooker there. Ball popped back out the back for Kula Kula. She'll play it within the 22 here. Dangerous times for the red side. They've got to try and hold them out. Already down 5-0 in less than 2 minutes till the break. And the ball drops down. The red side do exactly that. And as I said, Dan, defense playing a huge part here. Some great tackles, forcing some mistakes and not allowing any momentum to be built either way.
Yeah, they did the basics well in defence there, did the red side, and it forced the pass from the University of Sydney black outfit that really wasn't on there. Just put herself under too much pressure with a bit of a no-look pass that didn't find its mark. And we see the red outfit. They can see that there's a chance for them here. They've looked like they've had a bit of confidence about them, particularly going down that left-hand side. Seems like they'll keep poking and prodding that attacking flank, but it won't be on this occasion.
The touchy's got his flag up, and it will be black footy. My only bit of advice, if I could have a word to these Reds girls, is just be a little bit more confident. Try and back your first options. There's been times where the overlap's been on, and they've maybe just double pumped the ball, and just gives a little bit of time for the University of Sydney black side to just have a bit more time to shift across. But they've done well here in the line out. They've got the short arm penalty. And now get the ball on their 40. There's the overlap. That's what I'm talking about. Just get the ball away as quickly as possible. It's the best way in rugby sevens to build momentum. If you can just play at a high pace and intensity. They dominated that breakdown. Really good stuff there from the red side. Now it's number 10. She's had her hands all over this game so far. McRae had a bit of an injury early on and a high penalty. And will we see a card here? Or is the referee just slowing it down a little bit? Not sure what the call is here. I think we will see a yellow, Dan.
Or a final warning at the very least.
Just a stern word handed out there. Trindle accepts what the referee says and will continue on, and now we'll get to see the Reds, hopefully, in University of Black territory, and it's tapped straight back there to Keats. And she's down. This doesn't look good here. This is not what you want to see. Just as the halftime hooter's about to sound, she'll stay down here. Hopefully nothing serious. Still trying to see what it is. It looks like that left leg might be the issue. Seen anything different there, Dan?
No, I struggled to see exactly what happened there, but it was pretty obvious as soon as she went to the turf that she was in trouble, and the referee immediately putting their hands up to signal to the bench that a bit of medical help was needed. On her feet, thankfully, and looking like she wants to stay out here as well, but surely not after looking that worse for wear initially.
Well, it's not exactly the way the Reds wanted to end their half. Zali Keats back on her feet, though, and hopefully we get to see her continue in the second half. It's 5-0 in favour of the University of Sydney Black side. Dan, I would say a very even game so far through the first 7 minutes, but what probably stood out is the one chance to capitalise in that game for either side was gifted to the Blacks, and they were able to score in that left-hand corner.
Yeah, it certainly was, and that'll be probably what we see here in the second half as well. If the first stands as anything to go by, if an opportunity comes up, you're going to have to take it. And you're right about the Reds outfit as well. You could almost see the hesitation in their minds a couple of times when there was the chance at an overlap on this edge or the far edge, and just not backing themselves.
Yeah,
just not backing a fend, not backing a dummy, not backing a step when they otherwise could have. Well, really, could have opened up into some space, and you never know what would happen. One of the other Reds girls might come in, and that is the try that we saw there from the Black outfit. We'll see some of the other highlights here.
And this is where that injury happened, just on there. Oh, yep, you can just see, just dragged down awkwardly in the end there. That was Zali Keats, sorry. And both sides just getting some shade, because I tell you what, it's hot here in Tuggerah. I haven't seen one this hot in a while for an LS7's. They've made sure during halftime, usually whether it's a knockout game, which we've got plenty of, Dan, or an LS7's game, it's such a quick little halftime that you usually get the runners, the coaches to come out to the field to you. You don't usually go to them. But both sides getting under the marquee and getting some much-needed shade. 29 degrees, as I said. What is it saying? But it says it feels like 31. I tell you what, they're not lying. There's a breeze for us up here in the commentary box. We can count ourselves very fortunate to have that. But out there on the field, it is baking hot. And a big 7 minutes coming up here. Blacks lead 5-0 in this one. They won the first encounter earlier this morning. Just wanting to continue that red-hot form, but the University of Sydney Red side, pride's on the line, revenge is on the line. There we are, on the camera. As the two captains are just getting spoken to here by the officials. Wonder what the message is here, Dan. Whether it's some of the tackles, there's been some calls for some high shots at times. There was that ugly-looking tackle late. Don't think that there was actually anything bad in it. It wasn't a hip drop. It wasn't anything awkward. Awful. But it was definitely awkward. So it's the Reds to kick off. It looks like this one will go the 10, targeting out wide, but caught very nicely in a driving tackle and has been knocked on in the end. And it's Reds footy early here, just what the University of Sydney Red side were hoping for. Such a strong tackle there. Made by number 11, Isabel Pryor. She's been the star of the show so far for this Red side. A driving tackle. Chopped her in half there. And it resulted in a knock-on and some very, very good field position here for the Red side. Scrum fed here by Usia. Fired out there to McRae, the number 10 jersey. A little overlap here And it's that girl, Isabel Pryor, I was just talking about it. She breaks down just before the 22, sorry. Back inside now. Look at this red side surging. Here's Pryor again. I believe that's Pryor, and she's through to score under the post. And a perfect opportunity here to start the second half for this University of Sydney red side to take the lead. It's 5-all and a kick from right under the black dot to come. Dan, what a way to start the second half.
Now, you won't believe me, but if you had asked me for a prediction at half-time about how I thought this one would play out, I was going to say I was thinking the Reds might be a Smokies chance at coming back here in the second half. The team out of the USyd duo in the under-17s girls that hasn't been the favourite, hasn't performed as well as the black outfit, but as you were saying, that's a motivator in many senses, right?
Yeah.
To prove the number one side wrong, if you like. And, well, they are doing exactly that with that try right there.
And, you know, these girls would be playing rugby together. Maybe they play league, union, whatever it might be. They'd be playing with mates or they'd be playing against mates right now. There's also that, you know, friend banter here on the line to be in addition to what we've seen already today, which was the black side win their first encounter, which has touched it, and it's been deemed a knock on. That is just a silly error in the end, and it's given the Reds an opportunity here early to advance their lead. It's 7-5 ball, bouncing its way into the middle of the park here. Field 5 at Tuggerah. They're watching the LS7s here as we continue to get deep into the competition in all age groups. So I believe that's Pryor out there, the try scorer. Pops the ball back in field now for Brennan Rowe. She holds it. And they'll get a penalty here. Just what the Reds were after. Let's see what happens here. Looks like a card's going to come out. And the University of Sydney black side is down to 6 for the next 2 minutes. So once she returns, there'll only be 2 minutes left in the game. And her side is already down. A prime opportunity here for the Reds side to further their lead. As here's Pryor once again. Popping a ball out the back and it's knocked on. Oh, just trying to force it a little bit too much. And I don't actually think that was Pryor in the end out on the far side. That was Kula who popped the ball back out the back. But the Blacks able to hold on here. Making a few substitutions. Get some fresh legs out there while they're down to 6. Trying to shift the momentum. It's been all Reds here in the 4 minutes of action we've seen in the second half. 2-point game. As thrilling as they come, we've had back-to-back incredible games here in the LS7s on Field 5. Don't go anywhere. It's going to continue to get better as we shift into the bowl games, the cup semi-finals, and then all the way up until 6 o'clock when we have the finals here for you. As the Blacks try to get adventurous down that left-hand sideline, stepping back over the 40, ball popped out the back. And again, this is what I'm talking about. This is what the LS7s is all about, popping the ball around. And now a break down the far side, and what a tackle in the end. And the Reds, they've got to their feet, they've dominated the breakdown, and they've got the ball back. With both sides wrestling there, just behind the 22, and the Reds have come away with the footy. How good was that passage of play? Popped out the back now for McRae. Trying to get the ball at the back. Look at this University of Sydney black side's defence. They're just trying to muscle up. Able to break through a couple. Can she get over the 22? Yes, she can. Pryor. Ball bouncing back out the back. And again, they're just not stopping defensively here, this black side. Incredible rugby union at the moment. It pops out from Brennan Rowe. Kick downfield, just looking for field position. And there's not much of a chase from any of the Blacks girls, although Brennan Rowe, there late, stepped comfortably in the end by Prince. She'll trot her way up to the 50 and then step down on the accelerator. Can Pryor make the tackle? No, she can't. Prince still going. And in the end, Pryor catches up to her. But she lobs the ball straight to a Reds player. What is going on there? It's intercepted in the end by James. And a penalty going the way of the Reds. And with less than 2 minutes to go, Dan, you think that is a crucial penalty.
This is wild stuff here from both of these teams. They're both out on their feet. The field looks more like a block of Swiss cheese. There's holes all over the place. And well, both of these teams just Also, just not having the presence of mind just to hold on to the football and just play simple stuff, particularly for the Reds, which is all they need to do to get them to the 7-minute mark of this half.
Well, this might be it, but it's dragged down. And now can we see that University of Sydney Blacks defence turn the ball over? They can. They'll have to go quickly as we drop under a minute left here in the second half. The Reds have got the ball back. Strong tackle. And they've stepped up to the plate when they needed to most, this University of Sydney Reds side. And what is this going to be? They're going to go back here. 40 seconds according to our clock. Reds footy, and they're in no rush to play the ball fast here. And it will be the number 10, Emma McRae, taking time here. And what an incredible fight back. Down 5-0 coming into the second half. They showed what they were capable of. They showed glimpses of it in the first half, but they put it together for one play to take the lead and score right under the post. And it's going to be that drop goal conversion that's looking like being the difference in this one. McRae feeds the scrum and just dribbles it dead. And it's the University of Sydney Reds under-17s girls side that walk away with the chocolates in this one over their friendly rivals in this one. Obviously, both University of Sydney sides. But as we've spoken about ad nauseum during this call, is that the black side had beaten them early today and they get their revenge. They'll go back to Sydney with bragging rights in this one as they continue through this LS7's tournament. Dan, what a performance in the second half from that University of Sydney Red side.
Yeah, just a lot of grit, a lot of determination. And it wasn't just a defeat in the round 3 match between these two sides. It was a trouncing. The University of Sydney Black side just walked all over University of Sydney Red. But you could see there, I think the key moment for that second half there, and we'll have a look at some of the highlights here, was in defence. When that player chased down her woman who was running downfield, looked like the black side was in for all money, but just didn't give up, didn't surrender. But talk us through some of these highlights, Eli.
Yeah, well, we just saw that first try earlier there from the number 4 for the black side. That was the only points they scored. But then here was a lovely passage of play to build up to that point. And I believe it was Pryor that dived over there for the try in the end. But look at this, so much expansive play, strong tackles. And this is what we saw late from the black side. And this was the tackle you were talking about. Look at Pryor, bang. Huge tackle, cut her in half, and then had the presence of mind to get back to her feet, dominate the breakdown, and get the football back for the red side. If she doesn't do that, they're outnumbered. They haven't got defenders back there, and I think we see the Blacks team go over there. But we're going to throw down sideline Talisha. She's got one of the University of Sydney Reds girls down there after their incredible 2-point win.
Here with Bella and Zaf. Bella, how does that feel to win that game? It was a tight one.
It feels really good. We lost to them in the rounds, but it feels good that our girls pushed through it. I want to thank the other girls. They did give us a really hard time. Do you want to say anything?
Yeah, Zaf, what did you think of the game? Was it pretty stressful on the sideline?
Oh yeah, it was stressful. They did really good. They worked really hard to get here. They pushed, and they didn't give up, and they used their team. So that's how it made it good. And watching the sideline was really sad.
That's awesome. Well, enjoy the win, and we'll see you next year.
Yeah. Thank you.
And here we are. We are underway with the men's quarter-final in the bowl competition. So after the pool matches have ended, we've divided up into the cup competition, which is the overall winner of the men's tournament, and the bowl competition. And this match here between the Mother Country side in the orange and the Coastal Black Cockatoos is for a spot in the bowl semi-final, and it's the Coastal Black Cockatoos who take first points in this one. And it should become 7-0 if this conversion goes over, and it should, given where that try was scored.
And Keenan Tuffy there with probably the most nonchalant flick pass back on the inside you will see. Just casually just dropped it back on the inside, said, you had this try, mate. I could have put the Jets on and gone around him. But just sets it up. And the Coastal Black Cockatoos scoring quickly here against Mother Country, who have had an up and down. They're obviously here in the bowl, so they didn't have the performances that they would have loved to have had to make the Cup, going down 40-14 in their first game against the BYG Dingoes. Then got the win over the Tinga Tigers, and then didn't get the performance they were looking for against the Skin Dogs, going down 46-5. So not the start they wanted in this one, but hopefully can build and put on a really good performance here in this semi-final of the bowl. The quarter-final, apologies.
Bit messy there from Mother Country, but let's see what they can make of it here. And it's a bit of high contact there that will get called out.
I thought that was going to be a card for sure. He kept playing with his pocket there, the referee, but didn't end up getting the card out. Probably the right call. I want to see a 7-on-7 game there, but just a very much an upright tackle there.
Yeah, Billy Clay getting a talking to from the man in the middle, but nothing more than that. But they go over the 10, does the Mother Country side. And let's see what Mother Country can do with a numerical advantage out on this left-hand flank. And the number 2 has the speed to outpace his number 13. He dived over with his left arm extended. I was worried he was about to go touch in goal. But he gets the points, does the number 2, Isaac Hooper, for Mother Country. And we are 1 try apiece, 5 points all.
Yeah, true LS7's rugby there. Expansive, exciting, and fast-paced. And not a bad kick, but it will stay to the near side. But I'm really loving what we're seeing early here from these two sides. Willing to throw the ball around, willing to risk it a little bit. And that's what you want to see in these bowl games. You know, the early group games haven't gone according to plan. And now it's just about getting out there and having fun and seeing what you can do when you play with a little bit of freedom.
Getting us back underway for Mother Country there, number 9.
Well, they've come on the footy here.
Ben French, and they regain possession. Do the Mother Country lads in the orange, and they are right in front of the uprights inside the 22. Let's see what they can do. He's a big-bodied lad, this fella, and goes to the ground 5 metres out, but will give away possession.
Yeah, didn't release it quick enough there. Now, not a great ball. Turn it over here in the middle of the park. Number 4 for this Mother Country side. He's all over the game at the moment for them. That's scrappy football.
Yeah, it's not pretty stuff. Let's see what they can do here via Sam Green. And, straightening up and getting over the line. That was rough as guts, but it's a try.
Yeah, this is extremely scrappy football to start this game. A couple sides probably feeling the heat at the moment out here in Tuggerah. As I've said, it's up towards 30 degrees at the moment here. Not much wind, not a cloud in the sky. It's beautiful weather. We finally see third time lucky here in the conversion attempts. And takes it out to a 12-5 lead here for Mother Country after conceding the first try. They've now found a bit of a groove and hopefully can continue on with it here.
Kyron RC, the try scorer and the converter there for Mother Country. Let's see if they can once again take possession off the restart Mother Country. And again, looks like it was heading for some open pastures, but instead collected there by the Coastal Black Cockatoos, number 8. And this man out here on the left's got a bit of pace. Taken in touch, but it'll be a penalty for the Coastal Black Cockatoos side, but saved the what looked like it could have been a try there. And
what a passage of play we just saw. A huge, about 6'6" man, just a little bit too high, trying to sling someone into touch, and then someone trying to goosey step someone and breaks his own ankles. I don't think I've seen that. What an exciting 10 seconds of LS7's rugby that was.
This game is just bizarre. It's entertaining, but it's just weird.
Yeah, it has been a really weird game, but it's been weird in a good way. Been loving it so far.
Here he is.
I mean, I don't know why he doesn't just hold it the whole time. They're not going to put him to ground.
Yeah, he's the human brick wall in number 12, Jordan Latoya. But this man's got pace, and he'll get over the line here. Will he? It's not even a zigzag.
Incredible defence.
Oh, great stuff. I thought he would have had the pace. He might have just needed to back himself there, Joseph Graf Cooper, for the Coastal Black side. Instead, they squander possession, and Mother Country come up with it. I thought he had the pace, the 13.
I think that can be the problem sometimes in sevens. When you've got the pace, you're out far ahead from the rest of your teammates, and you've got to release that ball, and that's how they turn the ball over there in the end. And now go down the other end, and it's Hooper running in for his second now. And it's 3 on the trot and a late hit for his troubles there. Don't know if that was really necessary. But another try here for Mother Country. 3rd on the trot, as I said, and Hooper gets one for his troubles after planting the ball down.
Isaac Hooper in no rush to attempt the conversion as we edge towards half-time here. Siren will go pretty soon. How's the conversion look? Didn't look too bad off the boot, but gets waved away. So we'll stay at 17 points to 5 in favour of Mother Country.
Yeah, and I think for Mother Country, I don't think the score really reflects how much they're in this contest. It's now half-time. They'll need to regroup. But I just think they've kind of wasted a couple opportunities. Again, not releasing the ball when you're 5 out from the line. That's a costly turnover, giving up prime field position. And Mother Country, they haven't done that. When they've had an opportunity to score, they've made the most of it. They've had players in support, and they've kind of worked slightly better as a team. But I think as a whole, we're going to see this Central Coast Black Cockatoo side come storming straight back into this one. But we'll have a look at the replays now as the two sides go for some much-needed shelter. And this was it. This is how we started the game. A lovely little ball back on the inside from Tuffy. And he sets up number 13, which is Graf Cooper, going through the score. And then it was all Mother Country from there. 3 straight tries, the first of 2 here for Isaac Hooper. Dives over, as he said, that arm almost going into touch there. He's lucky he didn't have the bunker on this one. And another try. This was the first one that was converted to take it out to 12-5. But an exciting half of football there from Mother Country. Black Cockatoos, as I said, well and truly in this one. And they're keen to get out there. Cut to the wide angle here. Black Cockatoos boys are out there. They're ready to play. But you can see the Mother Country boys just taking their time. We've got the lead. We're up by 12. There's no need to rush here.
Yeah, given how hot it is today, I'm with the Mother Country lads. I've got to be honest.
I'm thinking about complaining with this little bit of sun that's coming through here. I can't imagine what it's like for them out there.
Yeah, it has been pretty all right up here in the commentary scaffolding, but the sun will be dipping down shortly as it sets in the west, and we are going to get it in our eyes, Eli, and we are in for a hot and sunny afternoon here on Darkinjung Country on the Central Coast. But the Coastal Black Cockatoos, the pass finds its man. How did it find its man? The number 14 trying to fend his way to the line, and he does exactly that. That is incredible. The Coastal Black Cockatoos, what a start to the second half. They had no right to score that try. That pass had no right to find its man, but they've done both.
It's criminal that the team list doesn't have a number 14 on it, because that was an incredible try from him, showing strength, showing pace, but that ball back on the inside was incredible. I believe that was from number 12 there, Billy Clay. Just dropping the ball back on the inside. Here's the replay. Look at this. He's probably a bit surprised he's got that space and just hurls the ball out to the left. And it's caught by number 14, steps back on the inside, bang past 1, bang past 2. And let me just run in towards the posts here. And they add to their lead here. And they've got one here. 17 points to 10 now. 3 tries there in the first half by Mother Country. It's been bookended by tries here by the Black Cockatoos. A quick tap and go here by Clay. Has he got the fancy footwork? He's got the fancy passing. Fires a ball out off the ground. Picked up here. And they've got to score. It's too simple in the end, isn't it, Dan?
Did very well there, and it was almost as if the Mother Country side didn't realise just how close to their own line they were, because there didn't seem to be the goal line defence that you would have expected there. But well done by the Coastal Black Cockatoos, and well,
Oh, he smoked the conversion as well. Sorry to interrupt there, Dan. That was an incredible kick into the wind.
There we
He's
are,
nailed
17
that.
all. But as you pointed out, they came out ahead of the end of the halftime break, obviously with intent, almost like we saw with the University of Sydney Red girls side in the last clash, down at the break, but very focused and very, I don't know, unfazed.
Yeah. I mean, I think what I was alluding to at that break is that the mother country side are like, hey, we've got the lead here. We don't have to force anything. But sometimes that can come back to bite you. As we see another penalty here, and it's going the way of the Black Cockatoos. They've got all the momentum here.
And they've got the numbers out here on the left-hand side as well. Cut out pass, but the linesman sticks his flag out as soon as the pass leaves the hands. They had the numbers, and it was the right idea, just the execution wasn't there. But that could have been 3 tries on the bounce for the Coastal Black Cockatoos. Let's have a look again here at the replay as they come out here to this left-hand side, and, yeah, the right call. It was just the attacking players, the attacking line just didn't have any angle to it. It was just flat, flat, flat.
It was the execution in the end there. We've all seen that play, whether it's Union, whether it's League. He's basically playing the role of a playmaker there. He's got to drive in at that B defender, drag him in, and then he's got a few chances here, and he could have made it. He could have ended the break like that because it's 17 all at the moment. And he just tried to force something. He got to suck in that defender there, give a short ball, and then it's a 2-on-1 from there.
Mother Country get the short arm penalty, and then they get the long arm penalty here as well. But playing advantage is the official, as Mother Country will play halted there with the ball in the hands of their number 9, and we will see a little bit of push and shove and some words between these two teams. But we'll have the penalty.
It's definitely one of those games we're going to see some feeling as it progresses. 17 all. Both these teams really want to win right now. Of course they do. It's a captain obvious statement, but since Mother Country jumped out to that lead, they're now threatened. They were comfortable. We've spoken already about the way that they entered into this second half. They're going to bring a lot of passion here, and they're going to be met by the exact same intensity by this Black Cockatoo side.
Eli, talk us through the next little bit of the play, because I want to find out exactly what's going to happen if we're locked at 17 all at the end of this encounter, because there are not many minutes left in this clash.
No, there's not many left as we see a break down this left-hand sideline, and it's a speed machine over the 22, and he'll run in for a try. Luckily, there's a Black Cockatoos player in pursuit, so he'll be forced to ground the ball now. And that's a try for number 5. Ryan Brown slots it, and it's a 7-point lead now for Mother Country. As I was just saying before you threw it over to me there, Dan, is that Mother Country, they came out with a lot of confidence. 17-5 up, I believe, at halftime. And that's their first point scored here in the second 7. And in no rush to get this game back underway. But we've seen this kind of lack of intensity from them already. Sorry, that was number 9 in the end. That was Ben French. Apologies for that. And he'll trickle one along the ground as French. And now the Black Cockatoos know they kind of need to score off this. Drawn in one defender. He's got a chance on the inside or the outside. Waits, gives it late. Now there's a chance for number 14 to score a double. Will he back his speed? Yes, he will. Goose step back on the inside. And it's as simple as that. Coast to coast. And it's Nate Vaughan over to score. But I tell you what, it's only a 2-point deficit now, but this is a difficult kick. Wind in his back. Can he slot it? He's got a good piece of it. It's looking good. It's looking okay. No. Out to the far side, I believe. So it will remain a 2-point margin in favour of Mother Country here. And they're going to need to find a way off a short dropout here for the Black Cockatoos to regain possession. This is going to be a tense finish. Not quite sure how much time is left. But either way, the Black Cockatoos need to get their hands back on the footy. They've gone the deep dropout. I don't know if I would have done that, Dan.
Yeah, not sure if I would have done that either, especially given that outcome there. Mother Country bursting through now. The defender's going to chase through. Is anybody going to be able to get to the ruck there for Mother Country? No,
brilliant.
Is the answer. And the Black Cockatoos regain possession. And, well, 2-point ball game. They're 2 points down. They might pick up 5 here, but he needs support. Gets it in the form of the number 14 for the Black Cockatoos. They are lining up in support here. This is Ma. Cameron Ma goes to the turf. Gets it back here to the number 13. We've seen him play a big role, Graf Cooper. The siren's gone. They need to score. He puts the arm out. He's got support on his outside, but it goes to ground and behind that man out there on the right-hand side. Kicks it through and doesn't hold on to it. He could have just taken it to turf and kept going through the phases, but hands over possession to Mother Country. He's running downfield, but he may as well run over the sideline because the siren's gone, and it'll be their ball game as soon as this play comes to an end.
An absolute brain fade out on that far side. I don't know whether he got caught thinking about league rules. If he gets tackled after the siren, you turn the ball over. I can only make up as many excuses for him, but the rules of the game are you can play as many phases after that siren sounds. And with the field position that they had, the overlap, I think it starts with the first breakdown. And I wonder if we'll get a replay at some point here. When they spread it over to the right there, the person who had the ball in their hands, I think it was number 4, took way too long to fire the ball out to the right. He could have gone, the guy who ended up kicking in the end, he could have gone over there untouched. It could have been a touch football play right there. But in the end, he held it. He decided he wanted to be the hero, flicked the ball out the back. It didn't find the target. And then the little grubber kick in the end was not the play. And unfortunately for this Black Cockatoos side, that's the end of their campaign. It ends just like that. Look at that. Fires out the back. Why grubber it? Why grubber it? Oh, it's just a heartbreaking way to end it. They were so good there in the second half, the Black Cockatoos. We spoke about the intensity that they came out with to start that second 7, and it's just such a heartbreaking way to end it.
Fantastic game, though, and what an ending as well. Very tight. Let's have a look at some more highlights from this one. We just saw how the match ended, but let's have a look at how it unfolded. And, well, it was a pretty fitting Cup quarter-final for these two sides. He played a big role in it,
Love
number 13.
pass.
He's been one of their stars throughout the tournament, Joseph Graf Cooper. Let's see Mother Country in their distinctive orange uniforms here. That's a first try for their number 2. And, yep, lucky the bunker isn't in operation here at Tuggerah today. Isaac Hooper going over for that one. And here's here's where it started to turn around for the Black Cockatoos. No, taken over the sideline. That's not a try. That's not one of the highlights. Let's see Mother Country streaking away downfield.
Well, this is kind of the try that pretty much won it for him in the end. Or was this in the first half? There was a try there that one was in the first half, but there was a try very similar to it in the second half that just kind of came out of nowhere because the Black Cockatoos were dominating possession at the start of the second 7, and it was just a little break and play. Look at this. This was probably the try of the match. Break down the sideline again. We wish there was a number 14 on the team list that we'd been given, so apologies to his mob who are out there watching because he was spectacular out there on the left wing. How about this, though? Just pop a ball up and score the try in the end. And it was a game full of highlights in the end between these two. But now we kind of move straight into a men's Cup quarterfinal after we just saw a bowl quarterfinal beforehand. And it's a huge one. It's the Skin Dogs up against Taree Connections. Dan, a huge game. Couple of sides that have had a strong day so far and will be looking to continue it here.
Yeah, now this one, just to explain, is the Cup quarter-final. So these teams still in contention to win the main prize in the men's competition here today. Eli?
What a pickup. What a pickup in the end. Incredible stuff to get into the 22. Long ball fired out, and surely they've got the overlap. He knows number 12's offside. Does double cutout ball, and it'll sit up and bounce for number 10, who's cut down, gets back up to his feet. Again, just pinging the ball around here in the 22, and in the end, they turn it over, but they get it right back here. I believe this is the Taree side with ball in hand. Number 5, dancing around. The ball pops up again. Oh, it's just been a scrappy little couple phases there inside the 22. Patari, they've got the ball back. How have they almost scored here? This has been incredible, and they score in the end. What did we just witness to start this Men's Cup quarter-final, Dan? Scrappy football. I don't even know what to say. Commentating it, you can't commit to one sentence because you don't know who's going to end up with the ball by the time you end it. But it's the Tari Connections that have scored first here in this one. And for the Skin Dogs, who have just conceded points, it's been a strong day for them so far. Apologies, that was the Skin Dogs that got over the line. So they've continued their strong day so far at the LS7s. A 48-0 win over the Tinga Tigers in their first game. 21-10 over the BYG Dingoes. Then a 46-5 win over Mother Country, who we just witnessed play there in that bowl quarter final that they won. And that's kind of the difference between those bowl games and then up into the cup games. This looks like a side that can seriously go the distance here in the LS7s once again. And it is the short kickoff that doesn't quite land, and it'll fall into the laps here of the Tari Connections players, and they'll start their possession here on the 50-metre line. Met by two Skin Dogs players. Breaks down just 5 metres into Skin Dogs territory, just a dummy, and a hold there by number 6, I believe, and a turnover. Wow. Again, just scrappy play so far here in this Cup quarter-final. More possession once more for the Skin Dogs, and again, they've looked good when they've gone down the right. I think that's Brendan Quigg over there playing right wing. Now a full few sets of phases to unfold here inside Tari country. Oh, look at the speeds that just breaks around the left-hand side. Oh, that was special. That was incredible. No name given on the team list, but I tell you what, a little jig and a step, and he's gone tiptoeing down the sideline and runs underneath the post and converts it. Make it 14 to zip so far in this one. A very strong start from the Skin Dogs here, Dan.
Yeah, certainly is. They're playing with intent, the Skin Dogs. And at the Taree side, I saw them a bit earlier in the day, and they were impressive. So for the Skin Dogs to come out of the blocks so powerfully and so strong like they have means they are a really quality outfit. And, a real individual effort there. All of the credit goes to our try scorer.
And here they are. They've shown how good they've been in attack, but they show right there their defensive capabilities. Just a strong tackle, and I reckon he only just grazed that white line. But once again, the footy ends up in the Skin Dogs' hands. And it'll be their footy just a couple metres inside their own territory. And we've lost a sheet of paper here. The wind is just starting to pick up a little bit here. On the scaffolding, just under cover at the moment.
It's just the rules. Who needs the rules?
I don't need them, I'll tell you that much. And as we see a break here, oh, what a palm! Shades of Greg Inglis with that stiff arm right there. Incredible stuff. And it breaks down now, and a chance out to the right. Cut out ball, it'll land just in front of Brendan Quigg, and he'll go over. They've looked so dangerous when they fired the ball out to the right. Most teams, you have a majority right-handers, you look dangerous when you zip the ball out to the left, but not this Skin Dog side. They're throwing a spanner into the works and looking incredibly great when they go to that right-hand side, and Quigg finally rewarded with a try.
Yeah, this is pretty worrying signs for the Taree Connections outfit. After that try was scored, there's already lads down on their haunches. Don't know whether they're just really depressed at how this match is unfolding so far, whether they're just exhausted after a day out here in the heat on the Central Coast. But if you're looking that sapped after just 3 or 4 or 5 minutes of footy, that does not bode well.
Not at all, but you've got to remember, this is now their 4th game of the day. In 30-degree heat, it's got to take a toll on them, and that's kicked out of bounds on the full. So maybe a momentum shifter here for Taree. maybe they can start capitalising and getting some points on the board. They're down 19, but we're seeing teams come back from further. I mean, what did we see earlier? 23-point comeback at half-time. An incredible performance there by the BYG Dingoes against Sydney Uni and the under-17s boys. And now, can strength prevail? Popped back on the inside and a bit too high. A turnover here from Taree, and the Skin Dogs will bring it out of their own 22. And they'll kick for some territory, and it looks like it's going to spin towards the sideline, but it might sit up again. But this speedster, again, tiptoeing and fending. I mean, where are the scouts? Where are the scouts? Sign this guy up. Get him playing for the Tars, the Wallabies. Maybe a debut in a British and Irish Lions game. I don't know, but he's looking incredible out there. The speed, the strength, he's the entire package. And another try here for the Skin Dogs on the halftime bell. And you said this before, Dan, but I'm going to echo it. This is a concerning sign here for Taree. They are just out on their feet, slow to get in for the waters. But I will also say it's a big mob here for the Skin Dogs. They've got a lot of players, a lot of bench rotations that they can go to. But let's have a look at the highlights here. It's been a one-sided affair for the first half, 26-0 here, as we see the highlights. And it started here with a scrappy opening couple minutes of play. Just dragged down in front of the line, but then able to get into the hooker position and just dive over for an easy 7 points. And then here's our man, number 8. Again, no name for our team list, so we apologise. But look at the speed and the quickness. Just dancing his way down the sideline and running right under the post. That was his first of 2 here in the first half of football. Again, you're noticing a lot of these, they're coming out of their own end. They're showing their speed. Number 5, bang, that little GI fend, as I called it at the time. Dragged down, able to get numbers back there defensively and going out to the right, and it was Brendan Quigg just allowing it to bounce, settle up into the chest and just score in the far corner. Then I think to wrap up the try scoring for that first half, it was this one, bang, try of the half in my opinion, tiptoeing down the sidelines. Just an incredible, we believe it's Kieran Mundine. I hope we're correct. Dan just getting onto the updated team list. He's called everyone, he's messaged everyone to make sure we can find the name of this absolute superstar. We believe it's Kieran Mundine there in the number 8 jersey with 2 tries there in the first half to help the Skin Dogs out to a 26-0 lead. Just incredible stuff here, Dan.
Talisha's up here in the box with us, just getting out of the heat for a moment. You've got some writing instructions from the truck. They said you've got to interview Kieran Mundine after this match because he's having a blinder so far.
Absolutely killing it. Number 8. And that kick goes near to the sideline. Now for Taree, they would love to get some points on the boards here. Just hasn't been their first 7 minutes. They flick it back in. Fortunate to land straight in the laps of a teammate. But again, they just need that little break. Is this what it's going to be here? As they approach the 40, great use through the hands. And look at the speed here of number 3. I saw him playing earlier. Here for Taree. Torrens kicks back infield and it's going to go dead. Did he need to do that in the end, Dan? Wow. His speed was enough. And again, we've just seen with a few sides when they're down, they just show a lack of restraint to just hold the ball, get through the phases. I think there's seriously a fear of those speedsters having no support. And if they go down, they've got to release the ball. I think there's a serious fear going on out there, Dan.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. It might be panic.
Because look at this. How has he not backed himself to score there? Is he trying to get fancy? Is he looking for, a highlight clip from us? I'm happy to give it to him if he just scores in the left-hand corner there, Dan.
Yeah, there's something in the water up here on the Central Coast today because I don't think I've seen, to this extent, players just not backing their pace. Like, I think it would have been tight, but I think he could have got there.
I think he would have got there.
Even if he didn't get there, then he wouldn't have squandered possession like that.
Yeah.
But in these players' defence, it has been a stinking hot day here on the Central Coast, and your judgment just isn't as good when you're tired.
That's very true, and it's a breakaway now, but this is what's going to happen. You turn the ball over down one end, you're more than likely going to see the other team race down the field and score, and it's the Skin Dogs adding to their 26-point lead here through number 12. Again, no name given on the team list that I've got in front of me. But it's a try again to the Skin Dogs and should be a fairly straightforward conversion.
So one of the people that I've been harassing around the grounds today is saying it's Solo Vosakake.
Okay.
So who?
He's shanked it. It's gone under. I think he's gone soccer. He's gone for the top bins instead of getting it over the post. And I think I've said this countless times already. The hardest conversions in this game are the ones from right in front. When you've run a long distance, you're maybe not the first choice conversion taker, and you've been given the task of just dropping one over that you think you could headbutt over. It just doesn't quite pull it off. So now for Tari, I'd love to see a comeback. I think there's not enough time left, and I probably haven't seen enough football from them to say that they could pull it off, but you'd love to see them walk off this field with their heads held high, knowing that they got some points here against the Skin Dogs. But a knock-on is not going to help that. Definitely not going to help. So another opportunity here for the Skin Dogs on the 22.
Yeah, just a big difference in class between these two sides. Bit of an unfair matchup for Taree. You probably get that in the final 8. You probably get a bit less of that in the final 4 of the tournament. So we'll see. We'll see who the Skin Dogs come up against in the semi-finals, and we should have a match on our hands there. But there's no doubt about it. The Skin Dogs are a very good side. They are a very good outfit.
This Taree team, they've put on points in their group stage games, 20-0 against the Lutheran Brothers. They then got a 31-19 win over the Black Cockatoos, again a side that are playing in the bowl. And then they lost their final round game, 29-17 to the Southern Kings. So they've entered this game probably the lowest that their confidence been all afternoon. Coming into this game going, geez, I tell you what, I'm starting to feel every bit of that 30 degrees. And you're just starting to see some poor choices in decision-making, as you alluded to.
Let's also not forget, the Skin Dogs are the defending champions here at the LS7s. They went all the way last year.
Yeah.
So they're a quality outfit, and they're a big name in Aboriginal rugby sevens.
They 100% are. It's a lovely grubber kick through. Has he got the pace to get there? I think he does. It's just whether it'll sit up for him. He gives a little second toe poke and will score. That is all class there from the Skin Dogs. Just as Dan's giving them the rap, giving them the old reigning premiers chat, they deliver on cue. Clip that up. An incredible try in the end from number 6 there for the Skin Dogs. As I believe the siren might have just sounded for this game. It's been an incredibly lopsided performance with Will Roberts just shinning that one over on a second little grubber kick. Still time left. I believe that was the siren on another field. Still got a few minutes left according to our clock here.
So it'll be a short turnaround for the Skin Dog side. If La Perouse continues as they are on one of the other fields here, it'll be the La Perouse Rugby Union Football Club that'll be playing in the semi-final at 4:20 on this field in front of us here, Eli.
Shout out to Brad Cook, one of La Perouse's finest. I'm sure he's watching from home or wherever he is. Might be in Vegas. I think he was in Vegas last year for the Souths game over there. That's just tomorrow. Can you believe it? All the codes just about to be up in... We're just hearing from the reporters. Apparently, he went everywhere in the States. Loved it.
Cookie at large.
Sure.
You love to see it.
That's a content series we need to see.
Picnic lunch at the Grand Canyon, was it?
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm hearing.
Gosh.
I'm hearing helicopter rides.
Gosh.
I'm hearing big wins at the Cass. But it is the old saying. What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. So
well, apparently not. We've got an informant in our ear telling us all about it, poor Cookie.
Oh, look, he's trying to shut up very quickly there. Don't want to give too much away, but it's been... But he is one of the voices, one of the greatest voices in Indigenous sport in this country, that's for sure, Cookie.
We love our Cookie.
Hope he's doing well. And I'm sure he'll want to see his Lapa mob go deep in this LS7's tournament, something he's called plenty of times. As the line-out goes successfully here for Taree. Fired out to the far side. Now some fancy just threatening to step back off that right foot, but pirouettes through it ballet style. and gets up over 50-metre line and just popped the ball out the back, and his teammate just wasn't expecting it there, and it's a knock-on from Taree. Nothing has gone according to plan to the Taree mob, but got to give them credit. They made it through to a quarterfinal, and they've run into a extremely tough opponent, and that will do us in this one. Doesn't get more lopsided than this. 36-0 in favour of the reigning champions, the Skin Dogs. Dan, an incredible performance in the end, a very easy one for the Skin Dogs, and it will give them plenty of confidence going into their semi-final clash.
Yeah, certainly will. Bit underwhelming in the end there. They'll take on La Perouse. They've had a comprehensive win, 27-7 at the last count against the next gen, next level men. So that'll be coming up at 4:20. But let's have a look at some of the highlights.
Yeah, here we go, and it started here. We spoke about this at halftime. Just a scrappy first try, and I wasn't quite sure what we were in for from here. If you'd gone off the opening 2 minutes alone, I would have said, geez, this could be anyone's game. I mean, no one really wants it at the moment. But then it was Mundine. Kieran Mundine just stepping up to the plate, scoring 2 tries. It's a famous last name, and you know when you see a Mundine on the team list, you're in for some entertaining performances. And that was, to say the least here. And how about this? Swashbuckling run, big fend. I believe they go out to the right to finish this one off for Brendan Quigg. And I think they rested a lot of their stars here in the second half. They were comfortable with the lead that they had at 26-0. They only put on 10 points in the second half. It was definitely a few of the reserves getting a run going. We're going to need you to be confident later into this tournament. Here's Mundine's second try. And just trots it over in the end, but it was the speed to get around and tiptoe down the sideline. Swear just a blade of grass between his boot and the white line there. And how about this? Bang. Goose step, split through the middle and just drop it off. And it doesn't get more easy than this. We'll hope for his sake that the highlight cuts before the conversion attempt, because not something I think he wants replayed too many times. You want that try on replay. It was an incredible try. Good teamwork, great support running. And oh no, they've stitched him up and bang, just below. He's just gone top bins. But a little grubber through. And we'll throw to Talisha out there on the sideline. She's got an interview.
For them, but all good, but yeah.
No, it's good. You did awesome. You're right. No, it's all good. Oh, no, you're right.
I can't believe I love
I think there was an interview. I think we just missed it, Eli.
Good to see you.
Well, we'll just come straight to the sideline.
Yeah, it's too hard.
It is.
Looks like the next game they were just a bit too eager to get out there. Not enough time to get that full interview down there on the sideline. But we roll on here, Dan. What are we witnessing in front of us now?
Mate, I don't know. I was due to take a break for this game and have a hamburger, so I don't know what's going on for this one.
Oh, Dan, it's one of those days where you and I are just going back to back to back here. And I tell you what, we're just rolling through these games and rolling through tries as they streak down the field here early to start this Veterans Cup final, I believe it is.
The Veterans Cup final, the
There
over
we
35s
go.
competition for the men.
And who's crossed over the line here first? Number 7 in the Veterans Cup final. It's been some incredible performances. We've seen the under-17s for both the men's and women's, then the women's competition, men's, and then also the veterans as well. So a couple of the old heads still keen to get a run out there, maybe just going, hey, I can't mix it with the Mundines and then the speedsters that are out there in the men's competitions. Let me get out there with some of the vets that have run around this competition for years. And, you know, feel a bit of that youth as well. I can completely understand that. We've seen that already with a flash of brilliance to start the game. And it's the men's veteran final. It's the next gen up against the Skin Dogs side. You're witnessing right in front of your screens right now. Dan, the breeze definitely starting to pick up a little bit. I think that's something worth noting. And I think it's turned slightly. So for the people at home, I think the breeze is going from the bottom left corner of your screen, straight across. I haven't got my compass out at the moment to be able to tell you what exact direction that is.
You didn't bring your compass with you today, mate?
No, I left that one at home, unfortunately. Yeah, the old pocket compass.
What kind of commentator are you?
Not a good one, clearly. Not one that carries around a compass. Oh. I tell you what, but I think they do have the old pocket compass on the iPhone. So I should be able to tell you in just a second. It looks like it's a southeasterly breeze. But what's more important is it's another try here in this Veterans final, and they've gone back-to-back here early. As Talisha finishes the semi-lap around the ground, 200 metres. It's a long walk in this heat. Dan, do you reckon that breeze will play a bit of a role going forward in this game? It's starting to slightly favour one team with it going just slightly across the field diagonally.
What did you say was a southeasterly?
Southeasterly.
It's a southeasterly. Okay. Do I think it's going to favour anybody?
Because see that one, that kickoff is held up in the breeze and kind of just slightly gone backwards. And they've picked it up and they'll run away. So after conceding the first two, they're storming back into this one. And they've kind of halted the momentum here in this Veterans final. Wait for the return to play here. Entertaining game so far. Plenty of tries. He's absolutely monstered the kick, and it will take a bounce and go out of bounds. Doesn't mean they'll get the football, but lands advantageously, takes a bounce, and sits up nicely for him. And they're right underneath the uprights. They dominate the maul, and they crash right. No, I don't know. Has he grounded that? I don't think he grounded that. That is huge defense there. Incredible. Decided to step back off the right foot and fight his way over. And the defender's got his body right underneath that. That is the most incredible defensive play we've seen today, Dan. Just incredible. And now they're going to go for the low grubber kick that'll trickle over the 40-metre line. It looks like the two referees are just having a word here. What have they seen? The touchies come running in off the field. We're just trying to analyse what these two are talking about. It looks like they're walking back towards where that was held up in goals. And they've got a scrum feed. They've got a scrum feed. Here's the replay coming up shortly. But the referees, the touchy definitely saw something. He had to come in off his wing and just have a word to him to say, hey, no, this needs to stay in possession of this next-gen side. But then he's just handed the ball back over. I tell you what, I'm as lost as anyone else is because I saw the referee pointed one way, ball goes the other way. But it's a valuable scrum feed here. Possession is in a tough section. Can he score this time? He was held up last time. You betcha. Crashing over to score. And it's a try now for the Skin Dogs, and they tie it up 12 apiece now. Conversion to come, and we've had a bit of a change up here in the commentary box. Talisha Harden said, I've had enough of the sun out there. I need to get into the shade, and I do not blame you because it is hot out there.
Look, it is hot for sure. I was going to try and be a hero and say it wasn't hot, but it's hot. It is super hot.
You had a chance to talk to some of the players. What's the vibe like over on the player side of the field? Is there plenty of encouragement and plenty of chat? We're obviously quite far away from that action.
Yeah, there's a good buzz and a lot of banter going on as well. So, yeah, everyone's having a bit of fun and despite the heat and despite the, I guess the conditions, everyone's on a really good buzz, a really good vibe.
Saw a couple replays there on your screen from what has been an entertaining clash so far, 12 apiece. Here as we wind down towards half-time. Time now for this next gen team to create something. Bang, ball away here on the left. Steps back infield. Crafty little step, puts the ball back to the man who got it to him in the first place. And he's crunched. Quick up to his feet. This is what we've spoken about before with these veterans. They know how to play the game. They might not have the pace that they once did, but they've got the craftiness and the experience. And that's all forced from those second phase plays. And they go wide out to the right and score right underneath the black dot. And it's a try for this next gen side, and they crack back into the lead.
And the player of this tournament for the under-17s is Xavier.
And conversion is successful. 19 points to 12 now, Talisha. How will these old boys be holding up out there in the heat now, getting into their fourth, fifth game of the day? They've got to be feeling it by now.
Oh, definitely. I think even the young fellas are, so I can only imagine how the old fellas are going. But, no, like I said, everyone seems to be in such good spirits and, enjoying playing rugby sevens especially, and just having a bit of a dig, throwing the ball around and a laugh too. Even though it is serious, there's that social element to it where, a lot of these old fellas know each other as well, or have played against each other for a long time.
How many of these fellas also back up and play a bit of, knockout, some other tournaments throughout the years? Is it kind of a thing where they've got, 3 or 4 dates marked on the calendar where they go, that's when I'm making my return to play any form of rugby?
Oh, I think so. And I think it's just most black fellas. Like, we just love footy, regardless of whether it's sevens, league, tag, touch. No, it's been awesome. It's been a really good day.
It definitely has been an incredible turnout. Car park is packed. Some replays here on your screen. And tell you what, the next gen side, they came straight out the box firing, scoring 2 tries early to shoot out to a 12-0 lead. Here's their second try. And I think the thing that stood out to me the most about this next gen side, and it happens when you got the old boys running around, is the experience. They're not super quick. The strength's still there for some of them. But it's just been the knowledge to know how to break down a defense, almost touch football-like in their way of bringing in the defense and just knowing how to execute cut-out passes, short balls, picking the defense apart. And then we saw the Skin Dogs fight right back into this, going bang, bang, after some confusing calls for us here in the commentary box, considering we don't have a mic on the referee just yet. And so we couldn't quite understand what happened, but they tied it up at 21 apiece and then couldn't be denied any further there. That's Skin Dog's second try. And then next gen just shooting out to what is now a 21-12 lead, according to our scoreboard, and already crashed over, and it's a next-gen try. Talisha, I missed that because I was looking through the highlights, and the people at home have missed it. That's how quick the next-gen side goes here in the second half.
Yeah, that's it. All started off the kickoff. Got good possession, good field position, and, just a couple of quick passes in the hands and ended up over. And I think that's the thing, too, is, like you said, these old fellas, they know how to play the game. They know where the space is. They know how to get it there. And even though the bodies might be a little bit older, there's still lots of go in them.
Yeah, 100%. It's been a long day for these old boys, for the next-gen side. They've gone through today undefeated, but this is the second time they've met this Skin Dogs mob. Played them in the second round. 24-7 was the final score in that one. The Skin Dogs, similar to what we saw in the under-17s, which for me has been the match of the days. The Skin Dogs just trying to come out of their own end, force a mistake, ball hit the deck, bounced up around the shoulder, awkward stuff. But like we saw in that under-17s game, I was expecting to see maybe a bit of revenge, a bit of extra inspiration to try and cause an upset. It just hasn't been the case here. This next-gen mob just showing their class and their only a few minutes away now from potentially claiming this veteran cup here at the LS7s.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of 7's too, is that a result earlier in the day might be changed around the next time you play them because, you know, at the end of the day, you've only got 14 minutes and sometimes you start slower, you start faster. So, yeah, you don't have much time, though, to get it all together and to get it right.
I think that's, like you said, it's the exciting thing is you see a lovely little short ball. That's that veteran stuff I'm talking about. Just slowly trotting across the field and just goes, you know what, just take this little short ball and crash through. And it's the second try here in the second half for the Next Gen mob, and they continue to just dominate this one as they roll towards what is almost a certainty now that they will wrap up the Veteran Cup final with a win, finishing first in their pool, up against second in the other pool. So an incredible game so far. I'd love to see the Skin Dogs just fight back a little bit here, because you never know. I think the thing about LS7s that I was just trying to say before is because they're such short games, little moments that if you're watching a knockout game or a full-length rugby union game, those little knock-ons might not really affect the contest too much. But in these ones, one knock-on and it proceeding to be a try off the back of it, that's huge. That's a huge momentum shifter.
Yeah, for sure. You always zap more energy in defence than you do in attack. So, you know, those little knock-ons can prove costly. And if you've had, you know, a couple of knock-ons each game, that's more defence you've had to do over the course of the day. So by the time you do get to finals, the legs are a little bit heavier. And, it can make a difference, 100%.
So the referee just stopping play here for a second. I believe we're going to have a scrum just inside Next Gen territory, and I believe it will be Skin Dogs footy still. Just a hold them out call there from the sideline. Just the simple stuff now for Next Gen, just to secure the win here. So now a little scoot out from the back of the scrum. A little short ball, just trying to crash through and then manhandled in the end. Able to pop the ball at the back. Goes the long cut out here to the left, and it's just too much in the end. Maybe just biting off a little bit more than they can chew there on that one, Talisha.
Yeah, and again, it's one of those things, probably about 3 or 4 hours ago, that would have been a nice, simple catch. Yeah. But when you've got back-to-back-to-back games, those little concentration errors can creep in.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, I'm loving the jerseys this year. It's always one of my favourite things whenever I come to some form of Indigenous carnival for sport. It's just having a look at the jerseys.
Yeah, 100%. And again, shout out to all the designers and artists and people who are involved in making these jerseys as beautiful and strong as they are, because they're deadly. They're awesome.
They definitely are. And what makes them cool is visually, without knowing the story behind the two jerseys that I'm looking at right now and that we're all looking at home, it looks deadly, it looks incredible. But then there's this story behind it that once you hear that, you go, that just made the jersey about 30 times cooler than it already was. So
yeah,
little things like that just make our culture so incredible. And just that added little cherry on top from the soccer that we seem to be seeing right now. It's not much rugby being played. And in the end, it's battered dead in the in-goal. That kick started at halfway, and it's somehow a goal line dropout. And it's a yellow card in the end here. Who's been sent off? Is it the Next Gen guy? Because he's the one with the most... He's the most animated over there. They're going to tell him to bring it back. A little bit confused by what's going on here, Talisha, unless you can help me with trying to understand here. I thought I saw a card pulled out.
Yeah, I'm confused. I think a lot of people are confused.
Well, all we know is that it's still Next Gen footy. They're only about 5 metres out from the line here as they'll look infield. Number 11 just trying to drop one in behind. Not much doing. Held up and will have to release at some point here. Does in the end. Batted out, netball style. Picked up off the deck beautifully. And he'll score in the corner. And it's another try to the Next Gen side. They are running away with this game well and truly. Have a look at the scoreboard right now, 35-12. It is just a one-sided affair after what was, at one stage, a 12-all game.
Yeah, and it can change in the blink of an eye. I think it's the beauty, but it's also the curse of 7's is, you look up at the scoreboard 1 minute and it's nice and close, and then things happen the ball, bounces a certain way, another team lifts, and you can concede tries quite quickly.
You've hit the nail on the head there. It's what's awesome about it. It's also what can kill you if it's not going your way.
100%.
So, incredible stuff. And there goes the siren. This next-gen mob continuing to dominate here. And they've walked away with the Veteran Cup here at the 2025 Ella 7's. An incredible performance throughout the 14 minutes. It looked shaky at one point in the first half when it was level at 12-all. When the Skin Dogs went back-to-back. They were resilient. They got back to the basics. They showed their experience and just being able to manipulate the defense and just hold on to the ball, not make mistakes like we saw from the Skin Dogs. They'll walk away with the cup here in this one through what is an undefeated campaign for them. 4 from 4, defeating the Black Cockatoos in the first game 39-10, then beating this exact same outfit, the Skin Dogs Old Boys, 24-7. Then their best game of the day, 52-7 against Newcastle United, and then this whopping win here in the final to claim the Veteran Cup. Talisha, good to see all of the mob and a few highlights here, but they're all arm in arm out there on the field. But it all started in the first half with a couple of tries from the next gen, and the Skin Dogs answered back. There was a little intercept here out of nowhere as well. They were not in the game at that point, the Skin Dogs, and just a bounce of the ball goes their way, and all of a sudden they're on the board. Then they get some field position off the back of some penalties and go oh so close here. And then watch number 4 here. Goes over, but doesn't ground the ball. The most incredible defensive player I've seen of the day so far.
Oh, no, I missed that one from where I was sitting. So
it was incredible. Just step back off the right foot. But he only had to wait about 30 seconds longer until he had a second crack at the line and he got over. And then from there, it was all next gen, running in what felt like about 4 or 5 straight tries to claim the Veteran Cup. An incredible performance from this mob. And just a lovely way to end the day, I'm sure, for them. They'll be feeling excited. They'll go, need an ice bath tonight after that one.
Oh, absolutely.
We now move on to a men's bowl semi-final. This will be exciting. So this is the teams that missed out on qualification for the Ella 7's title. But they continue to play on here. And we did see this mob play just before as well. And just bear with us slightly as we continue to just get the team list sent through, stay on top of it all. Dan Conifer's been holding down the fort here all day. Always a pleasure. And there's number 13 going over early here. He was one of their best in the last game. I believe he ran over 2 tries, and now he's in here early.
It's always nice to get that early try. It's a bit of a mental advantage, I think, when you can get that first try and, be able to hit first, especially in a semi-final.
It's going to be a tough conversion from here, though. Wind again, that southeasterly after I got the compass out in that last game. Struck it well, but the wind's going to take it across to the right, and it'll remain 5-0 as I pass the mic back over to Dan Conifer, who's been doing an incredible job, as always. No one's surprised by that. And he will take you through this men's bowl semi-final.
Thank you, Eli. Good call on that last one, brother, as we see this match. The bowl semi-final. Now, did Eli explain what the bowl is, or do I need to?
He's covered it for us. Yep, he's
thanks.
covered it for us. The teams who aren't quite in contention for that top gong, but are still in contention for
Agong.
For Agong, yeah. And this is how old I feel, Dan. There's a young fella on the field at the moment, Keenan, who I actually played with his mum way back when, so the number 14. Yeah, gosh, that makes me feel super old. Super, super, super old. I think Keenan scored a couple of tries in that last game when the Cockatoos were on the field. So, yeah, very, very excited for him and makes me feel extremely old. Extremely old.
See the number 3 there for the Coastal Black Cockatoos men's side. The try scorer, Jacob Smeaton, trying to convert it, and it just won't have the distance. But got the 5, couldn't get the 2, and they've got a 10-0 advantage over the Southern Kings number 2 side. 3 minutes gone in this one. Bright sun there. Looked like he was hesitating almost, the Kings player, a bit scared of losing the ball in the afternoon glare as we come back out to this short side. And he's very dangerous. We've seen this man wreak havoc in earlier matches in the tournament. The number 13, Joseph Graf Cooper, he does so again. That's try number 3. 3 tries in as many minutes for the Coastal Black Cockatoos men's side. Looking very good here.
Yeah, very, very good. They were involved in a really tight one, actually, probably 3 or 4 games ago. So would be feeling a lot better being a few tries ahead in this one. A little bit more breathing room for them. But, yeah, Joseph's just absolutely carving up at the moment.
The referee just warning the Black Cockatoos players against getting in an offside position ahead of this restart. And the Southern Kings number 2 player there taking it on the full high, taking it on the chest, Jordan Mascord. Could do a bit of damage up the middle if he gets the opportunity, as we see the Southern Kings get a penalty and take a quick tap here, and again get another penalty, but the referee's going to call it back. Is it because he wants to reach into his pocket? No, it doesn't appear so. Here he goes. That is Mascord. Stopped though. The ball collected there at the breakdown. And earning the penalty as well, the Black Cockatoos side. Ball out in front and then in one hand. Opportunity presented itself, but he cuts back in field, does the number 3 for the Black Cockatoos, the try scorer from a little bit earlier, Jacob Smeaton. Looks to offload there, Toofy, but nothing in the offing, so goes to ground and the ball goes out wide, calls for a forward pass, not forthcoming. The Black Cockatoos, though, they're looking dangerous. They're looking like they could post more points here. I think that was a siren on another field. It looks like we've still got a minute and a half to go in the first half for this one, if you heard that one wherever you're watching on Facebook or YouTube. But we'll see the ball go to the Southern Kings number 2 side for that ruck infringement.
Oh, he's found some space here.
Dallas Riley Burns, the number 7 for the Southern Kings. It was a good run, but there's no point in making a good run like that if you're going to lose possession so cheaply. And the Black Cockatoos, well, they see there's an opportunity out here on the left-hand side. They just need to spread it out to this wing and off the ground there. Number 3, involved in everything, Jacob Smeaton. Play on is the call from the official, and he gets over the line. There's a try. That is try number 4 for the Black Cockatoos.
Yeah, and Joey Nelson there from the Southern Kings, he made 3 or 4 back-to-back tackles and still lunged at the end to try and help out, but unfortunately couldn't quite stop the try. So Cockatoos find themselves even further in front in this semi-final contest.
Andrew Williams lines up for the conversion, and that is the fourth try that has gone unconverted. So we'll stay at 20 points to nil as we take a breather here in this Cup semi-final. The bowl semi-final. Let's not get bowl and cup confused. This is the bowl semi-final.
It's been a long day. It's been a long day, Dan. Long day.
Isn't this day 5 of the tournament?
Oh, no, it's been awesome. Obviously, a really busy day for all the players and everyone involved. But it's at the pointy end of the competition. So champions will be crowned, victors will be announced. Still lots of footy to be played, though.
There's the try there from Jacob Smeaton. There's Smeaton getting it away to Joseph Graf Cooper down the short side. Very impressed by him today. I think I've said that about 17 times already, so I'm sorry to repeat myself, but something about him that, just like the way he plays his footy, as we see the ball off the ground there from Smeaton and not held the call, so he gets up and has another crack and gets over the stripe, does the number 12, Billy Clay, for the Coastal Black Cockatoos outfit. Headset went flying there, as you might have heard. Coming up after this one, the Men's Cup semi-final number 1. Don't go away, that one will be a ripper. Some of the best footy we would have seen today. We've got this bowl semi-final first. Things get back underway for the second stanza with a bit of a anticlimactic start over on that far side. See the Southern Kings in the purple with the line-out throw, but winning it against the throw are the Black Cockatoos. And hitting and spinning out of one. They've got numbers here, but the ball goes behind Jermaine Green. And Green was always going to struggle to reel that one in. So we'll get back underway here with a scrum on the 10-metre line.
Good field position here for the Southern Kings to maybe put on a play, an early kick, or even just build possession and a bit of pressure. Oh, there's the kick.
Kick coming through there from the number 5, and it's a valiant chase from both of the number 3s for both of these outfits. But, well, what's happened there? How's he come up with the ball? Are we calling that a try? I don't think he's awarded it yet.
No, I think if a kick's put through and a defender lands on it, you're not really supposed to flop on top of them while they're on the ground. So I'm not too sure if he's just consulting with the sideline official. There we go. Try time.
That's exactly what the Southern Kings number 2 side needed. Another try to the Coastal Black Cockatoos probably would have been all she wrote for the Kings this afternoon. Thought that early kick, without going through the phases, might have been squandering things, but they've come away with the points, and let's see if they can turn 5 into 7. It doesn't look bad off the boot either, but just doesn't have the distance. So we'll stay at 20 points to 5.
Yeah, and you mentioned it before, Dan, like if the Skin Dogs can get a few... Oh, sorry, not the Skin Dogs. If the Coastal Cockatoos can get a couple of quick tries, it'll obviously make it really hard for Southern Kings. But if Southern Kings can go up in 7s, then, you know, you never know what might happen.
Cockatoos again spreading it wide. Haven't had success every time they've done this, but there's space down this flank again, and once again it's a forward pass. For all the times that we've seen today, the back line be too flat and encourage forward passes like that. If I had $1 for every time, I'd probably walk away with about $10, but particularly when there's the overlap, when there's a clear overlap and a clear numbers advantage.
Well, Keenan's just told me he's come from a rugby league game, the number 14 for the Cockatoos, so he might be a little gassed. I'm not too sure.
Good for the Cockatoos to put him on the team list at the start of the day so he could rock up after his league match.
That's it.
See, drifting across field. Here they go again, the Kings. This might be try number 2 for them in this second half. Let's see what happens, though, over there in that far side. I can't see whether he's been held up or whether he's planted the ball. Again, we'll need to consult between the referee and the touch judge. And the touchy says, yep, that's a try. Award it. And the Southern Kings, well, that little 2-minute break at halftime has done them a world of good because they've come out here and scored 2 on the bounce.
They have, and it's freaked me out a little bit today, but a lot of people have gotten held up in goal or lost the ball over the try line and things like that. And it freaks me out because you only just have to get it on the white line. It doesn't have to go all the way, you know what I mean? So, it gives me anxiety.
Two minutes to go. In a game of rugby sevens, that's enough time to score a couple of tries, but they'll need to execute this restart to perfection. And, well, that was a pretty good attempt, but charging away with it downfield is the number 12 for the Cockatoos, and he does have support. Can't find the offload, but they'll be able to get numbers to the ruck here, the Black Cockatoos. Billy Clay, the number 12 for them, but flag goes up on that far side. But they will retain possession of the ball here, the Cockatoos. Crucial. They bring it out here through their number 5, Dylan Daly. The ball goes to ground and he looks in a bit of pain down there, does Daly.
Yeah, I think that's a knee or a lower leg, definitely.
Yeah, red card. Not coming back into the match will be Jordan Mascord. No argument from the Southern Kings. I'll be down to 6 for the final minute of this one. Even more crucially than that, potentially sucking up a bunch of time. Let's see how it unfolded.
Just the angle of the knee and, yep.
Things are getting a bit scrappy over there on the far side. Haven't seen any of that today.
No, and it's maybe just a combination of frustration, emotions, the heat.
Didn't see what sparked that exactly. Let's see what if the referee's got anything to say, which might give us an indication as to what led to that.
And correct in saying no time off, Dan. So this is all just playing into the hands of the Cockatoos, and as the clock winds down, unfortunately, it means that that's basically the end of, I guess, the second half.
Yep, that'll be the competition for the Southern Kings number 2 side. Coastal Black Cockatoos, on the other hand, will go through into the bowl final. Both referees consulting. Yeah, let's have a look at what led to that. Just complete silliness, by the looks of it over there. Player tackling another player without the ball. Frustrations at the end of a long, hot day and a frustrating tournament if these two sides thought they might have gotten a bit further. Let's see how the referee deals with it. Chatting out there with Joseph Graf Cooper, the number 13 for the Coastal Black Cockatoos at the moment. Yep, he's been dealt with. On to the next one. Now, the Coastal Black Cockatoos, given they're progressing in the tournament, they won't want to be without any players going into the next match, going into the final.
Yeah,
for the bowl.
That's a very good point. That's a very, very good point. That's a red card, which I think means potentially no match next time around.
And another red card there as well for the number, I think that was the number 8 might have got that one. Yep. To the rule book we go to see what that means for them in the men's bowl final, as we now turn our attention to the Southern Kings. Given they won't play any more part in the tournament, a red card for them probably means a bit less. To be the last we see of these teams on the main field here as well. The men's bowl final won't be played on this field. So the last we see of the Black Cockatoos for our afternoon, at least here on the Central Coast.
Yes, I have an update, Dan. Any player receiving a red card or 3 yellow cards at the championship will accept an automatic 1-game suspension.
Yeah. I don't think that was worth it, getting involved in that melee over there. 2 of their players missing the bowl final for the Black Cockatoos.
Yeah, that's unfortunate because they've been really good all day. And like you said, just a bit of frustration.
Finally, we bring an end to that match after prolonged talking to from the man in the middle out there. Coming up next will be the Men's Cup semi-final, number 1. Here, like, call us. I'm looking at you, brother. You can come and call this one. Men's Cup semi-final, number 1 for a place in the Men's Cup final here at the LS7's 2025 edition. Now, for the lowlights of the last few minutes there, let's have a look at the highlights of this one. And, yep, the try there from Graf Cooper, we've seen that a few times now. And then the pace there from the young lad, Jacob Smeaton, getting over the stripe. Here's the Black Cockatoos, ducks under 1, gets the offload away. Graf Cooper. Still highlights here from earlier in the match with the Black Cockatoos really on the rampage in attack. The number 12 here getting up, going again. Billy Clay getting a try. And what a start to this match. Eli Corliss.
I mean, there's a dream start and then there's a dream start. That is insane. Perfect placement off the kick, catch exceptional, and the finish just a cherry on top.
Took the words out of my mouth there, Talisha. That was incredible. The Skin Dogs, we saw them in their last game. What was it, 36-0? That they were able to run through the Taree side. And just there, straight off the kickoff, it's almost like they've trained to nail that exact play. Kick towards that left-hand sideline. And number 12 just flying down there, accepting the catch on the full and running through to score. A very strong start here.
Absolutely. And good news for Lapa, though. No conversion. So deficit only 1 try at this stage.
They're going to go back to their bread and butter, but this time it's a little bit deep, but it sits up awkwardly. And I think that was a knock-on there from the Skin Dogs. The referee sees exactly that. So it'll be a scrum feed here to Lapa. We'll see them use the ball for the first time here in this Men's Cup semi-final. So we are seriously getting down to the pointy end of this competition. 4:20 in the afternoon here. We've got the Men's Cup final in an hour's time, Talisha. How exciting is that? Pointy end here of the LS7s as Lapa feed it out the scrum here. They'll start from inside their own 22. They've gone sideline to sideline here to start and dancing around and throwing it back. I tell you what, the numbers are hard to read here. But that's a little touch football play. Bring it back slowly. And they fire it back. Skin Dogs not able to put number 2 there, Richard Silva, into touch. Able to get back up, and now they'll explore through the middle of the field. But the Skin Dogs, oh, that was high there from Quigg. No card, but a quick tap and go. I was about to say their defense is looking solid, and now they've let one through, and flying away upfield is number 5 there. And he will make it. Jog towards the black dot and scores. A very tough last name. I'm really going to give this one a crack, and I apologise in advance to his family and him. Torquisali. Again, that's why I didn't want to give that a crack, but I've got to give him a shout out. That was a huge, huge try for number 5 there from La Perouse, and the conversion successful. So after the dream start for the Skin Dogs off the kickoff, La Perouse answer straight back and convert to take the 2-point lead.
Yeah, great job. Absolutely awesome. Just pinned his ears back, and we know how quick all these boys are in the Skin Dogs team. So for him to, win the foot race to the posts is pretty impressive.
Torquisali, I believe. Now I've had time to read it over a few times, try and nail it and give him the shout out that he needed, because that was an incredible try. And La Perouse have come up with the ball here on the Skin Dogs 22. Spinning and turning around, getting a ball away, but it's just a little bit too much. And it's number 12 again here for the Skin Dogs, picking up, getting away from one, throwing it back, but no advantage plays. We'll go back to the 22 for Skin Dogs footy here.
Lapro defending a lot better than they defended in that first kind of minute and a half. They're pushing up a little bit more, blocking the offload channels. So, yeah, they're doing a good job.
The Skin Dogs here, they have a chance to just get out of their own end. They're showing in the games that we've seen here on Field 5 today from them, and I think we've seen them numerous times, they can go from one end to the other very quickly, so do not be surprised. It's through runs exactly like this. Palms away from another, and now he's up over halfway. Streaking away, grabbed by the back of his pants and dragged down about 30 out from the try line, and just trying to go a bit too fast. And a knock on there from the Skin Dogs. But I'll tell you what, that's exactly what I was talking about. Now they're up and away. The Skin Dogs have got the ball back off the knock on, and they'll score next to the uprights. End-to-end stuff, exactly when I said it. And they're a special team, this Skin Dog side.
Yeah, I think a little bit of confusion there. The referee originally pointed Lapa's way for the penalty and then quickly changed to the Skin Dogs direction. So Lapa kind of paused a little bit, and Skin Dogs took full advantage. Quick tap, straight through and under.
He's missed the conversion. He's kept it out to the near side. But I put my head down for 1 second just to check the team list. And all of a sudden, they've got the ball and they're running through to score here. They go quickly, the Skin Dogs. It's a huge strength of theirs. They've been incredible all day, all morning, this afternoon. I believe they are going through this tournament unscathed at the moment.
Yeah, they're very good. Anything around any kind of set piece, scrums, lineouts, kickoffs, anything where they can get one-on-one matchups. They just seem to be able to find space and beat defenders one-on-one. And, yeah, when you get the ball out to someone as fast as Kieran on the wing there, it's hard to stop.
And they've definitely put points on the board. They've had 3 games where they've scored 38 or more points out of their 4 games. 21 points is the fewest they've scored in a game. And here's Mundine palming off, and we've seen his acceleration already this afternoon. And it is try number 3 for the Skin Dogs here in the first half as they continue to pile on the points. And it's Mundine.
And again, Lapa aren't doing much wrong. They're not doing much wrong at all. They're pushing up your defence. They're connected. It's just that little bit of pace and acceleration through contact that's proving tricky for them at the moment.
Well, Skin Dogs are keeping them in the game here with this poor conversion kicking. It's almost like he rushed that one a little bit. Just held out to the close side. We'll have the score up on your screen shortly here, but I can tell you what, if you're just joining us, it's been a majority Skin Dogs here in the first half. Only 1 try going the way of Lapa, and I believe that's out on the full. Just a little bit of luck that La Perouse were wanting here. Can they find some momentum to end the first half?
Yeah, converted try here just before halftime would make things very, very interesting.
It'd be huge, but you can see the differences in the way they attack. It's almost a bit more of a touch football style play from La Perouse. I've said it a couple times now. They retreat, they play it slowly, and then all of a sudden they switch paces. Whereas the Skin Dogs, they're a bit more crash bash, maybe a little bit more strength to their style there as they try to sneak one past the referee, but ref's all over, and so La Perouse get a penalty inside Skin Dogs territory here. They'll take the tap and go. And now a little bit of space through the middle. Can't break it. Breaks down here on the 40. Little grubber through. Is there going to be enough pace here from the man coming through? Sock it in. Was he taken out of it? But it doesn't matter because he's come straight up with the foot. He's popped it out the back. And he'll just step out of that tackle as easy as you like. And just what you were calling for, Talisha. Something easy like that, but I think the touchy's seen something. The touchy has seen something from the far side of the field, and I believe the try will be taken away from La Perouse here.
Yeah, I think a slight knock on there in the contest, but oh so close. I thought we were gonna have that grandstand finish, but knock on, unfortunately.
No. And that will do the first half here. Skin Dogs dominating. But La Perouse, plenty to build on off an exciting end to the first half. And geez, the coach is not happy there. Sending a direct message to that Lapa side. Whereas the Skin Dogs looking very much more reserved. They're the reigning champs for a reason. They've been in this position before. They know how to capitalise. And if anything, there's no team in this men's competition quite like them who knows how to create opportunities. They're quick, they're strong. More than anything, they're extremely skillful. But this La Perouse side's got a lot of that as well. They just need to find that form that we've seen throughout the rest of the day so far. They haven't played a lot here on Field 5. But when you go through their results, you can see that they know how to play Rugby 7's at a high level.
Yeah, both teams have very, very high Rugby 7's IQ too. You can tell with the way that they tackle and the way they move, the way they don't overcommit numbers when they don't have to. Just little things like that to conserve energy and make everything as efficient as possible.
So 15-7. That's another thing to keep in mind. Is that the Skin Dogs haven't converted a try yet. And because of that, it's kept La Perouse in touching distance here. But the Skin Dogs come up with the footy to start this second 7 minutes, and they get a penalty early as well. Just what they needed. 15 plays, 7. Favour of the team with possession right now, the Skin Dogs. Little ball back on the inside, lovely, and then back on the outside. Oh, and he got a little bit too tricky for his own good, and now La Perouse have the ball just 5 metres inside Skin Dogs territory, and it's frantic. And they're going to call it a double knock-on, and they'll go back to pack the scrum. La Perouse footy there, but a skillful little passage of play, inside-outside. just to get themselves into an attacking position.
Yeah, Bailey Collins just couldn't quite hang on to that ball, but if he did, he was through. He was gone.
So the scrum to be fed here by La Perouse.
Good field position for Lapa.
The flashy pink boots on. Fires the ball out now for Marsh. Little quick play with Morris. Back to Marsh. Now out far to the left. The confidence in this men's bracket of players just willing to go for the stiff arm every time. Some serious strength out there on display. Look at that right foot step.
Oh, ankle breaker.
Gets the ball away, pops it back to Morris, and Morris has got a bit of space here. And they'll roll over here. I heard a whistle, but I think that was on another field, and that will be a try. I was trying to look frantically around the field for where that whistle could have come from. But La Perouse, they start the second half exactly how they would have planned it, exactly how their coach was saying. Play with some confidence, throw the ball around, and just land your passes. I think that was one thing that killed them, and it's just a small part of the game. As you see the replay here on your screen, Morris playing a huge role in the build-up to set up that kind of field position. And in the end, he gets the try assist, dropping it back behind. The conversion is unsuccessful. And the score will stay 15 plays 12. It was a dominant first half from the Skin Dogs, but their lack of conversion kicking has made this a super tight contest. As you see again here, Morris, look at the speed. He had a couple touches of the footy there to get him inside the 22. That's gone sailing out of bounds on the full here as we return to live play.
It's always a coach killer, that one, coach killer. But you can see the intent there is to try and get the ball back. They're hungry for points, Lapa. They're a gutsy team.
We'll ask you from all your experience playing sevens and playing rugby, the breeze is going from our commentary side straight across. And naturally for a right footer, you're going to aim for that left-hand side, but the breeze is going to take that out of bounds. Do you start just kicking straight into that wind? You start targeting the right-hand sideline instead of just the natural angle for a right foot kicker?
I think he did the right thing. I think it just came off the boot a little funny. It almost turned into a drop torpedo and got caught in the air. So, no, I probably would have done the same thing, is try and get it back, and they seem to have had some joy on that left side of the field.
Oh, and the charge down. Be a penalty. They'll go back. Does a card come out for that? There will be a yellow card.
I'm not going to lie, it's my least favourite rule in rugby union.
But he's still out. I don't think he saw that he got yellow carded.
Oh.
The touch judge on the far side is trying to signal something. It is still 7-on-7. As Quigg falls down about 10 out from the line. They'll go short side.
I'm confused.
Dancing, there's number 3, and it'll be a penalty again. But there was a yellow card shown, but La Perouse stayed with 7 on the field. And it doesn't look like anything's changed here. No, it finally has. Finally has. Player has gone off. And La Perouse are down to 6 here in this semi-final. The grand final awaits them in an hour's time. If they can hold out here, they're down 3. They need to find a result defensively here. But skipping out of the first tackle there, dropping a ball off. Now they've got 2 on none. He doesn't get the pass away to Leisha. There was a chance there. And now he'll just run through himself. Number 2. No name on the team list we've got here. But it's so simple. They could have scored on the phase beforehand, but they were patient. They didn't want to chance their hand too much. And maybe that's the try that gets the Skin Dogs back into the LS7's grand final.
Absolutely. And the Skin Dogs are elite, 7-on-7. So, unfortunately for Lapa, having a man in the bin, that close to the line, weight of possession, Skin Dogs just too good that close to the line.
You're praying for a miracle at that distance when you're down a man. You're praying on someone like, maybe you do force that cutout ball that, I had my hands on my head going, how are you not throwing that out? But in the end, it was the patience that helped them get across the line. So it's incredibly close in this one. I believe they missed that conversion as well. So it remains 20-12. As the Skin Dogs come up with the footy here, just inside their own territory. Skin Dogs with the footy in hand, 8 points clear at the moment. It's a comfortable lead, more than a converted try. A bit of a late shot there from number 4 from La Perouse. Mossy. There's a bit of feeling in this one. You saw in the game just before, it got a little bit ugly towards the end. We don't want to see that again. The Skin Dogs now looking out to this left-hand side. Ball given away here to Garang. He kicks back infield and Marsh is there to pick it up. And it's a late hit. It's a late hit from La Perouse, so Skin Dogs will get the footy about 25 out from the try line. Garang went for the kick and got taken down. He looks quick if he gets into open space. Takes the tap, fires the ball infield now through a few sets of hands. Kelly now infield for Roberts, who decides to just take the hit up inside the 22, gets the ball at the back. Kelly again fires it across, and what a way to finish the game. The Skin Dogs, they're through to the final of the LS7s here in a convincing fashion. 25 points to 12 as it stands currently. Conversion to come. And easy as. 27 plays, 12 in the end. They were right in it for a long time, La Perouse, but in the end, the class, the skill, and the strength of the Skin Dogs, too much to handle.
Yeah, Lapa should hold their heads high. I know the score looks a little bit bigger than what it was, but at 15-12, they were right up there, right in the contest. But Skin Dogs just elite, absolutely elite.
It's an incredible performance and a really good competitive performance between the two sides. No carry on, nothing like that, just solid 7's rugby. And now we see them roll on through to the finals, and the action continues to roll on here in Field 5. It is back to back to back, and we've been like that since, 9 o'clock this morning. It's been an incredible performance by yourself and Dan, who have been there through literally every single game. It's been incredible, but we now go into the women's plate final. An exciting one, and it's now silverware on the line, I believe, for every game from now. We're going to have the plate final, bowl final, then it'll be the men's cup as well, and the women's cup final. Super exciting to have all of that still to come. And here's a couple of your highlights. And it started off there with number 12 getting across the line early. And look at the speed here from La Perouse, number 5, speedster, in the bright pink boots. In a flash, he's gone. La Perouse, they looked like they were right in it at one point. The Skin Dogs, they've just shown all day. As I said before, 3 games where they scored 38 points or more. 21 points, their fewest, and they scored 27 in that game just gone. They know how to score, and they know how to keep teams to a limited score as well. It's been a strength of theirs throughout the tournament, and it always is. That was the most points they've conceded in a game, 12 points. They've conceded 2 tries before. That was against the BYD Dingoes in their second game. But otherwise, just 5 points conceded across the other 3 games they've played combined. So they've kept teams scoreless twice. It's been incredible from them, and we'll roll on through to the plate final here.
Looks like Dan's got brother boy Albert Kelly down on the sideline.
There we go. We'll throw it down to Dan, who is there with the former NRL star Albert Kelly. Get down to you, Dan.
Yeah, thanks, Eli. Down here with Albert Kelly, who's just told me he's played union for the first time in about, 10 years or something?
Probably a bit more than that, but I'll take it. Since high school. Just to get out of school. Yeah.
What's your excuse now? Playing LS7s.
Ticker box. But got to play with a few of the nephews and cousins and that. So watching my nieces here play now, which is good. So it's a good day, and they definitely put on a good spread.
How in that last game there, La Perouse, they got close there at the start of the second half.
Yeah, some of these young kids, it's like they're floating on the field. You know, they got so much skill. You know, the scouts need to get out here and see it, you know, for themselves. So, you know, lots of talent here today.
Yeah, and you weren't part of the Skin Dogs team last year, but they won the comp. I mean, how much do you want to go back to back?
Well, I'm very good friends and family with some of the you know, originals, and they keep asking me each year, and I just keep pushing it away. But you know, coming here to play today, you know, tick the box. You know, now I'm in the final, so I need to try. That's it.
That's
Done.
the goal.
Yeah. But yeah, we've got a very fast team, some very speedsters in there, so very control players as well.
Yeah, nice one. We'll see you in the final in probably, 40 minutes, an hour or something?
I better start warming up now.
Thanks for having a yarn.
No worries.
Thanks, brother.
There you go, Albert Kelly down there on the sideline. A part of that strong side that we just saw from the Skin Dogs, and they've got that grand final in what now? About 40 minutes exactly. And we're now live watching the women's plate final between Mr. Jester's Inn and Coastal Connections Women's. And they're through here early. Haven't got the jerseys, but I believe the pink jersey is Mr. Jester's Inn.
Yep, that's correct.
I'm absolutely loving the colours.
It's awesome. Hey, I love the pink and the green combo.
I think my touch football jersey last year was that colour as well. So let's hope they have more success than my touch team did. Here in the plate final, first bit of silverware, well, second bit of silverware, sorry, that we've seen today. We obviously had the Veterans Cup not long ago.
I think that's Katie Shaw running water for Mr. Jester's Inn. Legend of touch footy and rugby league. She's still out there going, which is awesome.
Doesn't stop. Always something to do. And it's an early try here to Mr. Jester's Inn the pink on the left of your screen here, about to kick off.
And that's it. And they've come down from the Gold Coast. So it just shows that...
Really?
You know,
wow.
There's mob travelling from everywhere to come and play or help or coach in the LS7s.
It's a huge event. If you've never been, get down here next year for the 2026 LS7s, because it's always an incredible atmosphere. So much mob around. And the talent on display is incredible in every level that we've seen out here, from the under-17s, even under-15s, I believe, all the way up into the men's, women's and veterans. And Mr. Jester's Inn, they've come the whole way down from the Gold Coast. They may as well put some points on the board. But I don't think Coastal Connections are paying attention here, because she hasn't placed the ball down. She's waiting in the in-goal. Number 6 here, she'll run over. That is Reese Orcher. Come over and just put a bit of pressure on. Oh, sorry, that was from the other side. Sorry, number 6 there was Handel. Just comes over and just puts a bit of pressure on. And it's finally grounded, and they'll have a conversion attempt here. And it is converted. So a strong start here from the pink side, continuing to roll through what has been a disappointing start here from the Coastal Connections. They're going to need to find a way to just fight back into this one. They've really lacked possession so far.
Yeah, I was really impressed with Mr. Jester's Inn that we saw them play earlier in the day on Field 5 against Titters United, who are a pretty strong team. Mr. Jester's Inn were up 2 tries, and Titters United fought their way back and ended up beating them, but very, very skillful team.
So it's collected there by Olivia Thorpe in the number 5 jersey. We now get to see the Coastal Connections have a bit of footy here. Have 30 out, and an early kick there by Lucy Green. Got the VC next to her name on the team list. It's kicked ahead here by Hunter. She picks it up, gets the ball away. Can they score here? Stepping back infield, slips out of one and gets to the line. It's a try there for Danielle Ridgway in the number 3 jersey. And the first time we get to see the Coastal Connections have any footy, they put on about an 80-metre set and score in the end. Incredible stuff. And we're seeing both sides look really strong in attack.
Yeah, and that was off the back of some hard work by Taya Hunter. Big kick chase. She fought to get herself to the front of the chase. Another kick in, a nice offload, and yeah, that's 5 points.
What an incredible start here. And now I want to go the short drop out and try and get some ball back here. Instead, they try to thump it about 20 metres. Mr. Jester's in. What can they do here? Little step, just stuttering and just running straight through. What a right arm fed. Oh, and it's put down. Oh, that was looking incredible. And Talia Anderson puts it down there on the right wing. But how about that run? Was it number 6 there? Was it Reese Orcher? Made that little break down the right-hand sideline there. Just went, I'll just get my teammate involved. And in the end, that's when the error evolved. But that will signal half-time. It's always confusing you with these fields so close together. You go, is it our one? Every time you think it's another field.
Yep.
It's always this one, and it's vice versa as well. But an entertaining first half here in the women's plate final. It's been Mr. Jester's in, controlling it, and we've got some replays here on your screen. 17 plays 5. They've been the strongest side so far. Getting it out wide, and Anderson's shown her speed. She put down that one late. But don't be fooled, she's had an incredible first half. Just breaking through the middle. How many 50-metre breaks can they make in a game?
Yeah, a lot of running. Especially on this one here.
This was
awesome.
the best try, wasn't it?
It was so good. She got close herself, Taya, but an offload or a try assist is just as good, and great support play there as well.
From Ridgeway, just staying there in support. You know, you've got a superstar just kicking the ball around and you can back her to do it herself. It's always good just to be there in support in case. But what do they have to do here, this Coastal Connection side? How do they fight back into this game? Find themselves down by just under 2 converted tries. A comeback win is still very much on the cards.
Yeah, 12 points is very, very achievable. Kick off here. See if they can defend, put some pressure on Mr. Jester's in and force a mistake.
That can be hard to do because it's a quality outfit here. As he said, from up on the Gold Coast. Long way to travel down here to Tuggerah on the New South Wales Central Coast.
Yeah, it's a few of the girls have travelled far to be here, and some are Sydney based as well, and all over. So yeah, it's great. I love it when teams are made up of so many different people from different communities, and they're all here to play 7's, have a bit of a laugh, but it's pretty competitive too.
Exactly, it's so special. As we see an early penalty going their way for a high shot. Just that wing is jammed in a bit too far, and straight away they get it over the top to Anderson, and she's the speed star. This could be a try that could put the nail in the coffin here in the women's plate final as she runs away down the right-hand sideline. If it's not try number 2, it might be try number 3. But an incredible performance so far here from Talia Anderson. She'll just wait on the uprights. And bang, there it is. And a lot of laugh there in the in goal. Nothing in that. Just trying to put a bit of pressure on late. But that might be the try that gives Mr. Jester's in the win here this afternoon in the women's plate final. Just a bit too easy, and the winger just not staying on her defensive assignment there. And a very straightforward conversion from right in front. Yep. And that is all good. That brings it up to 24-5 now. It's a big lead all of a sudden. What was 12 and seemed manageable is now ballooned out to 19. Just that extra try just makes it that much more difficult, of course. As they go shortish off the kickoff, it just sits up in this Tuggerah turf. The Coastal Connection's able to gain possession of the football, but they haven't released it. They have not released it, and the pressure continues to mount. Strong run here for this. Mr. Jester's inside. Oh, it looked a little bit forward, but it was knocked on in the end. So either way, a bit of a let-off there for the Coastal Connections. But they've got to find a way to get some field position here, don't they?
Yeah, and maybe it's another early kick like last time. Just chance their arm a bit.
Yeah.
Leave the ball as further from their try line as possible. Try and flip the script. Get up the other end and see what happens. But at the moment, they just can't quite get out of their own end.
It's going to be hard to make meters here. Still inside their own 22. Ball's pushed out the back. They still dominate the scrum there. Being manhandled. Doesn't even know she doesn't have the ball anymore. She's passed it off and they're still within their 22. Ball's released, pops out the back. She gets hammered. And the referee has seen that. So penalty here and she's still down on the ground. It looked semi-late, this hit. Was not nice. Slow to her feet. Hopefully it's just that she's winded. It's number 1 there. Keely Holden. She's up and good to continue. Oh, and they try to get a bit too fancy with these underline plays. Don't know if that was the go. And they've turned the ball over on their 22, just getting a bit too fancy, trying to come up with proper plays. They just are not on the cards right now. And now pressure continues to mount. They've got a 2 on and none, and it's knocked on. That could have definitely put the nail in the coffin. Although it is looking a little bit unmanageable. Just under 3 minutes remaining. But Coastal Connections, they want to try and find just a try, end the game on a high note. Be proud of the fact that he made it through to the women's plate final. They should be regardless. It's just that extra cherry on top. They've lost the scrum though, however. But a knock on, and it's now Coastal Connections footy once again. Scrappy. The defense is shooting up, but they will not play advantage. They'll come back to a scrum feed here for Coastal Connections. How do they just gain some ascendancy here? Do they need to go to that kick that you were talking about?
Maybe a kick, or I think that what they need to do is firstly win the scrum, because it's starting to get a little bit messy just around the scrum area. But if they can win the scrum, maybe put in I've jinxed them. I've totally jinxed them.
Heartbreaking stuff here. There's only about 90 seconds left in this one according to our clock. Oh, great defense, just holding on to the bottom of the jersey, but they get up and play quickly and they wheel it out to the right. And in the end, a fairly simple try as they extend their lead to 24. A convincing win here in the women's plate final. Still plenty of action to roll on here in the LS7s. It'll be Dan Conifer joining you once again here in the commentary box. I think about time I stopped talking for a bit, maybe.
No, you're doing a great job. You guys are doing a great job. Great
I appreciate
job.
it. I'm not fishing for compliments, not at all. Getting sprayed from the side here. Don't know who that is heckling down there. Clearly some dribbler, but he's... Oh, no, it's Dan Conifer. It's Dan Conifer.
He's got his Bunnings hat on.
Oh, he's got the Bunnings hat on.
Looking flash.
Having a lot of fun down here at the LS7s. We always do here in the commentary box. I mean, it's quite an easy job when you just get to sit around and watch great rugby sevens all day. Seeing the next generation, seeing the past generations, all running around having fun. Even see some of the big names. Just spoke to Albert Kelly just before, if you're just joining us. Playing with the Skin Dogs, who are through to the men's final, which is coming up at 5:40. So not too far away. As the siren sounds here, but play will continue as Coastal Connections still at the footy. Puts up a bomb. Where will it land? It lands in space. It's then picked up here by the Coastal Connections.
Oh.
But a penalty for, I think, in front of the kicker.
Oh, I'd love to see Mr. Jesters in try and score another one and not just kick it out. But obviously the smart thing to do is to kick it out.
See, I thought I heard the siren sound.
Yeah, you did.
And they've kicked it straight onto the marquee. No interest in trying to score again, and that will do us. It's a 29-5 win here for Mr. Jesters in. A mob with quite a few girls coming down from the Gold Coast. Travelling all the way down here to Tuggerah, the New South Wales Central Coast. I felt like it was still the longest drive from Sydney, so what a trip down for them. Great commitment, and they've won the women's plate final. Congratulations. A very, very entertaining game. You got to wonder when you see them in the plate final, like how did they not get up there to the women's final? But just incredible. Here's some of the highlights. And it was Anderson who just was starring from the get-go.
She's quick.
There she is again. Just a bit of space on that right wing, and you can say goodbye. There's her second. She scored 3 of them. How about that? Just straight through the middle. In the first half, it was a lot of long-range tries scored by Mr. Jesters in. A little bit of a fight back from the Coastal Connections there in the second half. This was probably the try of the game. Coastal Connections, popping a ball there, stepping off the left, break the tackle, and score the try in the end. Incredible stuff from the Coastal Connections, but overall it was Mr. Jesters in that were just too strong in that one. Talia, your final thoughts on that one?
Yeah, I just think as we have a look at this last try, just the pace on the outside is just insane. But a great tournament from Coastal Connections, so... hope the ladies enjoyed themselves because they played some really, really good 7s today.
Thinking about Talia Anderson too much, I've just called you Talia instead of Talisha,
That's
so
okay.
Apologies for that one.
I'll take it. I mean, we run the same.
The same speed, I'm pretty sure. But an incredible game, and we continue to roll on with action here from Field 5 from Tuggerah here for the LS7's 2025.
Nice to meet you.
Been an incredible game so far.
Did you come down with the Gold Coast?
Yeah.
All of you?
Yeah. Oh, some of us are from here.
All right, we're ready.
And we're going to throw down to Dan Conifer on the sideline.
Down here with Talia Anderson, the speedy number 1 from the victorious Mr. Jesters in. Firstly, where's your team name come from?
To be honest with you, I actually don't know.
It's all good.
We
just makes 2 of us.
Just put in a random team and just made up a name, I guess.
And you've come away with some silverware.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just a bit puffed out right now.
I can imagine. You showed a bit of speed out there.
Yeah.
How was it out there?
It was good, really good. Playing with the girls. We don't really know each other. We gelled well, but yeah, running, haven't been on the field for a while, so yeah, it was good. I felt good, but yeah.
And did you expect to come away with a trophy from today when you came together?
To be honest, from where we started, probably not, but throughout the day we did pretty good. We made our way up, but yeah, I'm happy that we're taking away something with us back to the Gold Coast.
Back to the GC. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Very tired. Talia Anderson there with Dan Conifer. You can understand that. Some of those tries she scored, 3 of them, and all of them pretty much long-range tries, Talisha.
Yeah, she scored more tries in one game than I have my entire career. And she deserves a rest. She played extremely well, and so did the rest of the girls from Mr. Jesters in. And again, shout out to them for coming down from the Gold Coast to play in this game and play in this tournament.
Well, the women's action continues to roll on. That was the women's plate final. We now roll into the women's cup final here from Tuggerah, and it's a big one. It's Titters United, who currently have the footy there on their 22, up against Sydney Dreaming in the black, purple and blue jersey. I always think Sydney Dreaming have a classic jersey every year when they rock up, and it's no different this time around. But this should be an entertaining one, to say the least. And then coming up after this at 5:20, we've got the men's cup final. It's the Skin Dogs up against United. a huge game from 5:20. So we're rounding up the action here from the LS7s, where we've got a couple of the biggest games of the day still to come here, as we unfortunately got a little bit of an injury here on the field to one of the Titters United players. Just wait to catch a number. Looks like she's just kind of grabbing at that left knee, on that left leg. She's getting up off the ground now, and hopefully is sweet to continue. Seen that a couple times today. Just a couple of the players just needing a rest, maybe a stinger, just maybe something hurting. Just have a rest before they get back out there and continue on with the action. So still Titters United footy on their 22. Any players that we should be looking out for in this one, Talisha?
Yeah, Jess Gentle on the Titters United team has been pretty special today. She actually made a try-saving tackle in the corner.
Oh, but she slipped straight through her there. And it's Sydney Dreaming who score here right under the post. Sorry to interrupt.
No,
but
all
an incredible step and change of direction. And Jess Gentle, who we were just praising, wasn't her fault, but she's just unfortunately slipped off the tackle there.
The commentator's curse is real. I'm telling you, it's a real thing.
I've thrown her under the bus by asking you the question in the first place. But it's Sydney Dreaming who draw first blood, I believe, here in this game. But you were talking about her, and we did witness her play here on Field 5 earlier. She was incredible, starring in that number 6 jersey.
Yeah, absolutely. And to be honest, both these teams have superstars loaded into their rosters. So it's going to be a great game. It's times like this I miss the old 10-minute grand final. You had 10-minute halves.
Yep, 100%.
But, I mean, it's a big effort, 10-minute halves. Oh, gosh.
That would be nice, just a little bit of extra footy.
Yeah, exactly.
And so the line-out's a bit scrappy, and it's turned the ball over, and it's Dreaming footy here inside the Titters United 22. There's a bit of pressure starting to mount here. As they're held up here again on the 22, hoping that she has to release and they can steal the footy there. Sydney Dreaming do well to hit the deck and almost breaking through a tackle there once more. Really got to watch out for this Sydney Dreaming side. They have got their backs up right now and are playing exciting 7's footy. That's knocked down by Jess Gentle. Ball continues to spill. Advantage played until I said it. And they'll bring it back to that mark. And it will continue being Sydney Dreaming footy here.
Game very much in the balance at the moment. I feel like it could really go either way. Sydney Dreaming, they score back-to-back, jump out to a bit of a lead, or Titters United, something big happens and they score a long-range try.
So short arm penalty, tap and go here as they run towards the corner and will not be stopped. It's a second consecutive try to start this game for the Sydney Dreaming side, and they go out to a 10-0 lead. Incredible strength, got the short arm penalty, and just knew tap and run to that corner.
No conversion there, unfortunately, but good news for Titters United, who are still only 12 points behind.
So conversion successful, as you said, 12-0 here to Sydney Dreaming. I've got to admit, I was expecting this to be much closer. Titters United just haven't quite gotten into the game yet because of this incredible defense from Sydney Dreaming. Yes, they've put points on the board, but the way they've done it is with their defense. It's Gentle just continuing to spin and break through, exactly threatening the defensive line. And a penalty again. How do they get out of this rut here?
Oh, I think they've just got to string a few phases together. At the moment, they're kind of conceding penalties or not quite securing the ball or, just taking care of the pill at the end of the day.
They've tried going left. Now they try and go through the middle, and it's Gentle with a huge tackle around the waist. Pop the ball up, continuing to run here. Sydney dreaming. And in the end, that was fairly soft.
Yeah.
I thought they were going to stop that.
I think Titters United maybe thought that one of them was offside, but because there was no ruck set, it was a pop. It's fair game, but I think the tackler just pulled out of the tackle, maybe thinking they were offside.
This is not the half of football I was expecting. 17-0 to the Dreaming and a fairly straightforward conversion here that is slotted. So it's 19-0 here in the first half. Knowing this Titters United side, they can turn this around now. They can find a way to break back into this game in the second half. We've seen larger deficits be chased down so far this afternoon, or today in general. As they all start to regroup, meet with the coaches, get understanding. But Talisha, what has Sydney Dreaming done so well in this half to break out to a 19-0 lead as we see the highlights on your screen?
Oh, I think just every time they've got the ball, they've taken advantage of it and they've made Titters United pay. They're not hesitating. As soon as there's a penalty, quick tap, spread the ball. So, I'd say they're turning a defence into attack quite well and, been really clinical so far.
Extremely clinical. It was not what I was expecting. If you have a look at the results that we've seen from Titters United so far today, they started their morning with a 40-0 win over the Southern Queens side. They then ran over the top of the Mihai side, 26-5, 41-0 over Coastal Connections. Again, another incredible offensive and defensive performance, and then a 24-10 win over the Sydney Serpents in their semi-final. And now, all of a sudden, they just can't get anything going in attack.
Yeah, and they've got lots of class in that Titters United team. Kari Williams, Leilani Andrews, Jess Gentle. So there's a fair bit of strike power there. They just need the ball.
Well, they'll have the line out here. About 30, 35 out from their own line. Desperate to get something going here in attack. Line out on the far side. It's tapped and it's, at the moment, won by Sydney Dreaming as Gentle came in with a swinging left boot. I think it was her. They start to run across field. It wasn't, because that's her with a strong tackle around the waist. Popped out the back here from Sydney Dreaming, and they'll switch it back to this left-hand side. Little dummy, stutter step and go and fire it out, and that is just so silky from the Sydney Dreaming side. Add 5 more to their tally. It's now 24-0, and Sydney Dreaming are running away with this women's final.
Yep, they absolutely are. And again, Titters United not doing much wrong. Just, unfortunately, getting stripped for numbers, especially around their wings and towards the sideline area. But, Sydney Dreaming just have total control of this match.
The kick doesn't look like it's got the legs. It'll go through underneath the post, but that won't add 2 to the tally, so it'll stay 24-0. Sydney Dreaming in a strong position at the moment. Let's have a look through their tournament so far, because it's been interesting as well. It started off with a 28-0 win over the Tingha Tigers. They've managed to score over 20 points in every game, 21 being their fewest in their 4th game against Miss Jesters Inn, who we just saw win the women's plate final. But how about this, a 52-0 win over the Central West Black Trackers. That just shows how deadly of a side we are witnessing. And right now, they stand at 24-0. If they can keep this Titters United side scoreless, it'll be the 3rd time today that they've done so to their opposition.
Yeah, which in itself is a huge feat.
It's incredible.
Especially in 7's with so much room and so much space. To keep a team scoreless is pretty impressive.
Well, here they go. They've gone down the left last time. Now they're down the right. Gentle trying to come across and make a try-saving tackle. Does so. Ball pops out the back here for number 12. Again, it's Gentle. She's everywhere in defence. but it's not enough. She's made about 2 or 3 tackles in the proximity of about 5 metres, and it still wasn't enough to keep the Sydney Dreaming side out.
Yeah, 100%. It's tough. It's a cruel game. You can make 2 or 3 really good tackles, and still an opposition team that's attacking well can find space and can score a try. But Sydney Dreaming, they just have, they have a hold on this game, and unfortunately Titters United just can't seem to get things clicking.
No, it hasn't been their game today. It's been their day. They've been incredible.
Yep, I agree.
But just right now, they've met their match. And unfortunately, I think the main thing is they haven't really had much footy. And when they have, they've been locked in their own 22. They haven't been able to make metres. And they haven't even opted for the option of just kicking out of pressure, out of danger. They've just tried to run it themselves, and unfortunately it's resulted in a couple too many phases and a penalty that's turned it over and given Sydney Dreaming incredible field position. But they deserve to not be held scoreless in this game. So let's see if they can find a try in this final 3 or 4 or so minutes. She's gentle. And a penalty. This will help them get some ascendancy. A tap and go, but she's done it in front of the mark.
Ah, dang, the old mark.
So she decides to hand it off to a teammate to do the tap and go and bring it up over their own 40. And they turn the ball over here in the breakdown. But they'll get it right back with a knock on. But there was a double knock on, first coming from the Sydney Dreaming. So Titters United footy here.
Yeah, just caught there going by herself up into the defensive line and leaving herself isolated. And unfortunately, Titters United didn't have enough support around the ball to secure it. But fortunately, a knock on from Sydney Dreaming has them with the scrum feed.
Incredible performance so far from the Sydney Dreaming side. Despite that little knock on there, it's just the fact that they were able to force a turnover. They did hand it back, and I thought she was shaping up to kick there, Gentle. She's going to dummy and go, and she gets dragged down from behind and knocks the ball on in doing so. It was a great tackle there from number 12. The Sydney Dreaming side is so special. Look at the speed, look at the strength. Up to the 40 line, pops it out the back for number 2. She gets slung to the ground. Ball trickles out the back. Being manhandled at the moment, able to fall to the ground. And again, these phase plays where they're just able to continue it going despite being held has been incredible from this Sydney Dreaming side. How do you stop it? It's almost impossible. As a knock on is the way that Sydney Dreaming attack becomes undone. We are rolling on after this game into, I believe, our final game, is it not? It is the men's final following this one. Just one game to go. This action, it's flown. They say time flies when you're having fun, and it's definitely been the case today.
It is absolutely nuts how quickly today has gone.
Granted, I did have a half day. It's been you two that have killed it from start to finish. As Titters United try to find a way to end their day on a high, and it's number 2 here, up over the 50-metre line. In pursuit is one of the Sydney Dreaming girls, and she makes the tackle here. 25 out from the line, and she doesn't release it in time. A comprehensive performance here from Sydney Dreaming, and the tap and go up to the 40-metre line. Pops it out the back. Now they'll look to the left. But they deem it forward. Okay, so another chance here for Titters United. They're going to have to get going because there's only 20 seconds remaining according to our clock. What a performance, but there's really no urgency here from the Titters United side. They'll be disappointed as the siren sounds for this game. Will they be allowed to play it? It looks like they will be. So one last roll of the dice here for Titters United. Can they walk away with some points? An incredible day's action here from Tuggerah in the women's competition. And they can't. Sydney Dreaming, no. What's the call here from the official? So we'll say Titters United footy here. About 39 metres out from the line. Back in the hands of number 4 to feed the scrum. Second bite at the cherry here. Tell you what, it's been slow going here in the final minute or so. Gentle with a little fake kick and go. She then loops the ball over to the winger now. Can they come up with a try late? No, they can't. Oh, I thought that was going to be it. It's knocked down. And that will do it. Sydney Dreaming have won the women's competition here at the LS7s. Ecstatic as they embrace here after what has been a hard-fought day of action. They've been clinical, Sydney Dreaming. Through 6 games, they've won every single one, amassing nearly 200 points in the day. Incredible performances. In the finals, they almost played their best, 29-5 against Mihai in the semi-final. And then here in the final, 29-0. Only conceding 5 points in the 2 finals. That is an impeccable performance. Now, 3 games throughout the day that they've held the teams scoreless. We heard Talisha Harden say just how impressive of an outcome that is. To not force a single point to be scored against yourself in 3 games in this quality of a competition is so impressive. And against a quality side like Titters United here in the final, who I had tipped to win it. And it wasn't their best game, but Sydney Dreaming didn't give them an opportunity. As we see a couple of the highlights here on the screen. And they'll be all one-sided highlights. Bang off the right foot, slip through 2, and that was the try. And it was the commentator's curse there from Talisha Harden, if we're being honest. She can be blamed for that opening try. And there, penalty, quick tap and go to get across the line to score their second. And they just continue to pile on the points. Slip through one here and score their, their 3rd try. Then they started getting expansive, going out to the left. Scoring there through number 1. It was such a comprehensive performance. One they can be proud of, and they can head back down the highway back to Sydney with their heads held high, knowing that they've walked away with the women's Ella 7's trophy. An incredible performance. But we continue to roll on. Men's final now. Cannot wait for this one. And to join me, to break it all down, to commentate it, it's the one, the only Dan Conifer. Mate, good to have you back here in the box. Men's final, exciting times. And as we were just saying to Talisha, can you believe it's the final game of the day?
Yeah, I can after being here since 7 o'clock this morning, my brother. But yeah, no, Skin Dogs looking to go back-to-back here. They're looking good. They looked good in the semi-final that you called with Talisha. But they'll have a tough contest here. They did well in the semi to get past La Perouse, but this is a different challenge altogether. But before we do that, let's go down to Talisha and hear from that victorious women's team.
Darcy Carr, LS7's champions, how does it feel?
Yeah, it feels really good, eh? Like, we just worked so hard in this hot heat, finally come out with the win, so yeah, it was worth it.
That's awesome, sis. Well deserved. And is there anyone from Sydney Dreaming you want to shout out to who put the team together? Or
Yeah, definitely Kyle and Chantal. They put the girls together. It's my first year with them, so they've just won a 3-peat. They won the year before and the year before that, so yeah, it was good to get the 3-peat for them. And yeah, the rest of the girls, they carved up all day in this weather. It's crazy, but yeah, they done well.
Awesome, sis. Enjoy the win and congratulations.
Thank you so much.
There we go. Talisha Harden with another sideline interview. Been great down there. She's been having to jump between the sideline, the commentary box. It's been an incredible performance from her. And hearing from some of the best players from today's LS7's action.
This men's final here, United Sports Club men in the teal jersey, tapping it there on halfway via their number 8. This is Ofa Siale, who will go over the 10-metre line in the Skin Dogs. end of the field, and ball spilling out to Peachy. Braden Peachy gets through one around the ankles and goes up towards the 10 here in the Skin Dogs end of the field. They've got a 2-on-3 situation here, and they can't break through. United taken by the shorts and throwing it round with plenty of confidence here against the defending champions. The United Sports Club's men's side not showing any fear, and they will go over and open the scoring here in this men's final via that number 8, Ofa Siale. And they have posted first points against the defending champions.
We were talking about this just before. Where are the scouts? Because you need to lock up Ofa Siale. He was incredible there, involved in so much through that middle third just to get involved, set up plays, and in the end score the try that gets the scoreboard ticking here in the final. They're up against it in this one, but they've started off on a strong note, 7-0, because when you're playing the reigning champs in the final, you know you're under some pressure, but I don't think they even feel it. That was an incredible first set of play.
These two sides getting to the final. The route for the Skin Dogs men, they beat La Perouse in the semi-final that we saw a couple of games ago, 20 points to 12, while an easier 38 points to 0 win over Taree in their quarterfinal as the Skin Dogs take it on the full from the restart and come out to our commentary side, but strong defence from United on that number 5 player there, Logan Aldridge, and kick going upfield and pace here from the Skin Dogs number 8. The bounce is favourable. They are going to hit back here, and that is a brilliant effort there. The Skin Dogs go over. We are 1 try apiece. And how about that lightning pace?
Mundine again. I mean, we've watched him play 3 games this afternoon here on Field 5. Every game he's come up with something incredible. The first one, it was just lightning, deft touch down the sideline to score 2. The second game again was just a simple line break, and he's done it again this time with a chip, little grubber, whatever you want to call it, and then regather and run 40 metres to score. What a try from Mundine. He has been incredible today. Arguably the player of the day in the men's bracket for LS7's.
We've got a try to the number 8 from the Skin Dogs and a try to the number 8 from the United side, but it might be 2 tries to the good here for the Skin Dogs. Indeed it is. Wow, they go back-to-back, the defending champions, that time via their number 3. I think that's Gage Phillips.
Jeez, I mean, and it's not just back-to-back tries. It's back-to-back tries right under the stick, so it's 14 automatic points. Oh, as I say it, it's the great commentator's curse. It is the greatest commentator's curse you could say. I was just going on saying how easy it is when you score under the black dot, just headbutt it over. He's hit the upright from right in front. But have a look at this. Just stealing the ball out, running away with it and scoring right on the black dot. How this game has changed within the space of 60 seconds has been incredible. But that conversion attempt just keeps this United side in a little bit, and Skin Dogs with a short arm penalty here against them. Just what they would have been hoping for. 12 plays 7 here. Only 4 minutes into this action. What a game we're witnessing.
United Sports Club, they made it to this final after a 26-21 win over the Southern Kings men in the semi-final, and 14-12 over the Mihai Warriors in the quarter. But what a contest we've got in our hands here. Just over a quarter of the way through this men's final, in the cup final, the ultimate final, to be crowned champions of the LS7's 2025. Play on, says our referee, and we are about to be 2 tries apiece there.
What an incredible game we're witnessing so far. Attack playing a huge role, defense taking a back seat at the moment. I think it's just because these two sides have so much skill, so much power. And that sleight of feet just to be able to get through and run over their second. As I was saying, you've got to be feeling pressure when you're coming up against these reigning champions, as I believe that conversion's missed as well. Mm-hmm. So it's tied at 12 apiece. We've seen 2 conversion attempts from right in front be unsuccessful in this one. But I tell you what, I'm loving it because it's just adding to the drama, and that is what the LS7's is all about.
Good try there from Chase Davis-Shaw. Couldn't convert his own effort from a similarly easy position as the conversion attempt just moments before. Just for a bit of context, the semi-final team that they overcame, the Southern Kings, of course, they were finalists last year. So United, no slouches by any stretch of the imagination, as we see a high tackle there by the United men.
Yeah, just getting a little bit careless there. And the Skin Dogs keen to tap and go. Referee pulls them back, and now they have to come up against a solid 7-man defensive line.
Ball out in front there, the number 12 for the Skin Dogs side. That is Solo, is the number 12 for the Skin Dogs. As they come out here to this left-hand flank, what can they do? If you can get the pass away, they had space out down the left here. But instead, we'll have a short arm penalty. Play on is the call, and running onto it at speed is Albert Kelly. And Kelly gets the try. He said after the last game he was just playing the LS7s this year to tick a box and play LS7s and play Rugby 7s again. And he's picked up a try in the final, as Albert Kelly.
Still got plenty of speed, doesn't he? That was incredible. The tackle that led to that penalty was really suspect. It was almost a high shot around the shoulder that turned into almost a hip drop tackle by the end of it. So very dangerous. Good pick up there. But the Skin Dogs, again, they're just so dangerous. When you give them an opportunity, especially a penalty 22 out from the line, they're going to score. They're that skillful. As we see the replay come up here on the screen. They throw it out here to the left-hand side. And you'll see the penalty here. See how he goes high around the shoulder there and then kind of sits down on the leg there with a hip drop tackle. Very dangerous. They take the quick tap, drawing the defender, and bang, Albert Kelly's through a hole to score.
Let's see what United does here with the final few phases of this first half in their own territory, but earning a penalty. Goes to ground, but doesn't release the ball, and we've got a penalty here for the Skin Dogs. Not what United wanted. They probably just wanted to play that one out. Instead, we've got a ball going through here. Chasing it is the 11 for the Skin Dogs, but grubbered to safety there for United, and that will be the end of a first half. Garang, the number 11 for the Skin Dogs, not chasing that one down, and that'll do us for the first stanza, 17-12. The Skin Dogs in the lead after the first 7 minutes of this cup final.
Yeah, one of the most entertaining halves of football that we've seen this afternoon here. High scoring, 29 points scored, as we see the highlights here on your screen. Just an incredible half that has gone back and forth. We saw the early try here to United, and I was talking about they're not feeling the pressure here of playing in a big game against the reigning champions. They're taking it to them. They look really strong. But it's gone back to back. He's Mundine with the try of the half. Chip and Chase. I mean, there wouldn't be many people playing in this competition faster than him. He might be the quickest. He's been given plenty of chances to show it on full display. Couldn't quite convert, I think, in the end on that one. No, it was this one that was missed in the end, actually. Stole it away, and this gave them the lead, 12 points to 7. Ended up hitting the upright with the conversion. Then we go down the other end here for the United mob. Just able to capitalise there on the breakdown. We didn't know what happened. It went both ways there for a second, and they run away to score. It really had been that half of football, bouncing back and forth, momentum shifting constantly. And I think it's kind of set us up for what is going to be the perfect final 7 minutes of LS7s and an entertaining finish to the game, because it's only 5 points to decide it. Again, Dan, we called a game where 23 points was the margin at halftime, and even that wasn't enough. So if we got 5 on the board, anything is possible right now. I cannot wait for this final 7 minutes of action.
I'm thinking Skin Dogs will probably come away with it here, simply because they've been here last year. They've got the experience. They know what it's like to win a final here at the LS7s. But United Sports Club men's outfit, they certainly haven't been blown off the park. They haven't been intimidated. They haven't been overawed by the Skin Dogs side, which is a very strong Rugby 7 side. How will the bounce go here? It does go the 10. Finally gets over the 10. But
they're going to redo it.
We're going to redo it.
Well, I'm going to take the other side of it. I'm going United. I think so far in the game, they also haven't showed any fear. I've kept banging on about the experience and the kind of, not fear, but you're coming up against the reigning champions. So they really haven't shown any signs that they're nervous to play a side like this, and there's a knock on, and it's going to be United footy here early as they trail by 5.
Interesting choice there by Solo Vosake to go and try and take that one on the fly when it hadn't even gone the 10. Let's see what United can do. The Skin Dogs' defensive line still in tatters as they try and get back
Great
there.
hit.
But what a hit there from the number 3, Gage Phillips, for the Skin Dogs. Potentially a try-saving tackle and gets monstered there by Bryden Ramian, I should say.
What a hit. I mean, we've seen back-to-back decent shots. One forcing an error, the other forcing a penalty. And he goes Mundine. I don't think anyone's trying to block him there. He's trying to appeal for that. He still somehow won the race of the footy there, Dan.
Yeah, number 8, Kieran Mundine. He was pushing into the backs of some of the United men's players and still came up with the ball. And they'll come up with a try here, will the Skin Dogs, after that phase of play. And, yep, Mundine. He's a smart player, the number 8. He had 1, 2, 3 players in his way, but still managed to find the pill somehow. And that laid on that try right there.
That was utterly ridiculous, that try. The skill to be able to win the race, the speed to be able to win the race to that footy on the far side. I thought he was trying to milk a penalty the whole time. I didn't think he was even trying to get to the footy. And in the end, it just takes a bit of a dog leg left, and he's able to actually win the race to the footy and then get the try assist in the end. Mundine has his fingerprints all over this game, setting up that try. All of a sudden, it's a 12-point lead. It's starting to get a little bit more comfy here for the Skin Dogs as that goes out of bounds on the full here, and a chance for this United mob to try and change the course of this game because it is quite quickly slipping out of their grasp.
Charging it up. Was going to charge it up was their big, powerful number 12, Bryden Ramian, but we'll take it back to halfway and we'll have another crack at that. And there you go. Bryden Ramian finally gets his chance to hit it up, but it's a pretty good counter-ruck there from the Skin Dogs. Slows the momentum of the United men's side, but fending strongly, ball in one arm, is Offa Siale, the try scorer from them in the first half. Ball goes to ground, a little bit sloppy, but there's plenty of open spaces there, they reckon, for the Skin Dogs, and TJ McLean tries to find them, but Skin Dogs, they're just something about them that's hanging on here in this one. And the number 11 for them can't hang on to the pill. Garang. We'll have a scrum packed down just outside the Skin Dogs 22.
Shout out to the Garang mob up around Bundy Way. That's where part of my family's from. Spelt differently to this Garang, but just want to give them a shout out when the opportunity arises. But I think you're 100% right. They've held on to the footy really well in this game, the Skin Dogs, and as soon as you mentioned it, there was that mistake. This is a prime opportunity here for United. They need to score off this set, and they've turned the ball over straight away through the scrum.
It's a key moment in this men's final, potentially here. The Skin Dogs not only holding out the United men's side, but going to the other end of the field and putting a 3-try gap between themselves and the United side. That may be the ball game. That might be back-to-back men's titles. Number 9, Bailey Collins, getting the try for the Skin Dogs.
Yeah, an incredible passage of play there. Just the will to win that scrum. They've obviously identified that as a key moment in the game, forced the turnover, and then straight off the back of the scrum, they've gone the short side. And as you said, Bailey Collins, just too much speed, as you'll see here in the replay. That's straight out of the scrum, over halfway. And geez, Collins got some speed on him as well, out wide, as we're seeing plenty of the wingers today having that exact asset. And he scores to make it 29-12. Very lopsided. I was expecting this United side to really put in a little bit more of a fight, but when you've got species like that out wide, it's going to be hard to chase them down.
Key win against the feed there at scrum time a moment ago from the Skin Dogs. And again, that's what we've seen as the difference between some of these sides out here today. It's strength at the ruck, it's strength at the scrum. It's that rugby union finesse. As we see that ball
pop forward.
Pop forward.
Yep. Right in line with that one. There's still time on the clock, but it's just errors like that that are obviously going to handicap you in any way to make a comeback. You've got to give a lot of respect to this Skin Dogs side. When you come into a tournament like this as the reigning champions, you've got a target on your back from the first game, and they've been able to kind of just cruise through this competition with ease. They've looked dominant in nearly every single game that they've played, and this final has been no exception.
And it feels like they've still got some more points in them yet, the Skin Dogs side, and putting the kick upfield for them is Logan Aldridge. Bounce isn't great for the Skin Dogs and bats it back there, the United number 3. That was heart-in-the-mouth stuff from Quade. Watiki Shaw from the United side, but
wow,
frustration palpable for United fans, and we'll have a Skin Dog take possession after this scrum here, and prime opportunity for them to post more points.
Honestly, they've been about 5% off, this United side, and all that difference is made is what the deficit is right now. They somehow hold on to the ball down here with some crafty little tap back. They go to the open side, and if they fire that pass perfectly, bang, he's away. There's at least an easy 30 metres to gain there, but it's just out in front and he loses it. They might make him repack the scrum here. But that's been the difference, really. They haven't been that far out of the contest. They just have not nailed those key moments, especially here in the second half. And it's been very disappointing to come into the second half down 5 and then struggle to really gain any ascendancy here in the second. It's just been a below-average performance from them here in the final 7.
Short arm penalty goes to the United side, getting a bit of a reprieve thanks to that messy scrum. Getting it back here is the number 10 for United. Don't have his name, unfortunately, so can't tell you who he is. Sorry to his mob, as the soccering kick goes through. Chasing it is the number 1 for the Skin Dogs. Grubber, try! Bags a try, does the number 1, Bailey Roberts Lintmire. And that is the icing on the cake for the Skin Dogs.
How incredible. Just on the siren, what a way to wrap up the LS7's title. Back-to-back champions here for the Skin Dogs. You could not have written the script better for a way to end that game. They've been dominant all day, this Skin Dogs side. It started with a 48-0 win. And I said it before, nearly every game they've been perfect. 20 points was the least amount that they put on in a game. And again, in this match, 12 points, the most that they conceded. So comfortable wins in nearly every match. Congratulations to the Skin Dogs. Mundine was incredible. Through the middle, they looked so strong. And I think they thoroughly deserved this title once again.
Certainly did. And while we've mentioned Kieran Mundine a bunch of times, and he's a very strong player, it's not as if he's been carrying the Skin Dogs either.
No,
it's
not
as
at all.
if they've got any players that are basically doing it for the whole team. They're good across the board. They're what is it? A champion team as opposed to a team of champions.
Yeah.
And they are champions once again here on the Central Coast.
He's been the icing on the cake, really. I mean, a majority of his tries have been exploiting his speed out on the far left-hand wing where he played a majority of the time. Yes, that chip and chase, that's where it was all him. That was Mundine at his best. The second half play to retrieve the ball out on the far side. It was those moments where you go, Mundine was the difference. But a majority of the time, it was his team laying the foundation for him to then go on and put that icing on top of the cake, that cherry on top. He was incredible, but the team was incredible. So many stars there.
Just an update from the plate final. The Mihai Warriors men taking that one out against the next level men. But let's see the highlights from this one here. And that is the first try, the opening try for this clash off Siale for the United men's side. But as we saw in that first half, it was anything you can do, I can do better. And that was the Skin Dogs showing that right here through that number 8 we were talking about, Kieran Mundine, scoring their first points of the final.
I could watch that try and replay over and over again. That is just incredible.
We see here the Skin Dogs.
Straight after it, they went bang, bang in about 30 seconds, and the entire game really changed from that moment forward. Yes, United, they'll go on to score this 4th try here. But honestly, that was just such an unnecessary try. That shouldn't have happened. And instead of the game staying level for a bit, they kind of took the front. This was a great try in retaliation to that. Tied it up at 12 apiece after the missed conversion. Could have taken the lead, and then there was no looking back, really, from the Skin Dogs. Look at this, just brute strength. Get it out the back, and then just quick tap off the back of that penalty. And Albert Kelly running through. He said he wanted to tick the box, or you can tick the box that says won an LS7's tournament. Don't know if he had that one on the list. But an incredible performance. They're all having a chat out there on the field as we continue to roll through the highlights. Here's another great try from the Skin Dog side. Just trotting under the sticks there. They were just incredible today. When the pressure was mounted by any opposition, they had an answer, and they had multiple ones. Now, how about the pace here from Collins? Just incredible. The speed that the Skin Dog side had might have been the difference, though, in the end. Yes, they had incredible players across the board, but I don't think a side had as much speed as they did. And this one, bit of soccer. Why not? Be that skillful. What a try, and that was right on the bell, wasn't it, Dan, to just finish the game off on the strongest note for a 34-12 win. And we'll chuck it down to Talisha's sideline. She's with one of the champion winners here of the 2025 LS7s.
Here with Logan. Big game. How do you feel? How are the boys? How's it all, is it settled in yet? Or?
Nah, sort of settled in now. It was a long day. Been here since 9 o'clock. Very sore. The body's sore, legs are sore, but the boys came together for the first time today, but I think we sort of gelled at the end. Got the win, got the chocolates.
That's awesome. You guys played so well. You were the most probably, set the bar high all day. Is there anyone you want to shout out to? Is there a special person or people that the team's been playing for?
I think we can shout out Uncle Matty Sonner, the coach. He goes above and beyond for the boys here each year. This is my second year playing with Skin Dogs, so just very thankful to the staff, to everyone that puts it together for this tournament.
That's awesome. And you said the body's feeling a bit sore. Any advice to any of the young kids out there who are watching and want to get involved in sevens?
Well, I think, so I'm very new to sevens, so I'm a leaguey boy, but especially if you want to get into sevens, train hard. It's a very, very physical, very fast game, but get around it. It's a very good sport. It's growing, and I think in the next few years, this tournament will be a very big tournament.
That's awesome, Braz. Enjoy it. I know the lads are probably waiting for you, so yeah, enjoy it. You guys deserve it.
Thank you.
Well, how about that? The Skin Dogs are champions once again here at the LS7s. Just heard there from Logan just how much it means to the boys. He might be new to LS7s, but it didn't look like it. He was incredible out there. Just a phenomenal performance from them. They cruised through the competition. It all started this morning, an early game for them, 9:20 this morning on Field 3 here at the Central Coast Regional Sporting Complex with a 48-0 win. So you knew it was going to be good from the get-go. Then they follow it up with a 21-10 win against the BYG Dingoes. They then learnt a lot from that going into their game against Mother Country, 46-5. Comprehensive stuff from them there. And then they backed it up with their second game, holding a team scoreless 38-0 against Taree Connections. And then they went into the finals, 20-12 against La Perouse. We saw that here on Field 5 here. That was a really good contest. And then into that final that we just witnessed. So good. It was tight. It was 12-all. And then they went on an incredible run to win that one, 34-12. But let's throw it down onto the field here as Dan Conifer and Talisha Harden are there to talk us through what we just witnessed.
Yeah, thanks, Eli. Talisha, we're at the end of an LS7s for another year. The 2025 version's wrapped up. Got the same men's winner as last year in the Sydney Dreaming, picking up the women's title.
Yeah, pretty impressive. I think just all in all, an awesome day. So many games, and the fact that the teams have to play back to back to back to back, limited rest, but it's all for community, all for the mob, and all to, I guess, chase that silverware. And congrats to Skin Dogs and to Sydney Dreaming. They were amazing all day.
What were your highlights of the day?
Oh, I think for me, I love a bit of defence. So just seeing all the big hits, the try-saving tackles, as we set up in commentary, saving a try is just as good as scoring one. So defence today was just absolutely amazing.
What do you reckon, Skin Dogs? Do you reckon they can go do a three-peat in 2026 if they decide to come back?
Oh, for sure. They've got such a well-balanced team, some strike power, some speed. They'll be hard to beat, and I hope they stay together for a long time because they're so entertaining to watch.
Yeah, no, they were absolutely fabulous. I want to thank you for all your hard work today, and Eli as well, and all the camera crews that have been out here under the bathed in sunshine for hours on end here at the Central Coast. Uncle Tom Evans for organising the day and bringing it all together. Lloyd McDermott, a rugby development team for putting it on. Central Coast Council for putting on some great fields here, and we can't wait for LS7's 2026 edition. Thanks for joining us here on the live stream.
Probably these people a bit of unsung heroes when it comes to doing stuff for black boys around the rugby. I think Australian rugby could do probably a lot more, but a way lot more and support them a lot more. So, but I feel he's good with what he's got, and I think he's done really well. The team is a people that he has here.
You're right to stay out there another few hours?